One moment, existence simply ceased. Everything disintegrated. Buildings crumbled to dust. People fell one after another. A plague consumed the planet. At first, disbelief overshadowed everything. But soon, financial markets collapsed. Fear spread across the globe like wildfire. Reports circulated endlessly, each one confirming humanity's downfall. Wars erupted. Nations betrayed one another. Economies collapsed. Hunger devoured the masses. And in the midst of this deprivation, turmoil only grew worse. Even a single packet of ramen became worth millions. Crowds flooded the streets pleading, rioting, desperate. It was an apocalypse beyond comprehension. Yet this time, humanity was not the cause. Without warning, mythical beasts descended upon Earth. That moment marked the true end of mankind. Like a twisted fable, as soon as the monsters appeared, people began awakening strange abilities. They became superhuman. Digital alerts materialized, distributing resources to fight back. At first, it seemed like a familiar story. But here lay the difference. Despite their newfound powers, humans stood no chance. The beasts were nightmares made flesh. Superhuman abilities proved almost useless. Monsters slaughtered people as if they were nothing. In less than 72 hours, the world was nearly annihilated. 3 days into the apocalypse, the scene shifts. Among the ruins stands a single building, intact despite the devastation around it. A solitary structure amidst the wasteland, silently bearing witness to the chaos. Inside, a man, the protagonist, sits eating snacks. He reflects that since the world hasn't completely ended, he can still live somewhat normally. The taste of the food brings him a fleeting comfort, a small reminder of the ordinary life he once knew. Yet, he is painfully aware that he is alone in his apartment. Trapped within 100 square meters, the silence presses down on him like a weight. His family, his mother, father, grandfather, and grandmother are somewhere out there in the ruined world. He recalls the cost of this building, 200 million won, drawn from bank accounts and family belongings. That memory carries a heavy burden, the sacrifices made to secure this refuge. The only reason he is here now, alone, is due to a bureaucratic requirement someone needed to live in the apartment for 2 years to benefit from purchase taxes. What once seemed trivial now feels like a cruel twist of fate. Because of it, he ended up trapped inside as the world outside fell apart. To his frustration, his internet connection is barely functioning. That weak signal robs him of even the smallest connection to others. He exhales deeply, trying to calm himself until a strange sound breaks the silence. Startled, he looks toward the source. A creature is flying toward the building, screeching. Fear and curiosity twist inside him as it draws closer. Then, with sudden violence, the beast slams against his window. The sheer force knocks him down, though it never touches him. The impact rattles the entire structure, vibrations coursing through the floor. The monster strikes again, shaking the building. Heart racing, he braces for the worst, preparing to defend himself against an invasion. Just then, a system notification echoes coldly in his mind. Entry has been denied to the creature attempting to cross the boundary. The voice of the system is mechanical, unfeeling, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Thus, the ultimate shut-in system reveals itself, declaring that no one may enter without the owner's permission, its rules absolute. Relief washes over him. He remembers this condition is what has kept him alive. This barrier is his protection against the horrors outside. Yet as he tries to unlock the door, another realization crushes him. Not only is entry forbidden, exit is as well. The apartment is both his fortress and his prison. Anger surges through him. He kicks the door again and again, each blow echoing in the emptiness. But it is useless. He cannot break free. On the 3rd day of the world's collapse, he feels both grateful and burdened. The protective ability surrounding him has kept him safe, yet it has also confined him, trapping him within the walls of his apartment. Hours slip by as he sits before the glowing system window, its cold light the only companion in his isolation. The silence presses in, feeding his irritation, and he curses his own helplessness. He cannot act, cannot change anything. The weight of this powerlessness only grows heavier. A glance to the side reveals the grim truth: his supplies are dwindling fast, and the refrigerator, powerless since the previous day, now holds only spoiled food. The ticking clock of survival beats relentlessly in his mind. What little sustenance remains is food cooked in pans, quickly approaching its end. The urgency of his situation claws deeper into his chest. Then, a sudden sound pierces the silence: the sharp chime of a system notification. It is jarring, yet strangely hopeful. The window displays that he has slain a Kalakanan, level 23, granting him a large amount of experience and several new skills. His pulse quickens. Fixated, he studies the glowing letters, trying to unravel how such a thing occurred. Peering out the window, he sees the truth. The bird that once slammed against his glass now lies lifeless on the ground floor. Its corpse is being torn apart by goblins. Realization dawns: the creature's death, though not caused directly by him, has still granted him experience. It is a grim revelation, another reminder of the new laws governing this broken world. The system continues to chime, announcing the unlocking of a new skill and the acquisition of resources from the surroundings. These are now being calculated. Outside, the goblins shift uneasily, their behavior altered in ways he cannot fully understand. The chaos of their movements is yet another uncertainty he must contend with. At last, the system completes its calculation. 2.23 wands have been deposited into his wallet. The number stares back at him, surreal and confusing. The nature of this strange currency is a riddle he struggles to piece together. Suddenly, light floods his apartment. The power returns. For a moment, he is stunned, then joy overcomes him. In a world collapsing into madness, this small miracle feels almost divine. Every appliance hums back to life, and the declaration window informs him that the house itself has evolved to level 3. With a surge of experience, a new ability, dignity preservation, has also been unlocked. It is this ability that has restored his home's basic functions, along with the resources deposited in his wallet. Overwhelmed, he rushes to the refrigerator, grinning as its cool air brushes his face. He checks the sink, and water flows freely once again. At the stove, the burners flicker to life, steady and reliable. Collapsing to his knees, he weeps with joy. For the first time since the world began unraveling, things feel normal, as if life before the apocalypse has, for one fragile moment, returned. But the illusion soon breaks. Grabbing his phone, he checks for a signal, desperate for connection. Nothing. The device is dead to the outside world. His joy crumbles into bitter frustration. It is then that his eyes fall on something small glinting on the floor: a flash drive. Intrigued, he hurries to his computer and plugs it in. Files unfold before him, photographs of his mother holding him as a child, walking him to school, celebrating birthdays. His family's faces smile back at him from happier times, a flood of memories both sweet and painful. As he stares at those images, a thought takes root, unyielding, absolute. No matter the cost, he must find a way to bring his family back. The determination in his heart hardens further. Resolute, he rises and approaches the window, only to be interrupted by another sudden notification. The system, ever persistent, presents him with yet another twist in his journey. This time, it informs him that he now has access to a warehouse where he can purchase items at their original prices. Intrigued, he decides to explore this new development. As he investigates, he notices the acquired values becoming available and realizes that the confined wallet is directly tied to the resources he can use in the store. This discovery sparks a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this store could offer a way out, or at the very least, provide tools that might help him survive. Yet, as he contemplates his condition, he moves back to the window, staring into the world he still cannot reach. The view outside remains a constant reminder of his isolation, and his frustration deepens. Despite all the progress he has made, nothing has changed regarding the invisible prison that holds him. Even though his skills and levels have improved, the barrier remains immovable, unyielding, like a wall he cannot breach. Still, one fact is undeniable. Higher levels unlock stronger skills, and those skills might one day set him free. Fueled by this thought, his determination strengthens. To achieve it, he knows he must hunt monsters. But how? The question weighs heavily on him. The memory of his past struggles resurfaces, reminding him of how unlikely it is that fortune will repeat itself, like the time when a monster simply struck the window, fell, and died, granting him experience and rewards. He doubts such luck will ever happen again. Peering down through the window, his eyes catch sight of goblins roaming near the bottom of the building. For the first time, a real opportunity emerges. Excitement flickers within him as he tests an idea. He takes a bottle, wondering if the barrier will stop it from passing through. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, he hurls it outward. To his relief, the barrier does not block the throw. The bottle sails freely into the open air. The realization fills him with new confidence. Anything he throws can be used in his hunt. With this in mind, he grabs a dumbbell. Its weight and solidity give him assurance it could serve as a deadly weapon. Searching for a target, he spots a group of goblins scavenging parts from the monster he had previously slain. As some of them begin to carry pieces away, he shouts desperately for them not to leave, his voice cutting through the silence. Driven by urgency, he launches the dumbbell out the window. It crashes downward, striking one of the goblins with precision and killing it instantly. The others freeze, stunned and confused, unable to process what just happened. Yet the young man feels a surge of fear. If the goblins retaliate, he is vulnerable. His heart pounds, adrenaline surging through his veins. With only one dumbbell remaining, he begins to consider other options. What else could serve as a weapon? He contemplates heavier items, perhaps even the television or computer, anything strong enough to kill when thrown. But the goblins' sudden screams from below interrupt his thoughts. Their enraged howls rise in unison, promising retaliation. He watches, unsettled, as they advance toward the building. Strangely, this fills him with cautious optimism. Their proximity might actually be an advantage. Closer targets are easier to hit. Determined to seize this opportunity, he turns back to the store system and activates its listing function. Grabbing his last dumbbell, he registers it within the store to test the feature. As the system scans the object, a notification appears, displaying the dumbbell's attributes along with its registered price for acquisition. Surprised, he compares the listed price with what he had previously paid when purchasing the item online. To his relief, the registered price matches the rates of ordinary stores from before the end of the world. The discovery reassures him. Once the item is scanned, the system suggests purchasing it. He confirms the order, and immediately, the dumbbell materializes in front of him. Overjoyed, he shouts in triumph, satisfied that everything worked as expected. His plan is falling into place. The next phase of his experiment begins, testing the purchased dumbbells as weapons. He hurls the first one through the window, aiming at the goblins outside. The throw lands perfectly, striking a target and killing it on impact. The rush of victory fuels his confidence, and the system quickly confirms his success with an experience notification. As the goblin group stares at their fallen comrade, more dumbbells rain from above, catching them off guard. Some goblins, now aware of the danger, scramble to escape. Irritated by their resistance, he shifts strategies, unwilling to waste precious time. He orders 3 dumbbells at once and swiftly launches them, securing more kills and earning additional experience points. His satisfaction grows, only to be interrupted by another system notification. To his surprise, the store now functions as a warehouse, granting him the ability to store items for future use. He tests the new feature by placing 1 dumbbell into storage. The success of the function fills him with excitement. New tactical possibilities open before him. He can summon stored items anywhere he desires. A brilliant idea sparks. He will drop dumbbells directly above the goblins. With precision and efficiency in mind, He opens his warehouse, releasing a barrage of dumbbells from the sky. The weapons crash down mercilessly, crushing enemies and flooding the system with kill notifications and experience points. After completing the hunt, he organizes his growing warehouse. Among the stored items are food and drinks, essentials for maintaining his health and ensuring his survival. Additionally, he profits by selling the dumbbells used in combat, further boosting his resources. Yet, his excitement fades when he notices a sudden deduction of 1 unit of 1. Puzzled, he wonders if the ability known as preservation of dignity is responsible. Determined to find the cause, he inspects his apartment carefully. Electricity, gas, and water are all inactive. The only thing running is his refrigerator. Frustration gnaws at him. Why is that appliance consuming his precious resources? The thought sparks bitter memories of his goblin hunts. Many had fled, leaving him with only 2 additional kills. The effort had yielded so little. His mind churns with doubt. Was it truly worth it? Then his thoughts shift to the flying monsters. He recalls the formidable Calican, a creature that had once tested his strength and promised immense rewards if he could bring it down. Since that encounter, none had appeared near his apartment. As he wonders whether he should try new hunting methods, his hopes silently cling to the possibility of another Calican. Almost miraculously, his eyes catch sight of one soaring across the sky. His pulse quickens with a mix of fear and exhilaration. This felt like the chance he had been waiting for. Spotting the monster's presence, he wasted no time, silently thanking God for not abandoning him in this desperate hour. Using a metal frame and a mirror fastened to it, he fashioned a crude yet effective device to draw the Calicanon's attention. With steady focus, he angled the beam of light toward the beast's eyes, striking its vision with precision. The tactic succeeded. The monster fixed on him instantly, surging forward with violent speed. Its furious charge slammed against the barrier, sending a gust of wind that knocked him to the ground. The sudden force echoed memories of the last brutal attack. Yet, as he pushed himself up, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. The plan had worked. He had lured the creature successfully. If he could bring it down, the rewards might be enough to push him to another level. But the Calicanon was relentless. With a thunderous beat of its wings, it unleashed another wave of force that struck him head-on. Straining to hold his ground, he refused to falter, even as his body trembled under the assault. When the gust faded, he scanned the air, only to realize the monster had vanished. His pulse quickened. Then, like a predator toying with prey, the creature revealed itself once more, not by attacking him directly, but by battering the building's structure, probing for an opening to strike. At that moment, the system blared an alert. An unauthorized entity was attempting to breach the zone. The thought sent his mind racing. Could the Calicanon really shatter the ability barrier? He knew he had no time to hesitate. Opening his storage, he combed through his supplies with urgency. Each second stretched unbearably long as he weighed his options. Then a crucial memory surfaced. If the spoils weren't close enough when a monster died, the system wouldn't register them. He remembered too well the frustration when goblins had dragged away the corpses of their kin, robbing him of the rewards. That mistake could not be repeated. Determined, he resolved to end this battle in one decisive strike. His eyes narrowed on an unusual option: canola oil. It was unconventional, but an idea sparked a dangerous, cunning plan. Without delay, he withdrew 10 bottles, calculating every step with care. The system delivered them instantly, and he sprinted to the kitchen, urgency driving his movements. He seized a pan, poured in the oil, and set it to heat. As the liquid simmered, he tied a cloth to a stick, preparing an improvised weapon. When the oil reached the right temperature, he drenched the cloth and stored the pan, ensuring it remained listed in his inventory. Precision was everything. The system confirmed the item's listing, and he wasted no time finding a lighter. With one flick, fire consumed the oil-soaked cloth, transforming the stick into a blazing torch. His weapon was ready. At the window, he watched intently, waiting for the exact moment. The Calicanon circled, wings slicing the air. His heart pounded as he invoked the oil, unleashing it upon the beast. The creature's wings faltered as the hot oil coated them, and in the instant it began to descend, he struck. Flames erupted across the monster's body, devouring it in a furious blaze. The sight filled him with grim satisfaction. His strategy had worked flawlessly. The Calicanon's screeches faded into silence as fire consumed it, until finally it lay dead. The system's response was immediate. Notifications surged through his vision level advancement, a new skill unlocked, and spoils calculated. His balance swelled by an astonishing 9,347,487, a figure so large it nearly left him breathless. He hadn't expected such a fortune. 10 million from a single kill was beyond imagination. But the windfall wasn't the only change. His new skill, territory expansion, took hold, and his body began to shift. A burning sensation spread through him as his eyes turned black, his vision warping into something unfamiliar, something extraordinary. It was as though he were peering through an X-ray lens, the entire building unraveling before his gaze, its structure laid bare. And then he saw them. 4 survivors, huddled together in one of the rooms. The revelation stunned him. He had never imagined there were others still alive, hiding so close all along. This revelation opens a path filled with both possibilities and uncertainties, sending his mind racing with countless potential outcomes. Struggling to comprehend the situation, the young man, his eyes still blackened, feels himself overcome with despair, confusion, and doubt. Suddenly, his vision shifts. In a strange and unfamiliar way, he becomes aware of people inside the building. The realization sparks a single burning question: what is happening? How could there be other survivors here? And what exactly is this strange ability? As the effects of the ability fade and he steadies himself from the strain it caused, the system issues several notifications. It informs him that the people he has sensed meet the requirements to become citizens, and presents him with a proposal to accept them under his jurisdiction. The system introduces them: Cho Hyung-jun, known as Chubby, a 30-year-old husband; his wife, Park Haewon, also 30, and their 2 daughters, Cho Naeun and Shio Yan, aged 3 and 6. Confused, the protagonist turns to the system with a pressing question: what happens if these individuals are not accepted as citizens? The answer comes swiftly and mercilessly. Those rejected will be expelled from the residential zone, left outside to face certain death at the hands of the monstrous threats beyond. Faced with this grim truth, the young man makes the only choice his conscience allows. With a good heart and no hesitation, he accepts them as citizens of his zone. The system confirms the addition of each member one by one. Intrigued, he begins to speculate: could managing citizens unlock new abilities? Exploring the system further, he finds confirmation. The ability that allowed him to detect their presence is called Ultimate Eyes. At its first level, it guarantees that nothing within his home escapes detection. Digging deeper, he discovers a new section within the system: Citizen Management. Inside, a list displays the names of each citizen, along with their current levels and trust scores. At the bottom, a population counter reads 4 out of 600. The number is startling. 600 potential citizens is far more than he expected. Curious, he inspects Chubby's details. No awakened skills. XP distribution at 0%. Money distribution at 0%. The system provides options to assign him a mission or remove him entirely from the citizen list. The inclusion of XP and money sharing raises another question. Could this system be designed to share gains with the house's host as well? Could this be another path to growing stronger? He tests the mission assignment feature. A form appears requesting details, description, time limit, rewards, and penalties. Surprised at its thoroughness, he crafts a mission titled Goblin Hunt, granting Chubby 168 hours to complete it. The reward: a small amount of XP, no penalty for failure. Yet as he reviews the assignment, he considers harsher alternatives, balancing the danger of failure against meaningful rewards, even to the point of elimination as punishment. Ultimately, he cancels the mission. The thought of arbitrarily deciding a citizen's life feels too cruel, too unjust. Pensive, he wonders how best to use this ability. Then a thought strikes him. Why not activate Ultimate Eyes again? He directs his vision toward the room where the new citizens reside. Through the ability, he observes the family gathered around a table, their expressions clouded with despair. The wife breaks the silence, her voice heavy with worry, asking what they can do now. Her concern becomes clear as Chubby reveals his intention. He plans to leave the safety of the zone to search for basic supplies, especially water. Though his heart longs to remain with his wife and daughters, necessity drives him. Without supplies, their survival is impossible. His wife protests in anguish, begging him not to go, reminding him of the unimaginable danger outside. Chubby listens, but his face shows grim determination. Their circumstances leave little room for choice. He wonders aloud if there might be anywhere close that still holds drinkable water. Even if there isn't, he insists, he must at least try the nearby convenience stores, mentioning a particularly large one that surely has something left to scavenge. Before the conversation deepens, one of his daughters suddenly pipes up, "I'm thirsty." The mother, realizing how dangerous those words are, quickly tries to hush her. But the damage is already done. For Chubby, her words become the final push he needs to make his decision. Confidently, Chubby takes his wife's hand, asking if she trusts him, assuring her that he will return safely with something to support their family. Though sorrowful, she finds herself without any further arguments to stop him. Back in his room, the protagonist ends the ability and quietly reflects on their situation. Resolute, he decides to open the store and check the list of items. He quickly realizes that the maximum storage capacity is limited and wishes it could be expanded. While navigating the skill window, he notices the detail storage at level 1, dignity preservation at level 1, and the store itself also at level 1. Seeing that these skills had levels brings him relief. If they can be raised, their capacity and effectiveness must also improve. With upgrade points available, he immediately raises the store's level to 2, expanding its capacity by 20 items and unlocking a 10% discount on all used items. Energized by this progress, he considers how best to use his remaining points. Carefully weighing his options, he debates whether to invest further in the shop or in dignity preservation, knowing these skills may help when dealing with other survivors. In the end, he raises the shop to level 3, granting a maximum storage of 40 items and unlocking a new function, item recovery, which allows him to restore old items into usable ones. It was a wise choice. Without hesitation, he revisits the shop and acquires water and fruit. With the last of his points, he invests in dignity preservation. Once upgraded to level 2, it grants him the ability to register vassals, though the term leaves him puzzled. The scene shifts to the living room, where Chubby prepares for his departure. His wife and daughters, distressed, silently plead for him to stay. He turns to them with warmth and resolve, promising to return and asking the children to protect their home until then. When the children ask if he is truly leaving, he answers lightly, saying he only intends to fetch food and water, reminding them to listen to their mother in his absence. Yet, his eldest daughter knows better. Her tears and trembling voice reveal her fear of the monsters outside. Her memories surge back to the first day of the apocalypse. She recalls how she and her siblings had been playing in the park when monstrous creatures appeared. Panic took hold as the children fled, their father grabbing the youngest in one arm while their mother carried the other, all of them running desperately with goblins in pursuit. Now, in the present, Chubby steals his resolve. His wife tries to soothe the children, though her words only make his decision heavier. Deep down, he wonders if this might be the last time he sees his daughters. Summoning all his strength, he prepares himself for what's to come. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, startling everyone. The tension rises instantly. Could it be monsters outside? Heart pounding, Chubby moves to the door and listens. A voice calls out, asking to be let in. He freezes, unsure whether it's truly human or a cunning creature in disguise. The voice falls silent, and just as he considers whether it has left, the door opens. He rushes back to shield his family, holding them close as screams erupt. Pleading for mercy for his wife and daughters, he braces himself only for the tension to break as a calm voice politely asks for permission to enter. The family turns, astonished, to see a man standing there with a bag of supplies. "Who are you?" they ask. The man introduces himself as Kim Jae-hyun, though he says he will go by Jun. He explains that he lives nearby, and his sudden appearance shifts the atmosphere entirely, transforming fear into a fragile hope. Handing over the bag of supplies, Jun explained that it contained water and fruits, asking for a small conversation once everyone had settled. The father, both relieved and wary, looked at his family, noticing the concern in their eyes. Still, recognizing Jun's sincerity, he declared there was no reason to refuse and invited him inside. Once seated, the children observed Jun with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Jun wondered if his sudden appearance had startled them, but his attention was soon drawn to the heavy curtains covering the windows. He found the choice smart, as it greatly reduced the risk of monster attacks. Yet, the darkness inside required light. To remedy this, Jun quietly activated his skill, restoring electricity to the apartment. While he arranged the items in his bag, the family remained stunned, astonished that power had returned after so long. To ease their tension, Jun offered water to everyone, beginning with the children. Chubby gratefully accepted and distributed the bottles to his daughters, who drank eagerly. Shan, the youngest, gulped hers so quickly that she began to choke, startling her mother. Jun immediately offered her a tangerine, which she accepted with hesitation. Her mother quickly took it, peeled it, and handed a piece back to Shan. The little girl devoured it happily, her face glowing with joy. When asked if she liked it, Shan nodded enthusiastically. Her elder sister then requested a piece as well, sharing in the delight. At that moment, Jun's system notified him that the family's trust in him had grown. Shia's trust had reached 50 points, with loyalty surpassing 30, meeting the threshold for her to qualify as a vassal. Now considered level 2, Shia had 57 trust points, but no skills, money, or experience allocated, yet new mission options were available for her. Jun reflected on this carefully. Though the requirements had been met, she was still far too young to be assigned missions. He also reminded himself that the number of vassals was limited, and he needed to be selective in choosing them. His gaze shifted toward Chubby, whose trust had reached 31, realizing it would need to be raised further. His thoughts were interrupted when Chubby asked if there was any way to repay him for his generosity. Jun invited him to talk privately in the hallway. Surprised but willing, Chubby agreed, and they both stepped outside. There, Jun asked whether Chubby had received an invitation to become a citizen. Checking his notifications, Chubby confirmed that his whole family had received it about 30 minutes earlier. Jun pressed further, asking if anything unusual had happened at that time. Chubby recalled that they had suddenly become immobilized for a short period. Jun nodded, understanding, and assured him that life would soon return to normal. Stunned, Chubby asked if that was truly possible. Jun responded confidently, saying that it was thanks to his ability. Chubby considered this for a moment, then admitted that he knew nothing came without a cost. He asked directly what would be required of him. Jun explained that missions carried great risk and that Chubby could even lose his life. He asked if Chubby was truly willing to accept this path. After reflecting briefly, Chubby declared with resolve that he was ready to do whatever was necessary. He admitted he had already been preparing himself to venture outside in search of food and water, even before Jun's arrival, and that he had accepted the risk of death. Abruptly, Jun asked about the golf club Chubby carried, curious about its value. Caught off guard, Chubby answered that it had cost around 400,000 to 500,000 won. Jun considered it expensive, making a mental note of the importance of saving money for future needs. Still puzzled by the question, Chubby asked why it mattered. Jun dismissed the concern, saying it was nothing, before redirecting the conversation. He asked Chubby if he remembered the day the monsters first appeared. Chubby recalled vividly it had been a weekend, and the creatures had chased them mercilessly, a terrifying memory that lingered. Jun considered aloud that those who remained indoors might have survived. He reflected on goblins, noting that while they weren't particularly strong and had poor conditions compared to an adult man, their strength came from numbers and relentless group attacks. Humans, however, had their own advantage, the ability to unite and form armies. And building such an army, Jun resolved, was exactly what he would begin from this moment forward. Starting with Chubby, he becomes the first member to join Jun in the search for other survivors. Later, back in his apartment, Jun examines the system interface, which notifies him that his trust level with Chubby has increased. Checking his citizen list, he sees that Chubby's trust level has risen to 40 points. As he reflects on the concept of having an entire family as registered citizens, Jun briefly wonders if his own family might one day appear on that list as the system continues to evolve. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted by a sharp goblin screech. Alarmed, Jun rushes to the window to investigate. Looking down, he is surprised to see a group of survivors locked in combat against a large horde of goblins. Carefully observing the battle, he begins to consider how he might assist them and how difficult such a task could be. Among the survivors, one man wields a baseball and prepares a powerful throw. The ball hurtles through the air, striking a goblin square in the face and knocking it out instantly. The impact is so forceful that the creature's skull bursts into a spray of blood-like fluid. From above, Jun watches in astonishment at the sheer destructive power of the blow. At the same time, a young woman in the group looses 2 arrows from her bow. Both strike their marks with deadly precision, piercing the chests of 2 goblins. Another man rushes in with a baseball bat, targeting the goblin standing between the fallen creatures. Leaping forward, he smashes it into the ground, reducing its body into little more than a green pulp. Overwhelmed by the group's strength, the remaining goblins retreat in panic. Even after the skirmish, the archer remains alert. Spotting something unusual moving on the ground, she quickly raises her bow and aims. Only then does she realize it's a food package, leaving her momentarily confused. From the top floor of the building, Jun shouts and waves his arms, trying desperately to capture the group's attention. Just then, someone knocks on his apartment door. Looking through the peephole, Jun sees Chubby standing there, holding a box. He opens the door and invites Chubby in, but the system's protective barrier prevents entry, declaring him not qualified. Puzzled, Chubby asks what that means. Jun wonders if the system might reject anyone attempting to enter his apartment. He also considers whether registering Chubby as a vassal could resolve the issue, but decides to set the matter aside for now. Instead, he focuses on the box, which contains items that could serve as weapons. Placing the box on the floor, Jun opens it and finds a toolbox along with several knives. Activating the system's store, he orders 5 bottles of water and 5 packs of instant noodles. As the order appears before him, Chubby watches in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend how such a thing is even possible. Without dwelling on the matter, Jun carefully packs the items into the box and hands it back, instructing Chubby to deliver it to the building's entrance on the first floor. Concerned, Chubby asks if the task might be too dangerous. Jun reassures him, explaining that from what he's observed, goblins are more active during the day. He also reflects inwardly that the survivors outside could be valuable additions to his citizen list, and the food box may be the key to earning their trust and loyalty. Speaking with confidence, Jun emphasizes to Chubby the importance of the delivery. Chubby, still doubtful, asks if the plan is really as simple as leaving the box on the first floor and returning. Jun confirms, assuring him that it is indeed that straightforward. Relieved, Chubby agrees, bids Jun farewell, and leaves with the box. Jun thanks him sincerely before turning back to the system. Opening the interface, he decides that Chubby's trust must be rewarded generously. A mission window appears, describing the task: deliver the box containing water and instant noodles to the first floor and return within 24 hours. The mission offers a small amount of experience points as a reward, with no penalties in case of failure. Shui received the notification, realizing that completing the mission would grant him experience points. He wondered aloud if this was connected to some sort of leveling system, similar to a game. Jun confirmed his suspicion, explaining that Shui's current level was 9. If Shui managed to level up, he would earn rewards. With a firm tone, Jun told him that he was relying on him. Understanding his role, Shui quickly set out. Carrying the supply box in one hand and gripping a golf club for protection in the other, he cautiously descended the stairs toward the first floor. His mission was simple: place the box on the ground. Yet just as he reached the bottom, movement in the shadows caught his eye. The sudden shift startled him. Fear spread through his chest as he suspected goblins lurking nearby, the darkness only amplifying his alarm. Panic overtook him. He turned to flee, but in his frantic rush, he twisted his ankle and stumbled to the ground. The supply box crashed open, scattering items across the floor. Lying helpless on the ground, Shui tried to gather himself as the creature's presence drew closer. Trembling, he shielded his head with his arms and squeezed his eyes shut. Then, a voice cut through the tension. Opening his eyes, Shui was stunned to see a group of humans approaching, asking if he was all right. Meanwhile, back in Jun's apartment, the system triggered an alert about an unauthorized attempt to enter the building. Jun's instincts sharpened as he considered the possibility of an invasion. Activating his ultimate eyes ability, he scanned the area and spotted Chubby leading a group of strangers. They were conversing among themselves, speculating about how someone inside could have thrown a packet of noodles. Their discovery sparked hope. They wondered if the building contained a valuable stockpile of food, something they desperately needed in their exhausted state. Deactivating his ability, Jun recognized each of them clearly. The system then notified him that the newcomers met the requirements to become citizens and prompted him to add them. Jun hesitated. He weighed the risks of accepting outsiders, but another worry crept in: what if they refused his offer? The uncertainty gnawed at him. His thoughts were interrupted by Chubby's voice calling out, attempting to communicate. Almost immediately, the system notified Jun that this citizen had an ongoing mission and suggested modifying it. Jun agreed, and the mission was updated to include delivering meals to the newcomers. Chubby and Jun quickly exchanged updates. Jun instructed him to gift the newcomers food immediately, as he had a plan in mind. Chubby complied and moved to carry it out. When the group reached the edge of Jun's safe zone, they were forced to wait as Chubby explained the situation. Reporting back, Chubby described the group's condition in detail. Jun listened carefully, pleased with the report. He accessed the system and sent official invitations to Harimgan, Kongdaku, Kim Gaeng, Yuhirin, Kim Giant, and Moonbyangno. Once permission was granted, the newcomers stepped into the safe zone. A system announcement followed. The citizen count had risen to 10, triggering a 10% bonus to both experience and monetary rewards. Relief and gratitude washed over Jun, knowing that their presence would be invaluable for future monster hunts. The system displayed the trust scores and levels of the new members. Dong Trust 19, level 23. Kong Trust 28, level 13. Young Trust 17, level 17. Yu Trust 30, level 10. Kim Trust 15, level 15. Moon Trust 11, level 10. Jun's eyes lingered on Dong's stats. At level 23, Dong was stronger than Calican, a foe Jun had only recently defeated. A particular ability stood out: Baseball Throw, ranked at D. This skill consumed stamina but tripled the power of thrown objects such as baseballs. Jun immediately recognized Dong as a metahuman, capable of turning simple baseballs into deadly weapons. He saw him as a potential cornerstone in future hunts. Determined, Jun resolved to earn Dong's trust over time. He instructed the system to set experience sharing within the group to 70%, which was promptly confirmed. Missions were then assigned to help the newcomers gain experience and resources. Jun likened this strategy to an auto-hunting system from games. But beyond strategy and logistics, Jun reminded himself that building trust and relationships was equally vital. If he wanted to eventually reunite with his family, he needed a foundation of loyalty and companionship within his group. Unexpectedly, the system notified him that the trust scores of Dong Yang and Yu had increased. Surprised, Jun couldn't help but wonder what had caused the sudden shift. Meanwhile, in Chubby's apartment, he welcomed the newcomers inside. Gaeyang, the archer, expressed her gratitude. Chubby's wife, still bewildered by the situation, asked what was happening. Chubby reassured her, telling her to stay calm and promising to explain everything soon. He then asked her to prepare food for everyone. Surprised, she admitted that nothing had been prepared and everything would need to be made from scratch. Chubby urged her to go ahead, explaining that it was part of Jun's plan. After a moment of hesitation, she agreed and began cooking. Han, who had earlier been called Dong, expressed his gratitude and turned his attention to Chubby, asking about Jun. Chubby confessed that he knew very little about him, only that Jun was their neighbor. Curious, Han listened as Chubby described Jun as someone mysterious yet remarkably resourceful, someone who always managed to provide them with what they needed. From this, Han concluded that Jun must be a metahuman, someone gifted with extraordinary abilities that allowed him to solve problems as basic yet vital as food and water. Determined to make a good impression, Han believed Jun's abilities bordered on the miraculous. Chubby then informed the group that they could take a shower while waiting for the food. The suggestion shocked the women, who couldn't believe such a luxury was possible in their current situation. Han, however, observed that with the building's functioning resources, it wasn't entirely impossible. Chubby explained further, mentioning hot showers were available, which left the women speechless. He added that there were even 2 showers, allowing them to be used simultaneously. Another group member, who bore a striking resemblance to Toji, joked about challenging Jun to a fight. Han immediately shut down the idea, calling it ridiculous and stressing how important it was to impress Jun instead. The group quickly agreed that securing food was the real priority and opportunity they couldn't afford to waste. Their focus shifted to Moon, who seemed lost in thought. Han gently placed a hand on his shoulder, pulling him back from his daze. When Han apologized, worried he had upset him, Moon reassured him that nothing was wrong. Han began to express regret over a past decision, but Moon interrupted, insisting there was no need for remorse since every choice had been made willingly. The conversation then shifted toward obtaining supplies for Moon's grandmother. Yet, deep down, Moon feared it might already be too late for her. As Han continued outlining the plan, the sound of the door opening startled everyone. Han instinctively grabbed a baseball, ready to defend, but quickly realized it was Jun. The moment Jun entered, his presence radiated warmth and reassurance, filling the group with renewed hope. To them, he felt like the key to pulling them out of despair. Minutes later, they found themselves sitting silently around the table, the atmosphere tense until Haewon Chubby's wife finally spoke. She apologized for the cramped space. Han, aiming to be polite, replied that it was no trouble since they had arrived uninvited. Just then, Chubby returned and announced that the food was ready. One by one, he placed bowls of rice before them. The group could hardly believe they were about to enjoy a proper meal, and several of them wondered when they had last eaten something like this. Haewon, feeling self-conscious, admitted she wasn't sure if her cooking would suit their tastes. Yet, what appeared simple to her left the group's archers astonished. As she gazed at the spread before her, one of the archers couldn't contain her admiration, declaring the food incredible and confessing it had been ages since she had eaten something so delicious. Haewon, brushing off the compliments shyly, explained that it was all thanks to the ingredients Jun had provided. Without his help, she admitted, she would have only been able to serve plain rice and tangerines. Quietly, Jun noticed that Haewon's trust in him had reached 50. He smiled softly, reminded of his mother, who used to beam with joy whenever guests praised her cooking. But then, to his surprise, he realized Haewon's trust in him had surpassed even his own expectations. Soon, everyone began eating, offering Haewon heartfelt thanks for the meal. She and Chubby watched as their guests devoured the food hungrily, like people who hadn't eaten properly in a long time. One of the archers couldn't stop praising the egg roll, while another remarked that the dish seemed Japanese in style. Haewon smiled warmly, agreeing and encouraging her to eat as much as she wanted. At that moment, Haewon's youngest daughter tugged at her attention, saying she wanted to eat the egg rolls as well. Haewon gently explained that she would make more for her once the guests had left. The little girl looked disappointed. Noticing this, the archer kindly asked Haewon's daughter if she wanted to share her portion of egg rolls. The child's face lit up with joy, her excitement filling the room as she quickly ran over and climbed onto the archer's lap. Her happiness was unmistakable. The archer smiled warmly, delighted by the girl's enthusiasm. With gentle care, she lifted a piece of egg roll and softly asked Seo to open her mouth. As the archer fed her, Seo beamed with joy, her radiant smile brightening the moment. Seo Jun then suggested that Fatty and Haewon join them, assuring them there was plenty of food for everyone. The two exchanged a hesitant glance, but soon smiled and agreed, happy to be part of the gathering. As they shared the meal, the room echoed with laughter and cheerful conversation. For a brief moment, Seo Jun allowed himself to simply observe the warmth of the scene. The lively noise reminded him of how long it had been since he had experienced something like this. His thoughts drifted to memories of his mother and the care she had shown him. A soft smile touched his lips as he silently wished for his family's safety and well-being. Eventually, the meal ended, leaving behind only empty dishes. Haewon's youngest daughter, now tired, said she wanted to rest. With tender care, Haewon lifted her into his arms and asked his eldest daughter to follow and help with bedtime. The two quietly left the table. Moments later, Seo Jun shifted his focus back to the matter at hand. Turning to the guests, he questioned why they had been unable to reach the grandmother's house, despite its close proximity. Han's expression turned serious as he explained it was because of the goblins. Seo Jun raised an eyebrow, skeptical, recalling his own struggles with goblins in the past. Han nodded firmly, confirming it was true. He elaborated that the creatures had discovered an underground parking lot and turned it into their base. Intrigued, Seo Jun asked if they knew how many goblins were hiding there. Han's face grew grim as he admitted there were thousands. Seo Jun paused, carefully considering the situation. He realized his abilities were only effective from ground level to level 30, meaning they would be less useful underground. Suddenly, it all made sense. This was how the goblins had infiltrated the area. Han went on, explaining that the underground parking lot was directly connected to the entrance of the apartment building they needed to reach. The goblins had fortified it as their stronghold and rarely ventured outside. Recalling the nearby side roads, Seo Jun asked why they hadn't used those as an alternative route. Han admitted that their original plan had been to escape that way, but they had encountered something far worse than goblins. Curious, Seo Jun pressed him. Han's eyes darkened as he described a massive shadow resembling a bear. He explained that they had managed to flee the apartment building only because the creature had been fighting the goblins, giving them a chance to escape. Thinking it over, Seo Jun asked for more details on the creature. Han hesitated, admitting he wasn't sure it was truly a bear. The darkness had obscured his view. Seo Jun, resolute, stated that eventually they would need to face both the goblins and this mysterious beast. Han agreed reluctantly, lowering his head as he acknowledged their group's limitations. They simply weren't prepared to face both threats at once. Seo Jun, sensing more, asked what limitations he meant. The archer explained that she and Han relied on items like arrows and baseballs for combat, but their supplies were running low and couldn't easily be replenished. Despite this, Han remained composed. He offered to find a solution and asked to inspect their current weapons, the arrow and the baseball. The archer handed them over without hesitation. The system immediately prompted Seo Jun, asking if he wished to list the new items. He confirmed, and moments later the system displayed the cost to replicate them. When asked if he was certain, Seo Jun confirmed once more. He then glanced around the table and asked if everyone would be able to use the archer's weapon. The group nodded in silence, understanding that, for now, only one weapon was available. Seo Jun took their silence as agreement. Turning back to the system, he requested 5 sets of archer weapons along with arrows. In an instant, the newly crafted items appeared on the table before him. He addressed the group firmly, encouraging anyone unfamiliar with weapons to take this chance to learn. "These will be your primary weapons from now on," he declared with authority. As the items materialized, the system quietly notified Seo Jun that several members of Han's group had grown to trust him more. Moon, however, was captivated by the sight of the weapons. He marveled at Seo Jun's resourcefulness, a realization dawning on him. Perhaps with Seo Jun leading them, he truly had a chance to save his grandmother. The system confirmed Moon's growing trust, marking a significant increase. Han finally broke the silence, noting that with Seo Jun's support, their hunting speed would increase dramatically. Another girl added that his help would also make things safer, sparing them from the risk of gathering arrows themselves. Seo Jun then gathered their attention once more. Before they could advance, he explained they needed to reduce the goblin population in the area. Han agreed, then asked when they would begin the hunt. "Tomorrow," Seo Jun replied without hesitation. Han hesitated, questioning the urgency, but Seo Jun explained that the sooner they acted, the greater their chances of success. Reluctantly, Han nodded, though uncertainty still clouded his expression. Seo Jun then turned to Moon and promised, "Tomorrow, we're going to rescue your grandmother." Moon's face lit up with hope and excitement at the thought. Still uneasy, Han raised concerns about the many obstacles they would face. Seo Jun answered with a confident smile and revealed his plan: they would use bait to lure the goblins out. The entire group fixed their eyes on him, waiting for more details. Han and the archer girl remained thoughtful, unsure if the strategy would truly work. The boy with glasses voiced his doubt, insisting the plan could only succeed if executed perfectly. At that moment, the system delivered another notification to Seo Jun. It revealed that the mission assigned to Fatty had been completed, and with it came a reward of 30,000 won. Surprised, Seo Jun realized for the first time that each completed mission yielded payment. He reread the message for confirmation, and it was true. A new understanding struck him. Money meant he could issue more missions to his citizens, allowing them to level up. In other words, the more wealth he accumulated, the more power he could ultimately command. Closing his eyes, he considered this long-term advantage, though he resolved not to rely on it too heavily just yet. The system then informed him that Jun's trust level had reached 50 points, unlocking a new status, loyalty. With the threshold surpassed, Fatty transitioned from a mere resident into a vassal. The system displayed his updated stats: level 9, trust at 51, loyalty at 62, but with no awakened skills and no shared XP or currency. After analyzing the details carefully, Seo Jun chose to register Fatty as his first vassal. Immediately, a faint blue aura surrounded Jun, who began to feel a rush of changes within his body, sweat breaking out across his skin. The system confirmed the first vassal registration as successful, unlocking a new ability for Seo Jun, Summon Vassal, which allowed him to summon his vassal within his home. The skill carried a 2-hour cooldown. The system updated Jun's stats once more. He had jumped to level 20 and earned the title of First Servant. Alongside this, he awakened his first skill, Gorilla Strength, a Tier C passive ability that granted him immense physical power. Moreover, because of the First Servant title, all experience and gold Jun earned through hunting would now be shared with Seo Jun. Finally, the system revealed that Seo Jun could also summon his vassal using the Ultimate Eyes skill, provided the target was within a 5-meter radius of his home. Noticing a plus symbol beside Jun's level, Seo Jun tapped it and discovered an option to increase his vassal's level at the staggering cost of 1 million won. His eyes widened in shock. "That's absurdly expensive for a single skill," he muttered. His troubled expression drew attention from the woman at the table, who asked what was wrong. Seo Jun quickly brushed it aside, claiming it was nothing, before turning back to Jun. "How are you feeling?" he asked. All eyes shifted to Jun, whose veins pulsed visibly beneath his skin. "My strength, it's overflowing," he said with awe. Then, glancing at Seo Jun, he asked, "Was this your doing?" Seo Jun gave a firm nod of confirmation. Looking down at his hands, Jun remarked that it felt as though his body had become 10 years younger. With a proud smile, Seo Jun handed Fatty a bow, suggesting he join the rescue mission team. Fatty looked bewildered at the gesture, but Seo Jun explained that it was a sign of trust vassals earned double the rewards of regular citizens. In a commanding tone, Seo Jun instructed Fatty to defeat as many monsters as possible. Fatty nodded in agreement, prompting Seo Jun to smile once more, expressing his confidence in him. Outside the house, on the first floor, the rescue team began searching for survivors. A boy carrying a baseball bat questioned whether it was necessary to check the floor, but Han reminded him that it was Seo Jun's direct order. Their first mission was to locate every survivor in the building and lead them safely to the 30th floor. The crucial part of their task was to lure out a large number of goblins while rescuing as many survivors as possible. The boy with the bat acknowledged the plan, and the group pressed forward. Han raised his voice, urging the team to stay alert, warning them that goblins could appear at any moment and from any direction. Despite their vigilance, they had yet to encounter either survivors or goblins. As they continued, Han suddenly noticed something unusual. To their horror, several lifeless bodies lay sprawled across the ground, victims of the goblins. The sight filled the team with grief and fury, intensifying their hatred for the creatures. But there was no time to stop. With grim determination, they pushed on toward the second floor. The second floor was catastrophic. More bodies littered the ground, shocking the team as they made their way to the third. When they reached the next level, however, everything appeared unnervingly calm. The team leader knocked on doors, calling out in search of survivors. The others followed his example, knocking and shouting in hopes of a response. After several attempts yielded no results, the group lowered their heads, burdened by disappointment and sorrow. Still, the boy with the baseball bat refused to give up. He encouraged them to keep moving and head for the 4th floor. There, they resumed knocking on doors, announcing themselves as the rescue team. Suddenly, one door creaked open, revealing a man with a weary expression. "Are you really part of the rescue team?" he asked, his voice weak. He admitted that he was parched and begged for water. Han immediately pulled out a bottle and handed it to him. Still skeptical, the man asked again if they truly were from the rescue team. Han reassured him, explaining that as a resident of the building, he was helping lead all survivors to a safe location. The man seemed surprised by this. Closing the door for a moment, he reopened it shortly after, revealing 2 more people inside. Introducing himself as Hong Yang-soo, he declared that he would rely on them. Han introduced himself in return, expressing his hope for good cooperation. He then presented the girls on the team and instructed them to escort Hong Yang-soo and his family to the 30th floor before returning to continue the mission. Hesitant, Hong Yang-soo questioned the safety of the 30th floor, reluctant to leave. But his son admitted he had been waiting for a rescue, adding that there might even be a helicopter. One of the girls clarified there was no helicopter, but assured them that hot food and a proper bath awaited. Hearing this, Hong Yang-soo's son grew excited at the thought of a bath, even in the middle of an apocalypse. The girl chuckled and confirmed it would be a warm one. His daughter eagerly turned to him, pleading for him to stop hesitating and follow the team. Reluctantly, Hong Yang-soo gave in to his children's wishes. Shortly after, the system notified Seo-jun that the number of citizens had increased to 40. Along with this, their XP and gold rose to 90%. Later, it was shown that the mission had been a success. Several survivors were rescued, with the elderly and children taken to Fatty's house, where they were warmly welcomed. The younger survivors remained in the hallways. Han proudly confirmed that they now had a total of 40 people, with no one missing from the search. Seo-jun thanked everyone for their hard work before activating his skill, Absolute Eye. His eyes darkened to black as he carefully observed every movement among the citizens. He saw them carrying chairs, handling cables along the stairs, hauling ropes, and struggling to move a heavy object up the steps. When he ended the skill, his eyes returned to normal. With a smile, he turned to Han and said it was time to begin Phase 2 of the goblin hunting operation. In the hallway, Han gathered the group. Calling for focus, he began outlining the next stage of the plan. Everyone listened attentively as he explained that their first objective was to lure out the goblins hiding in the basement, beginning with the first underground level, B1. The team would split into 2 groups, working together to draw out and eliminate the goblins there before advancing to B2 to do the same. A boy wearing glasses raised his hand with a concern. He asked what they would do if the goblins appeared in greater numbers than expected, and whether fallen bodies on the floor might obstruct their escape if the creatures launched a counterattack. Han and the archer exchanged confident glances. They reassured him that they were more than prepared this time, since they now had plenty of arrows. The boy with glasses gave a nod, trusting in their assurance. Before the discussion could continue, a strange noise caught their attention. Everyone turned toward the sound to see 3 goblins rushing forward, ready to strike. The archer reacted instantly, drawing her bow and loosing 2 swift shots. Both arrows struck true, piercing the skulls of 2 goblins. The third was quickly dispatched by the man with the bat, who surged forward and crushed its head with a single brutal swing. The 3 bodies collapsed lifelessly. The boy with glasses frowned at the man with the bat, reminding him that he had previously claimed he would need a bow to fight goblins. The man gave a wry smile and admitted he had been wrong. Meanwhile, the archer gestured toward the fallen goblins, noting with curiosity that their bodies were already vanishing. The newcomer asked if this was another one of Seo-jun's abilities. Han dismissed the thought and declared the floor cleared, ordering the group to proceed to B1. Still unsettled, the newcomer remarked that he had expected Seo-jun to already have a solution for dealing with the bodies. At that moment, the system alerted them that the citizens' trust in Seo-jun was increasing. The perspective shifted to Seo-jun himself, calmly seated as he opened a bottle. A sequence of system windows appeared before him. He found the moment oddly satisfying, remarking to himself that it hadn't been intentional, but he was still keeping watch over everyone. Another notification appeared. Moon's trust had reached 50, unlocking loyalty. With loyalty surpassing 30, the conditions for registration had been met. Seo-jun was surprised by how quickly this had been achieved, but considered it a good sign. The faster progress came, the stronger their position would be. Sitting quietly, he reviewed Moon's stats, trust at 55, loyalty at an astounding 88, alongside other notable attributes. Though startled at first by the high loyalty, he accepted it with calm pragmatism. With an ironic smile, he pressed the button on the system window, completing the retention registration. Back on B1, the group was locked in combat with waves of goblins. In the midst of the battle, the newcomer suddenly began to radiate a blue light, reminiscent of what Fatty had displayed earlier. Clutching his bow, Moon was stunned as lightning crackled around him. The other members froze in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Even the goblins faltered, disoriented by the blinding brilliance pouring from Moon. In the darkness, his eyes glowed red. The goblins screeched, their vision overwhelmed by the radiant light, leaving them helpless. Han seized the moment, shouting that he didn't understand what was happening, but it was an opportunity they couldn't afford to waste. Immediately, part of the group pulled back to create distance, while others stayed in formation, launching arrows from afar. Both archers fired with deadly precision, aiming exclusively for the goblins' heads. The archer, her fury evident, unleashed a rapid maneuver, cutting down several more goblins in quick succession. Seeing the brutal scene unfold before them, the goblins erupted in fury and charged forward with renewed aggression. No matter how many had already been slain, their numbers only seemed to swell. As the group sprinted through the corridor, they quickly realized just how relentless their enemies truly were. The archer shouted, urging everyone to retreat toward the emergency stairwell. Meanwhile, the man wielding the baseball bat speculated that all the goblins from the B2 floor must have converged on their position. Reaching the stairwell, the group rushed upward in panic, none daring to glance behind. To buy them time, Han braced himself against the door, straining to hold it shut. A goblin forced its hand through the gap, mocking Han with a cruel taunt about holding it alone. At once, the boy with glasses and the man with the bat pressed against the door to help. But even together, the goblins' sheer numbers were overwhelming, and the door began to give way. Just when it seemed hopeless, a voice behind them promised aid. It was Fatty, activating the gorilla strength ability granted to him earlier by Xiaojun. Channeling that immense power, he stepped forward and, with astonishing might, forced the door shut against the horde. Han asked if he could manage, but Fatty urged them to climb, insisting that they hurry. Though his strength was superhuman, his face was drenched in sweat, every muscle straining as he bore the crushing weight of the assault. Determined, he declared that it was his responsibility, a duty he had to fulfill. Only once Han called out that everyone was safe did Fatty finally release the door and sprint after them. But misfortune struck. Halfway up the staircase, Fatty stumbled and fell hard. The goblins, quick to seize the opportunity, surged toward him. From the floor, Fatty shouted for the others to leave him behind and continue their escape. Han froze, torn with hesitation, when suddenly the boy with the baseball bat charged back down without a second thought. With a single devastating swing, he smashed the lead goblin aside and reached out, calling to June and urging him to hurry. Still scrambling on the ground, Fatty tried to crawl closer, but before he could reach safety, a goblin lunged and clutched his leg. In the blink of an eye, Fatty vanished, leaving behind nothing but empty space. His rescuer stood frozen, stunned into silence, unable to grasp what had just happened. But there was no time to dwell on it, the horde still advanced without pause. Another goblin leapt through the air toward him, but he swung his bat in a sharp arc, crushing it mid-flight. The others covered him from above with their bows, shouting desperately for Daku the boy with the bat to move faster. Han and the archer screamed in panic, urging him to hurry as the horde pressed ever closer. Clutching his weapon tightly, Daku ran with every ounce of strength he had, racing up the stairwell without daring to look back. Meanwhile, outside under the full moon, a monstrous bear-like beast prowled. Its glowing red eyes burned with hunger as it seized a goblin and devoured it alive, the creature's anguished screams piercing the night. Each crunch of bone and flesh radiated a sinister aura, and yet its hunger only grew. Blood dripped from its fangs as it growled, declaring its intent once again. From behind, unearthly screams echoed through the night, an unnatural sound that shattered the stillness. Turning, the beast fixed its gaze on the massive building ahead, the very one whose top floor still glowed with light. Its bloodlust swelled as it snarled, vowing to devour everyone inside. At that same moment, Fatty reappeared, tumbling out of a swirling purple portal. He hadn't died at all. Xiaojun had intervened, pulling him from danger with perfect timing. Fatty landed clumsily in what might have passed as a hero's pose, relief washing over him even as confusion clouded his mind. Xiaojun stood nearby, calm and composed, remarking with a slight smile, "That was close." Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, Fatty finally realized it wasn't an illusion. Xiaojun extended his hand to help him up, explaining that he had kept watch using his absolute eye ability, just in case something went wrong. Fortunately, His vassal summoning power had worked flawlessly, ensuring Fatty's survival. As Fatty tried to stand, a sudden sharp pain shot through his leg. Only then did he realize the goblin had managed to cut him during their brief struggle. The attack had happened so quickly that he hadn't even noticed until now. Xiaojun immediately asked if he was all right, but Fatty brushed off the concern, insisting that the wound would heal quicker than expected. Xiaojun, however, wasn't convinced. He noticed how few medical supplies he had left in his inventory and muttered that he needed to register some medicine to the system soon. He urged Fatty not to push himself and to wait a moment. Though slightly confused, Fatty agreed. Inside, Xiaojun searched through his belongings until he found a first aid kit. Holding it, he was struck with memories of his childhood, when his mother had often told him how vital medicine could be in moments like these. For a brief moment, he was lost in thought. Opening the kit, he realized it contained far more than he expected. Sitting on the floor, he examined the contents and muttered that his inventory only had 40 slots left. Yet there was still so much he needed to register. After a pause, an idea came to him. Instead of registering each medicine individually, he decided to register the entire kit at once. The system initiated the registration process, scanning the kit. A notification soon appeared, standard first aid kit value, 77,331. Without hesitation, Xiaojun accepted. Returning to the corridor, he brought the kit to Fatty, who couldn't help but notice Xiaojun's genuine concern despite barely knowing him. Kneeling down, Xiaojun asked to examine the goblin-inflicted wound. Fatty rolled up his pant leg, revealing a cut near his calf. With a pair of tweezers and a cotton ball, Xiaojun warned that he was about to disinfect the wound. He carefully dabbed the cotton onto the cut, working meticulously. Fatty winced at the sting but reassured him that he could endure it. A system notification appeared. Cho Hyungjun's trust and loyalty levels toward Xiaojun have increased. After cleaning the wound, Fatty quietly thanked him for the care. While packing the kit back up, Xiaojun voiced his concern for the others. Standing, he instructed Fatty to rest and explained that he had something important to take care of. Fatty nodded, agreeing to follow his leader's orders. Closing his eyes, Xiaojun focused and activated his ultimate eyes ability. His gaze darkened as he scanned the building, granting him sight of everything happening inside. Meanwhile, at the emergency stairwell, Daku, better known as Toji, the baseball bat wielder, was sprinting desperately from the relentless goblins. Arrows flew past him with uncanny precision as the archer provided cover, dropping goblins with perfect headshots. Han and the bespectacled fighter tried to hold off the horde, but they shouted in frustration that they could barely handle one goblin at a time, urging Toji to run faster. Toji pushed himself to his limits, yet the goblins chased with unyielding persistence. From behind an improvised barricade, the support team loosed arrows that whizzed dangerously close to him, but every shot struck true, thinning the pack at his heels. At last, Toji reached the bottom of the staircase and vaulted over the barricade. But in his moment of relief, two goblins lunged from behind, catching him off guard. Instinctively, the rookie Moon charged forward with a fierce shout, determined to protect his comrade. With one devastating blow from his bow at close range, he dispatched both goblins in an instant. Moon's expression hardened, his eyes glowing blue with determination. Without hesitation, he leapt back into the stairwell, plunging headlong into the swarm. Han stood frozen, stunned by the rookie's ferocity. Moon struck with rapid, precise blows, cutting down goblins one after another. His skill left Han and Toji staring in disbelief. Others watching from a distance muttered in awe, wondering aloud if Baingo Moon had always been this capable, calling his actions insane. From afar, Xiaojun observed calmly, remarking that the rookie was performing exceptionally well. The system interface appeared, displaying Moon's status, full name, Moon Bangingo. Title, Second Vassal. Confidence, 55. Loyalty, 88. Ability, Teleportation, consuming mental energy to move within line of sight. Energy cost increases with distance and number of companions. With a sly smile and darkened eyes, Seojin murmured to himself that registering Moon as a vassal had been a brilliant decision. Back at the stairwell, goblins were being mercilessly cut down by Moon. Every strike of his weapon landed with lethal precision, shattering their skulls one after another. Han quickly turned to Jana, the bespectacled man, and asked if the extension cord was ready. Jana, gripping it firmly, confirmed that it was. Han then checked on the water tank, and both the archer and the baseball bat wielder signaled that everything was prepared. Moon, realizing it was time to retreat, sprinted toward the barricade. Han shouted for him to hurry, and with a swift leap, Moon vaulted safely behind it. For a moment, the goblins believed the group had simply run away. But their confidence was shattered when a massive water tank appeared above the barricade and tipped over, releasing a torrent of water that drenched the stairwell and the goblins below. The creatures were confused at first, thinking it was only a desperate delay tactic. But Han shouted that the time had come, and Gianna flipped the switch. Electricity surged through the soaked stairwell, running along the wires they had laid in advance. The current ripped through the goblins, electrocuting them instantly. Seojin's system window lit up, notifying him that he had successfully hunted numerous goblins, including several as high as level 6 and 7. A second notification confirmed he had gained a huge amount of XP, over 300,000 deposited directly into his account. His skill level increased, and a new ability unlocked. As Seojin activated his Ultimate Eyes ability, a strange pressure overwhelmed him. A sharp pain coursed through his body, forcing him to writhe in agony. Suddenly, a wave of purple energy erupted from him, spreading rapidly across the building, through the stairwell, and even into the parking lot where more goblins were pursuing his friends. The energy functioned like a massive scan. His ability screen displayed hostile entities detected, commencing elimination. The goblins began convulsing, their bodies twisting unnaturally as they screamed. Then, in an instant, their forms ruptured and vanished without a trace. Another system alert appeared, confirming the elimination of additional goblins, again including several at higher levels. Yet not all of them had been destroyed. Some goblins were still chasing up the emergency stairwell. One of them suddenly froze, sensing danger. A chill ran down its spine as it turned its head. Behind it loomed an enormous shadow. Out of the darkness emerged a massive bear, its fangs glistening and its eyes glowing red. With a deafening roar, it lunged, sinking its teeth into the goblin's neck before it could even scream. The others turned at the sound of their comrade's death, only to see the bear savagely tearing into more of their kind. The beast ripped through them with its colossal claws and powerful jaws, striking down one, then another, then two more. But despite its ferocity, the goblins soon realized they had the advantage of numbers. They swarmed it, leaping onto its back, biting and clawing. The bear shook violently, throwing some off, but the relentless attackers clung to it. One goblin clawed near its eye, while another sank its teeth deep into its back. Surrounded, the bear swung with desperate strength, but it was overwhelmed. The goblins went for its face, aiming to blind it until suddenly, all of their heads exploded in unison, obliterated by Seojin's domain expansion. The bear staggered, confused but alive. A system notification appeared before its eyes, citizenship granted. Its massive frame began to shrink. The beast twisted unnaturally, its bones cracking as its body contorted. Slowly, its monstrous form peeled away, revealing the figure hidden within. At last, standing in place of the bear was a breathtaking woman, her brown hair flowing and her eyes sharp yet warm. Weakened from the brutal battle, she collapsed in the parking lot, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of goblins. Meanwhile, Seojin writhed in pain as he activated his ultimate eyes, scanning the area like a living surveillance system. His gaze fell upon the woman's unconscious body. He wondered who she was until the system revealed her identity. Yanju, level 33, with 9 trust points and an awakened rank ability known as Werebear. This power allowed her to transform into a beast, dramatically enhancing her physical strength and granting powerful regenerative abilities. Seo Jun's eyes widened in surprise. And a rank ability, this woman was no ordinary survivor. The system continued, announcing that both Dongdan and Hyen had reached 50 trust points, unlocking their loyalty. It also revealed that Daku's loyalty had reached 30, making him eligible to become a vassal. Without hesitation, Seo Jun registered him. Daku, now level 25 and officially the third vassal, possessed 52 trust points and 31 ability points. Upon awakening, he had gained a B-tier ability called Iron Knight, which granted him the power to summon full steel armor and a massive halberd. Deep in thought, Seo Jun analyzed the system. He realized that a vassal's level seemed to correspond to the rank of their awakened ability. Fatty, for instance, had awakened the strength of the gorilla, a C-rank ability, placing him at level 20. Daku's B-rank Iron Knight ability made him level 25, while Moon's A-rank teleportation had placed him at level 30. The pattern was undeniable. The rank of their abilities dictated their level. Yet one question lingered in his mind. Was the ability granted purely at random, like a roll of the dice? Moon had received an A-rank power despite only modest loyalty. If loyalty truly influenced it, then Fatty, whose loyalty was higher, should have awakened something stronger than a mere C-rank. The mystery deepened when he considered DXU, who possessed a B-tier ability despite having only 31 loyalty points. Seo Jun realized that understanding the conditions behind ability awakening was crucial. With the number of vassals capped at just 10, choosing individuals with the highest potential was vital. He also wondered if registering someone who had already awakened made any difference. The system clarified, awakened individuals were free to move between staircases, hallways, and elevators. Determined, Seo Jun approached the elevator, his ultimate eyes still active, his gaze darkening with focus. Meanwhile, Yeonju remained unconscious on the parking lot floor, her body surrounded by goblin corpses. Seo Jun summoned Fatty and instructed him to retrieve the woman from the second level and bring her safely back to their floor. Elsewhere, the team dismantled the electric trap they had set up. DXU, relieved after the goblins' sudden defeat, asked his companions why the creatures had exploded so abruptly. The bespectacled man suggested it was someone's doing. Han, sweating nervously, realized the truth: such overwhelming power could only belong to one person, Seo Jun. He remembered what Fatty had said the first time they met, that Jun was an enigma. He recalled the hot baths that had amazed the girls, the meals they enjoyed thanks to Seo Jun's abilities. The more Han reflected, the more unsettling the truth became. Jun's power was beyond anything he could comprehend. As Han coiled wires around his arm, he glanced at Moon, remembering how the once introverted man had completely changed after meeting Jun. The terrifying reality was clear: to be saved by Seo Jun was to be chosen by him. Back in the parking lot, the elevator reached the ground floor. Fatty rushed toward Yeonju, lifted her carefully, and carried her toward the 30th floor, exactly as Jun had instructed. Through the eyes of his ability, Seo Jun observed everything like a silent overseer. Meanwhile, Han's thoughts grew heavier. In this world, survival seemed to depend entirely on whether Seo Jun deemed you worthy. A memory flickered into view. A small toy car rolled across a park as a child laughed joyfully, calling for his mother to watch. The woman from the parking lot, Yeonju, smiled warmly at him, encouraging him with genuine affection. But as the boy stood and waved at his mother, a shadow appeared behind him. The mother's genuine smile twisted into a mask of horror. She froze, paralyzed by fear, as 3 vile goblins surrounded her son. The boy, innocent and unaware, simply waved at her with a smile. She tried to act, summoning all the strength she could muster, but her body refused to move fast enough. In a cruel instant, the goblins struck. Helpless, she could only watch as they attacked her child, the image of his final moments seared into her memory forever. All that remained behind was the small toy car he had been playing with. Trapped in this nightmare, Yeonju jolted awake, her chest heaving from the weight of the memory. Pain throbbed in her head as she turned and saw Seo-jun watching her. He called her name gently, extending his hand with a calm introduction, saying it was a pleasure to meet her. Ignoring his politeness, Yeonju immediately asked if he was the one responsible. Seo-jun faltered, caught off guard, uncertain of what she meant. She quickly clarified he knew exactly what she was talking about. The mysterious force that had made the goblins' heads explode. His hand trembled before he clenched it tightly, steadying himself. Then, with quiet resolve, he admitted it. Yes, he was the one. Yeonju's mind raced. Someone with such an indifferent expression had destroyed an entire horde in an instant. The thought was terrifying, but it also filled her with a fragile hope. If he possessed such immense power, then perhaps. She trembled as her emotions spiraled, finally breaking down into desperate pleading. Through her tears, she begged him to save her son. Just one day, she cried. Just one day to bring him back. Her voice cracked under the weight of unbearable grief as she looked at Seo-jun with eyes drenched in sorrow. It was the face of a mother who had lost everything. "I miss him so much," she wept, her words breaking into sobs. Seo-jun clenched his teeth, anger rising in him as he realized her child had been stolen by those wretched goblins. She shook uncontrollably, unable to even speak coherently through her cries. Frozen in place, he wondered if he was truly powerless to help. Then he made a decision. He opened the system and attempted to create a mission: slay 1,000 goblins. No time limit, no penalty for failure. The reward: her child's resurrection. But the system rejected it. His heart sank as the notification appeared. Resurrection was beyond his current ability. The system explained that such an act required immense power and resources. Another notification followed. There weren't enough funds to cover the cost of the resurrection mission's reward. Stunned, Seo-jun stared at the message, his jaw dropping. Was it truly possible? Could resurrection actually be achieved if he gathered enough money? Hope flared within him. Overwhelmed, he shouted at the system, demanding confirmation. Could he really bring someone back to life if the funds were secured? When he returned to himself, Yeonju was still weeping in despair. He realized he didn't even know what the cost might be. But the fact that the possibility existed ignited a new determination in him. "Yeonju," he called softly. She looked up, wiping her tear-streaked face. With a firm expression, he told her that he might be able to help. He explained that there could be a way to bring her son back. Relief washed over her features, though tears continued to stream down her face. Even a glimmer of hope was enough to steady her breaking heart. "Is it real?" she asked, clutching the bedsheet with trembling hands. "Or is this just another cruel joke?" "I would never joke about something like this," he replied, his tone solemn. "It's possible, but not yet. It will take time." She nodded, accepting his words with quiet resolve. "Tell me what I have to do," she whispered. "I'll do anything." Seo-jun considered their situation. Han's group already had Moon, Toji, and Fatty, each awakened and growing stronger. With Yeonju, a level 33 fighter, their team would be capable of handling nearly any monster. He decided the best path forward was to transform all 7 of his minions. His serious expression softened into a smile. "Come," he said, helping her to her feet. "There are people I want you to meet." Not long after, Han stepped forward and introduced himself. Yeonju, still holding her pain inside but trying to stay composed, returned the greeting with quiet politeness. She asks if he was the one throwing baseballs to hunt goblins, startling Han that she knows about it. Yeonju then turns to the archer, saying she recognizes her as well, since she had been shooting arrows at goblins. The archer is equally surprised and nervously asks how Yeonju knows her. With a growl, Yeonju mimics claws and bares sharp teeth, asking if they truly don't remember her, reminding them they had met before. Toji, the archer, and Han all look confused at her growling, while cute bear images flash in the background. To clear the confusion, Yeonju begins to transform. Fur gradually spreads across her body as she focuses, her bare form becoming more apparent. A snout and thick brown fur emerge, shocking the archer, who points at her in disbelief, asking if this is really happening. Standing before them now is a massive bear. The archer, still pointing, exclaims that this was the beast they saw in the alley earlier. Yanju laughs awkwardly, correcting her it's not a beast, but a bear, leaving the archer stunned. She explains that she had helped them deal with the goblins several times before, though they hadn't realized it. Han, staring at the giant bear before him, remarks that their meeting wasn't a coincidence. The bear woman confirms, saying anyone who opposes goblins is her ally. At that moment, Seo Jun arrives and interrupts, relieved that they are already acquainted. With a serious expression, he announces he has something important to share. After careful consideration, he declares they will execute the plan to rescue Moon's grandmother tomorrow. The group listens closely as he explains that goblin numbers have drastically decreased, making it the perfect chance to act. He adds that Fatty will sit out due to injuries and jokes that he borrowed Fatty's room since Fatty had lost his bed to the bear woman. Finally, he announces that Yanju will join them on the mission. Nervously, she thanks him and says it's a pleasure to meet everyone. Concluding the meeting, Seo Jun tells them to prepare for the morning. Filled with determination, the group agrees without hesitation. Afterward, Seo Jun calls Toji and Moon aside for a private conversation in the hallway, leaving them uneasy. Previously in our story, everything seemed under control until chaos struck. Fatty unlocked gorilla strength, saving the team from a horde of goblins, but just when it looked like he'd be crushed, Seo Jun pulled him back from death itself. Then came Moon, awakening his terrifying power, teleporting and striking down enemies like a phantom. But the real shock: a monstrous bear devouring goblins under the moonlight, only to transform into Yanju, a powerful survivor within a rank ability. Her plea to Seo Jun revealed something even darker: resurrection might actually be possible. With new allies, overwhelming powers, and a rescue mission ahead, what happens next will change everything. And if you don't want to miss the full videos of the latest parts, check the links in the description right now. Under the full moon's light, he asks if they know why he called them there. Startled, neither is certain, though both seem to have an idea. Toji hesitates, admitting he isn't sure, while Moon asks if it's about the powers they recently awakened. Jun smirks and confirms, saying it's indeed about their powers. He explains that both have awakened new abilities, leaving them stunned by his insight. Jun reveals that Moon's ability is teleportation, exciting Moon, who can't wait to master it. As for Toji, his ability is called Knight of Steel, which sparks his curiosity. Jun's tone shifts to seriousness as he emphasizes the importance of understanding their abilities before the mission. He opens the system screen to analyze their progress and issues them a challenge: demonstrate their newly awakened abilities within 1 hour. The reward is enhanced strength, while failure means sleeping in the corridor. The system confirms the mission parameters, intriguing Jun with these team-oriented challenges. Unable to contain himself, Toji blurts out in excitement, asking if it's really true that he awakened a new ability. Jun nods, confirming it. Toji's excitement surges, and he eagerly asks about the Knight of Steel. Jun explains that it allows him to summon a steel suit of armor and a halberd. Toji, still accustomed to his baseball bat, is full of questions, but before he can continue, a sudden blue light appears beside him. Moon's teleportation has activated. In an instant, Moon vanishes, leaving Toji stunned at how quickly he picked up the ability. For a few moments, Jun and Toji exchange wide-eyed glances, both speechless. Suddenly, Moon reappears in the corridor, landing a little unsteadily. Looking down at his hands, his face lights up with excitement as he marvels at his newfound power. Clenching his fist, he declared with determination, "With this power, rescuing my grandmother will be a breeze." The system immediately notified Seojun that Moon's confidence had risen, along with his loyalty. Overcome with gratitude, Moon bowed deeply to Jun, thanking him sincerely for everything he had done. The gesture caught June off guard, leaving him momentarily surprised. After regaining his composure, June urged Moon to pause and carefully evaluate the situation. "Even though you managed to use your powers," June explained, "going to your grandmother's house right now is impossible." Moon, confused, asked why that was the case. Patiently, June clarified that there was no guarantee Moon could fully control his ability yet. It may have worked once, but that didn't mean it would always succeed. "It's possible you just got lucky," June added, causing Moon to lower his head in disappointment at the realization that rescuing his grandmother would have to wait. Seeing his discouragement, June reassured him. "For now, we'll figure out the maximum range of your teleportation and whether there are any penalties for using it multiple times." Moon nodded silently in agreement. As their discussion continued, something unusual caught their attention down the corridor. Turning to investigate, they spotted a knight clad in gleaming steel armor, wielding a massive halberd. Toji's eyes widened in awe as he realized the sheer strength of his newfound power. Ecstatic, he marveled at how perfectly the weapon suited him. The system then notified June that Toji's confidence and loyalty had also increased. While Toji celebrated, testing the weight of the halberd with broad swings, June called Moon over. Pointing toward a nearby building, he asked if Moon could attempt teleporting to it. Moon studied the target carefully, gauging the distance and calculating the risk. After a pause, he turned to his leader and admitted, "I'm not sure I can make it, but I'll try." The system immediately issued a new mission: teleport to the rooftop of Building 113 within 3 minutes. The reward would be an upgrade to Moon's teleportation ability, while the penalty for failure was having to sleep outside. Focusing intently, Moon positioned his hands in a stance reminiscent of a Kamehameha, channeling his energy for the jump. In the background, Toji cheered enthusiastically, shouting encouragements. Moon steadied his thoughts, gathered his energy, and opened his eyes. In that instant, he vanished in a burst of brilliant blue light. The force of the teleportation was so strong that Toji instinctively shielded himself from the shockwave. Moments later, Moon reappeared on the rooftop, landing in a dramatic superhero pose. Relief washed over him as he realized the teleportation had succeeded. Waving to his friends across the distance, he shouted that everything had gone as planned. The system notified June, confirming the mission's success. Seojin exhaled deeply, smiling as he praised Moon for his impressive mastery. Moon basked in the moment, still waving happily. But then, without warning, his body faltered. His eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious on the rooftop, leaving him completely vulnerable. Both June and Toji froze in shock, their excitement replaced by sudden concern. Everything had been going so well until it hadn't. Acting quickly, June summoned a servant with his ability, retrieving Moon's unconscious body and bringing him back to the corridor. They laid him gently on one of the beds to rest. "Is he going to be okay?" Toji asked nervously. Studying the system's readout, June reassured him. "Yes, he's just unconscious. The teleportation drained too much energy from him. With enough rest, he'll recover." The system confirmed that Moon was healthy and in a deep sleep. "This probably happened because he's not used to using the ability yet," June added. Relieved, Toji let out a sigh and admitted he was glad to hear it. Without missing a beat, June turned his attention to Toji. "Now it's your turn," he said, surprising him with the sudden declaration. "Wait, my turn?" Toji asked, caught off guard. The system displayed his mission: perform 100 push-ups and 100 squats while wearing the steel armor. The time limit was 10 minutes. The reward would be increased strength, while the penalty for failure was sleeping outside. Without hesitation, Toji dropped into position and began his push-ups. Clad in heavy steel armor, every movement Toji made required immense effort. Sweat streamed down his face, dripping onto the floor as he pushed himself beyond his limits. Determined, he powered through the squats, completing the second half of the mission with gritted teeth and unshakable resolve. When he finally finished, Toji stood tall, exhausted but victorious, shouting, "Mission accomplished! I did it!" The system instantly confirmed his success, notifying Jun that Kongdaku, Toji, had cleared the mission. Breathing heavily, Toji leaned against the wall to catch his breath, while Jun observed him, deeply impressed. With such athleticism and resilience, it was no wonder Toji possessed extraordinary endurance. Suddenly, the system displayed something new and unfamiliar message. Jun's eyes narrowed as he muttered, "What's this?" studying the strange notification. Meanwhile, Toji asked, "Is that really all for the mission?" Jun nodded with a warm smile. "Yes. Great job. You can rest now." When the calculations finished, the system revealed a slight increase in Toji's strength. Grateful, Toji turned to Jun. "Thanks for taking the time to help us. I really appreciate it." Jun, still surprised by the unexpected notification, watched as Toji felt the change in his body. A fresh energy radiated from him. Clenching his fists, Toji smiled confidently. This reward changes everything. The next day, deep in a dark alley of Busausen, Han screamed desperately for everyone to run. The group scattered in panic as a vicious horde of goblins gave chase. But Toji didn't flee. He stopped, his fury blazing in his eyes, and turned to face them. Assessing the danger, he chose to act. The goblins, focused on their prey, were suddenly blinded by a brilliant light. As their vision cleared, they saw a towering figure in steel armor wielding a massive halberd. Without hesitation, Toji charged forward, impaling the nearest goblin in a single, devastating strike. He followed with a storm of diagonal slashes, cutting down goblins in rapid succession. Yet, despite the slaughter, the goblins pressed on, fueled by rage. Then, cunningly, they shifted their attack, bypassing Toji to target the vulnerable backline. In that instant, arrows rained down, piercing goblin skulls one after another. Toji spun around to see Moon with his bow drawn. "Don't worry," Moon called confidently. "I'll take care of the ones that slip past. Focus on what's in front of you." Gripping his halberd tighter, Toji turned back to the goblins, a smirk tugging at his lips. "Got it." His unwavering focus made the goblins hesitate. Fear spread through their ranks, and one by one, they began retreating. But before they could escape, a massive shadow emerged, a bare girl, her glowing red eyes piercing through the chaos. This was her grand entrance, ambushing the retreating goblins. Terrified, the goblins collapsed in despair, cursed by their own misdeeds. The group showed no mercy. Moon's arrows struck true, Toji's halberd crushed through bodies, and the bear girl's claws tore goblins apart. One by one, the monsters fell. Seizing the moment, Han shouted to Moon, "Now's your chance. Go!" Without hesitation, Moon sprinted toward his grandmother's house. "Thank you, Han," he called back, grateful for the opening his comrades had given him. At that moment, the system notified Seo Jun that Citizen Moon had completed his mission. A pop-up appeared, announcing it was evaluating Moon's completed tasks. Meanwhile, back in his room, Seo Jun sat with his Ultimate Eyes ability active, slurping on cup noodles as he watched the system's display. The evaluation finished quickly, awarding him a staggering 1,329,661 directly deposited into his shut-in wallet. Jun froze mid-bite, stunned by the sheer amount. This time, the reward wasn't stats or energy, it was actual money. Returning to his noodles, he reflected. When Toji finished his mission, the reward had been strength. Now, the system seemed to randomize the rewards. It makes sense, Jun thought. The harder the missions, the greater the rewards. The system chimed again, confirming Moon had cleared all his available missions for the day. It instantly began evaluating his rewards. Jun leaned back, still savoring his noodles, grinning as he muttered, "All right, let's see what it gives this time." The screen lit up with a shocking announcement: Jun had hit the jackpot. For clarity, the system explained, a jackpot is the maximum prize accumulated in games of chance like slot machines or lotteries. Jun froze in disbelief. paralyzed with anticipation. He stared at the glowing notification, waiting to see what reward such a jackpot could possibly bring. Cup noodles stuck in his throat, his eyes locked on the screen, unable to process the enormity of what was about to unfold. The system displayed the reward, a single skill point, granted as part of the jackpot. Upon reading the notification, Seo Jun's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was perfect. He could now decide exactly where to allocate the point. Meanwhile, back on the streets, Moon sprinted toward his grandmother's house with such incredible speed that a faint blue aura streamed behind him. As he drew closer, exhaustion began to weigh on him, sweat dripping from his forehead. His chest tightened with anxiety. What if something had happened to her? At last, the house came into view. It was a small, simple home, completely unprotected from monster attacks. No barriers, no defenses, just a fragile structure standing vulnerable in the chaos. Moon didn't hesitate. He rushed to the door, shoving it open, a deep fear clawing at his chest. Frantically, he darted through the rooms, calling out, "Grandma, where are you?" Finally, he reached the bedroom. His eyes widened in shock. There she was lying on a futon mattress, peacefully asleep, far calmer than he ever imagined she would be. Cautiously, he approached and placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Grandma," he whispered, shaking her lightly, desperate for a response. Slowly, her eyelids fluttered open. Her faint, drowsy voice broke the silence. "Who is there?" She reached out with frail fingers, brushing against his hand. "Moon, is that you?" At that moment, tears welled in his eyes. His chest tightened with overwhelming relief, and his vision blurred. He sobbed uncontrollably, trembling as the weight of fear melted away. Unable to restrain himself, he wrapped his arms around her in a desperate embrace, whispering apologies between sobs. "I'm sorry, Grandma. I'm so sorry it took me so long to come back for you." Despite his tears, the old woman smiled kindly and patted his back. "You're such a brave and kind boy, Moon. I knew you would come for me." At that exact moment, a system notification appeared before Seo Jun. Moon's loyalty had reached 100. He was now officially registered as a vassal, and the number of available vassal slots had increased. Jun squinted at the message, puzzled. "Huh? What's this?" Apparently, achieving a certain level of trust unlocked additional vassal slots. The system then displayed his current roster. Choi Hangjin, also known as Fatty, level 20. Moon, level 30. Kong Daku, also known as Toji, level 25. Scratching his chin, Jun blinked in surprise. "Wait, I can level them up too." Curious, he tapped the plus sign next to Moon's name. A new notification appeared. Insufficient funds to level up. Another window followed, listing the requirement, 100 million to upgrade Vassal Moon. Jun's jaw nearly hit the floor. His fists clenched tightly. 100 million? That's insane, just for one vassal. Frustrated, he rubbed his temples, then sighed, running a hand through his hair before lightly punching the table. "I'm sorry, Moon. I'll make it up to you by giving you missions every single day." Just then, a noise broke his thoughts. The elevator was moving. His senses sharpened instantly, his brow furrowing. Who the hell could that be? My comrades are still out fighting goblins. Narrowing his eyes, he activated Ultimate Eyes. His pupils darkened as his vision expanded, scanning the entire building. Two people stood outside one of the apartment doors, a man and a woman. The man carried a box on his shoulder while the woman knocked, asking if anyone was inside. Something felt off. Their expressions weren't exactly friendly, and the dark circles under their eyes suggested exhaustion or something more sinister. Jun immediately recognized the apartment. Inside was Fatty's wife. From the other side of the door, she hesitated. Hearing the voices, she cautiously called out, "Who is it?" Believing the situation urgent, she made a quick decision and opened the door. Standing before her was a young woman who greeted her with a bright smile. "Hello, I'm Kim Dabin," she said cheerfully, before gesturing toward the man beside her. "And this is my younger brother, Kim Miho. We live in Unit 1701. Curious, Fatty's wife asked what brought them there. The girl let out a weary sigh, explaining that she had come because she desperately needed help. Confused, Fatty's wife wondered what kind of help she meant until, with a sudden burst of desperation, the girl practically shouted, "Would it be possible for you to let me take a shower?" Fatty's wife froze, completely caught off guard. Her jaw dropped. Of all the things she expected to hear, this was the very last. Still trying to process it, she blinked in disbelief and asked if she had heard correctly. "Did you really just ask to take a shower? And that's all you need?" The girl nodded eagerly. "Yes, that's all. I just want a shower." Relieved that the request was nothing complicated, Fatty's wife let out a small chuckle and gestured for them to come inside. "Well, that's easy enough. Come in." The two entered, expressing their gratitude. The man, still carrying a box on his shoulder, thanked her as well before asking where he should set it down. Curious, Fatty's wife asked what was inside. As he placed it on the floor, the girl, still full of gratitude, explained that it was just canned food and miscellaneous supplies. The man opened the box, revealing a variety of canned goods, exactly as she had said. Seeing this, Fatty's wife smiled warmly and thanked them, assuring them that they didn't need to go through all that trouble. The girl waved it off. "It's nothing, really. If you think about it, I just walked into a stranger's home and made a pretty strange request." Just as she finished speaking, something caught her eye. Turning her head slightly, her gaze landed on the bows neatly lined against the wall beside Toji's baseball bat. Unable to contain her curiosity, she asked, "Do these bows and that bat belong to the owner of this apartment?" The question took Fatty's wife by surprise. After a short pause, she shook her head. "No, actually, they don't belong to the apartment's owner. The real owners live in another unit, but, well, it's complicated to explain." The girl nodded in understanding. "I see." Watching quietly, Seo Jun deactivated his ability, noting to himself that they didn't seem like bad people. His gaze shifted toward the window, and he muttered under his breath, "I'll go check it out later." After a moment's thought, he added, "I also need to talk to them. Maybe they'd be willing to help rescue survivors in the nearby apartments." Before he could think further, a sudden system notification appeared before his eyes. "You have successfully hunted a red tiger." A second notification followed immediately. "You have gained a large amount of XP." Then another, 39,783. 21 has been deposited into the Ultimate Shut-In's wallet. And finally, one more, your skill level has increased. You have acquired a new ability. Jun stared at the series of notifications, his eyes widening in shock. What? What just happened out there? He hadn't been watching for long. How could so much change in such a short span? Forcing himself to reactivate Ultimate Eyes, he pushed his ability to the limit despite the strain. Outside, the battlefield was anything but calm. Han, the archer, and the man with glasses were all lightly wounded. Lying motionless before them was the massive corpse of the red tiger, and beside it, the werebear was badly injured, struggling to move. The rest of the group stood frozen, uncertain of what to do next. Jun observed silently, but a wave of unease swept over him. His stomach twisted, and his chest tightened as dread clawed at him. What the hell just happened? Suddenly, searing pain ripped through his body. His muscles spasmed, cold sweat poured down his face, and an invisible weight crushed his chest. He groaned in agony, barely able to stay upright. Another system notification appeared. You have discovered individuals eligible to receive citizenship. Through the pain, Jun struggled to process the message. There are still people who aren't citizens yet. His breath was ragged, but he forced himself to speak. System, grant them citizenship. Instantly, another message appeared. A list of names flashed across the screen. Citizenship has been granted. Then another alert followed. You have officially reached 50 citizens. A second message came immediately after. The amount of XP and money citizens can earn has increased by 100%. But the system wasn't done yet. A final notification appeared before his eyes, one that caught him completely off guard. As the number of citizens has reached a specific threshold, all citizens have unlocked a new ability, Power of Trust. Jun stared at the words, his mind racing. Power of Trust. What does that even mean? Even as confusion lingers in his mind, Jun's thoughts drift back to the battlefield. His jaw tightens. Did anyone get seriously hurt? On the streets, Moon staggers forward, slightly wounded and struggling for breath as he carries his grandmother on his back. The others are battered as well, running desperately while covering Toji, who bears the injured werebear woman in his arms. Seeing this, Jun quickly realizes the situation outside is far worse than he imagined, and of all people to be critically wounded, it had to be the werebear. As the group pushes forward, a horde of goblins suddenly blocks their path. Immediately, the rearguard lets loose a volley of arrows, thinning the swarm and clearing the way. The archer, eyes fixed ahead, can't help but notice the man with glasses fire an impossibly precise shot. How the hell did you pull that off with just one arrow? She blurts out, wide-eyed. The man looks just as bewildered. I honestly have no idea. As they keep moving, something strange begins to dawn on them. For some reason, my body feels lighter, the archer mutters. Han, running beside her, nods in agreement. Yeah, I just realized I'm not even out of breath anymore. Back with Jun, the system finally offers an explanation. Power of Trust, a passive ability that increases all stats by X%, where X equals the trust level of each citizen. Jun freezes, staring at the message in disbelief. This skill didn't even exist before. How the hell is it this strong? Then it hits him. Every member of his group has at least 50 trust points or more. That means their stamina, reflexes, strength, everything has naturally risen by 50%. At that moment, Moon's expression shifts as though he's realized something as well. A hunch tells him this sudden boost must be one of Jun's new powers. Then, another system message arrives. Both girls have surpassed 30 loyalty points. They are now eligible to be registered as vassals. Without hesitation, Kim commands the system to register them. The instant it happens, the two women freeze in place, their bodies tingling as raw power floods through them. The system follows up with an update. Kim Gaeng level 20, skill acquired piercing. Yu Hai Rin level 25, skill awakened poisonous mist. Brimming with newfound strength, the two women turn back to face the goblins. The archer steadies her bow, draws, and releases. Her shot, once always a flawless headshot, now behaves differently. The arrow doesn't stop at a single goblin, it ricochets, tearing through several at once. What just happened? She gasps, furrowing her brows. The system quickly responds. Piercing a Tier C skill. Uses mental energy to fire penetrating arrows. Jun watches with folded arms, analyzing the information. Now that he understands the ability, he immediately issues a command. Mission created. The archer must eliminate 10 goblins using piercing within 10 minutes. Reward, increased proficiency. Penalty for failure, fatigue. While processing this, his attention shifts to the other ability, Poisonous Mist. Unlike piercing, this one is far more dangerous. Though only a B-rank skill, using it carelessly could endanger the entire team. Jun exhales sharply. I'll deal with it later when the time comes. Moments later, another system alert arrives. The mission is complete. 10 goblins eliminated. But then comes a disappointment. Maximum missions for the day reached. Jun sighs. The rewards weren't particularly impressive this time. Still, with the battle outside finally calming, he decides to focus on the citizens in the lower floors. Activating ultimate eyes, he scans the corridors. His gaze locks on a man walking calmly through the halls, hands tucked in his pockets, heading toward the bathroom. He's collecting water. Jun realizes, smart. He has good instincts, gathering supplies before they run out. Shifting his vision elsewhere, he spots a man and woman sitting together, preparing to eat. Observing them for a moment, Jun notes something important. They're already capable of securing food and water on their own. But in another corner of the building, something unexpected catches his eye. A woman lies motionless on the floor inside a room. Without hesitation, Jun bolts toward her as the system flashes an update. Kim De-young, trust level 18. Ability, healing awakened. Jun's heartbeat pounds in his chest. Healing. His eyes flicker between the system message and the unconscious woman. The description is clear: she can heal wounds, the first healer they've found, and they desperately need her. Urgency surges through him. He has to help her. Without stopping to think, Jun sprints down the hall, determined to reach her no matter what. He arrives at the door of the room where she collapsed, breathing hard from the run but quickly regaining his composure. Reaching for the knob, he tries to turn it slowly, hoping for an easy entry. But the handle refuses to budge. The door is locked from the inside. His expression hardened, frustration weighing on him. He takes a step back, shoulders slumping slightly as he realizes he has no way in. Just as he begins to consider another option, the system interrupts him with a new notification. Jun's eyes widen. A skill newly acquired right at this crucial moment. Invisible Hand, Level 1. The description says it allows him to summon and control an unseen hand at will. He clenches his fists, determination flaring within him. The timing is absurd, yet undeniable. Silently, he thanks whatever force granted him this power. Closing his eyes, he focuses entirely on the locked door, willing it to yield. He envisions himself breaking the lock, commanding it to give way. When his eyes open again, his vision has taken form. A bolt cutter, forged entirely from the strange energy he has come to rely on, floats before him. Without hesitation, he grips the tool. Its cold weight feels solid in his hands, confirming it is real. Positioning it against the lock, he applies pressure. A sharp snap echoes through the hallway as the lock breaks cleanly. With one swift motion, Jun pushes the door open and rushes inside. The dimly lit room reveals the woman lying still on the floor. Up close, her eerie stillness chills him. Kneeling beside her, Jun gently shakes her shoulder, his voice firm yet controlled as he urges her to wake up. There's no response. Unease coils inside him. He scans her condition, searching for injuries, but what he finds instead makes his stomach sink. Her skin is pale, her lips cracked and dry. Severe dehydration. His mind races. Dehydration at this level is life-threatening. She needs help immediately. His eyes dart around the room, desperate for anything that might stabilize her. Then he sees it: water. The discovery halts him in confusion. Water is present, yet she is still in this state. The contradiction unsettles him, sending a shiver down his spine. But there's no time to dwell on mysteries. Right now, saving her is all that matters. Forcing himself to stay focused, he calls up the system interface. A single thought drives him. There's one chance, one way this might work. Jun quickly assigns her a mission, a simple, vital task. The mission objective: breathe. The reward: immediate recovery from dehydration. The system processes the command, deducting 10,001 as the activation cost. Almost instantly, a soft blue aura envelops the woman's body. Jun watches closely, his pulse racing as the energy courses through her. Then, faint sounds escape her lips, a weak, breathy murmur, but proof that she is stirring. Relief floods through him. It worked. Slowly, her eyelids flutter open, her gaze hazy and unfocused. A blurred figure hovers before her, his voice gentle as he asks if she is awake. Her mind struggles to catch up, her voice frail and confused as she demands to know who he is and why he is in her room. Straightening, June meets her eyes and introduces himself, explaining that he lives in the unit above hers. She blinks, her exhaustion clouding her comprehension. Still lying on the floor, she presses again, asking how he entered. June does not hesitate. He tells her the truth that he saw she was unwell and forced his way in by breaking her door. Silence follows, heavy and uncomfortable. Then, her breath catches. Tears well up and spill down her cheeks without warning. She doesn't speak, only cries, as though the weight of everything she had endured has finally collapsed upon her. Her hands rise to hide her face, shoulders trembling as she struggles to contain herself. June watches closely, sensing that her reaction comes from something far deeper than mere exhaustion. Taking a breath, he calls her name Kim De-young, his tone both firm and gentle. Slowly, she pushes herself up from the floor, still shaken. He apologizes for his intrusion, for barging into her life so suddenly, but insists he needs her help. His urgency makes her pause, even as distress lingers in her tear-filled eyes. Her lips, cracked from dehydration, part slightly as she listens. June wastes no time. He explains that one of his allies is severely injured. The words hang in the air as De-young turns toward him, struggling to process what he just said. Silence stretches between them. Her mind races. His ally, someone gravely hurt. Why is he telling her this? Why her? Fear stirs in her chest. He wants her to save someone, but she doesn't even know him. Her hands tremble as they rest in her lap. The request feels absurd, impossible. He has placed his trust in the wrong person. Then, a chilling thought strikes her. How does he know she's a nurse? She never told him, and no one in this building should know. Unease washes over her. Yet despite her doubts, his words carry no malice, his gaze no ill intent. Something about his plea feels genuine. Though hesitant, she makes her decision. She must see for herself. Turning fully to face him, suspicion still in her eyes, she swallows her fear and agrees to help. Her voice is weak, but steady as she asks where he intends to take her. Instead of answering, June opens the system interface, his fingers moving quickly across the translucent screen. He assigns her a mission: heal the wounded werebear using her magic within 1 hour. The reward promises improvement, and to his relief, there is no penalty. Determination flashes in his eyes. He must save the werebear, no matter what. He turns back to De-young, telling her to rest for now. He will personally bring the injured to her. He urges her to find something to ease her dehydration. But before she can fully absorb his words, something utterly impossible happens. From thin air, oranges begin to materialize, bright and vivid, falling before her eyes. De-young gasps, her breath catching as several fruits tumble to the floor. For a long moment, she simply stares, stunned into silence. Then, snapping back, she raises a trembling hand and points at the impossible sight in front of her. "What is this?" Her voice trembles as she demands an answer. Jun, realizing how bizarre this must seem to her, quickly apologizes. But De-young isn't satisfied. Her heartbeat pounds in her ears as she watches more oranges drop into existence. Where are these coming from? How is this happening? What kind of person is this man? Before she can demand further explanations, Jun simply turns his back to her. A slight smirk plays on his lips as he tells her he'll explain everything later, once things have calmed down. With that, he walks away, leaving her kneeling on the floor in disbelief. He exits the room with a final request. He reminds her that she is still weak, that her body needs to recover, and he insists she prioritize her own rest. As soon as Jun is gone, De-young lowers her gaze to the scattered oranges. Slowly, she reaches out and picks one up. The texture, the weight, the coolness against her fingertips, it all feels real. She squeezes the fruit gently, expecting it to vanish like an illusion, but it remains solid in her grasp. A shiver runs down her spine. "What is this?" she mutters to herself, still overwhelmed and wondering if she's dreaming. Never in her life has she seen anything like this. Meanwhile, Jun wastes no time. He rushes back to his shut-in apartment, moving with quick, determined strides. His mind is already focused on helping his allies outside as fast as possible. The system chimes with a notification. The healer's trust level has increased. He stops for a moment, narrowing his eyes at the message. She hadn't trusted him before, that much was obvious, but now it seems her perception of him has changed, even if only slightly. Still, it isn't enough for him to let his guard down. Trust takes time, and honestly, he can't blame her. If someone broke into his home out of nowhere, he wouldn't trust them either. Shaking his head, he steps onto the balcony, his gaze drifting downward. His thoughts remain heavy, but then something makes his entire body freeze. His blood runs cold. A massive, ferocious red tiger is charging through the streets, its powerful limbs propelling it forward with terrifying speed, and it's chasing his allies. Jun's breath catches as he sees them below, running for their lives. Desperation is written across their movements as they scramble to escape, but the monstrous beast closes in, its deadly fangs gleaming under the dim light. Then, as if things couldn't get worse, another red tiger appears. A second ferocious beast, separate from the one that had already fought the werebear woman and left her gravely wounded. Down below, chaos unfolds. The massive red tiger prowls menacingly, striking fear into the hearts of the remaining group members, who are now running desperately, not daring to look back. Fear grips them entirely, their survival instincts pushing them forward. Amidst the frantic escape, Hyern, the girl who had received the power of poison, missteps. Her foot twists unnaturally, pain exploding through her leg as she collapses onto the hard ground. A sharp, involuntary cry of agony escapes her throat. Both the archer woman and Han immediately stop in their tracks, their faces contorted with panic. Their eyes dart back to her, calling out her name in desperation. Gritting her teeth, Hyern struggles to push herself up, trying to fight through the pain. But her body is beyond exhaustion. Her limbs are heavy, refusing to obey. No matter how much she wills herself to move, she can't. The archer's voice rings out, a raw scream of distress. The enormous red tiger is already preparing to strike, its muscles coiled, eyes locked onto Hyern like a predator savoring helpless prey. It lunges just as she finally staggers back to her feet, still unaware of how close the beast truly is. Her mind is occupied by something else, perhaps a last-ditch plan, perhaps sheer disbelief at her predicament. Then, at last, she turns her head. In that instant she understands, the beast is right there. The realization crashes into her like a tidal wave, swallowing her whole. A cruel truth settled into her bones. There was no escape. For a brief, soul-crushing moment, she stopped resisting. The fight drained from her eyes, and she surrendered to the inevitable. She stood still, bracing for the end, waiting for the red tiger's jaws to clamp down and rip her apart. And then, in a sudden flash of light and violet smoke, she was gone. The tiger's gaping maw snapped shut on empty air. A growl rumbled deep in its throat, confusion flickering through its burning eyes. It didn't understand what had just happened. A heartbeat ago, its prey had been right there and now vanished. The frustration of the failed kill sent the beast into a deeper fury. At the same moment, Hyern reappeared, disoriented, drenched in sweat, her breath ragged and uneven. Her mind reeled as she tried to comprehend what had just occurred. Had she died? Was this the afterlife? Pain surged through her limbs, sharp and unrelenting, reminding her that she was still very much alive. That was when she saw him. Jay. He was standing there watching her closely. It had been too close. A fraction of a second later, and she wouldn't have survived. The weight of that realization pressed down on him. Hin, still trembling, looked up at him, but no words came. She was too exhausted, too overwhelmed to speak. Meanwhile, outside, the others were still running for their lives. Jun took a deep breath, his mind racing. At the very least, he had bought them some time. One less person in immediate danger meant the group below had a slightly better chance of escaping. Then his system screen flashed with a new notification. He had discovered individuals who met the criteria to be granted citizenship. The system prompted him, did he wish to approve their citizenship? Before he could process this, another sudden movement caught his eye. Moon appeared using his teleportation ability to warp into the apartment, carrying his grandmother in his arms. As soon as he landed, he turned to June. His expression frantic, his breathing unsteady, but his grip on the elderly woman remained firm as he pleaded for June to take care of her. Jun glanced at Moon, then at the frail woman in his arms. The concern in Moon's eyes was unmistakable, but Jun's mind was already occupied with something far more urgent. Raising a hand, he told Moon to wait. There was a bigger problem right now. Moon parted his lips, ready to argue, ready to demand an explanation. But then he looked at Jun's face, at the seriousness in his expression, and he understood. Whatever Jun was dealing with, it was far worse than he had realized. Without another word, Moon nodded. He could tell that at this moment his grandmother was not the priority. Down below, the relentless red tiger was still in pursuit, refusing to let up. It chased the remaining group members without mercy, its predatory instincts fully awakened. Jun clenched his fists, forcing himself to focus. He needed to act. Activating his new ability Invisible Hand, he made a decision. That tiger needed to die, and he had to find a way to kill it. Down in the streets, the archer, Han, and Tojai, who was still carrying the injured werebear, kept running. But no matter how hard they pushed themselves, the red tiger was catching up. Han risked a glance over his shoulder, his stomach twisting with dread. If this continued, they were all going to be devoured. He had to do something. Instinct took over. Without a second thought, Han skidded to a stop, planting his foot firmly on the ground. His fingers tightened around one of his baseballs. His heart pounded in his chest as he raised his arm, channeling everything he had into one throw. A faint blue glow began to radiate around him, intensifying with each passing second. He poured everything into it. Then he hurled the ball with all the force he could muster. It soared through the air, cutting through the night like a bullet. For a moment, hope flickered. Maybe, just maybe, it would hit. But in the blink of an eye, the tiger dodged. The ball shot past it, colliding uselessly with the ground. A low, guttural growl rumbled through the air. Then the red tiger threw back its head and roared, a deafening sound that reverberated through the city streets, a declaration of its dominance. The archer's voice rang out in terror as she screamed for Han, begging him to run. But it was too late. The red tiger, eyes gleaming with lethal intent, lunged at him, teeth bared, claws outstretched. Han gritted his teeth, knowing he was out of time. There was nothing he could do to stop it. But there was one thing he could still do, a single desperate choice. He turned his head and shouted for his friends to keep running. Then, without hesitation, he broke into a full sprint in the opposite direction. If he could lead the tiger away, even if it cost him his life, then at least the others might make it out alive. His chest heaved, his legs burned. Every step was fueled by sheer willpower. But deep down he knew this could be the end for him. And still, he ran. As he approached a parking lot, hoping against all odds that goblins or some other kind of monster would appear to distract the red tiger, Han continued with all the strength he had left. But the relentless beast was far too close. It was undeniable now this was truly the end for him. While sprinting, he risked a glance over his shoulder. His breath caught in his throat as he saw the enormous, glistening fangs of the red tiger, massive, sharp, and deadly. They were a testament to the inevitable doom awaiting him. At that moment, his gaze locked with the tiger's, and an unspoken understanding passed between them. This was it. There was no escape. His fate was sealed. Just when all hope seemed lost, when every fiber of his being prepared to accept his tragic demise, something unexpected happened. A strange, pulsating purple force suddenly materialized and coiled tightly around the red tiger's neck. It appeared out of nowhere, wrapping around the beast with impossible speed and intensity. In an instant, the force pulled downward with overwhelming strength, slamming the tiger's head into the ground. The impact was so powerful the pavement beneath them cracked and shattered, debris flying in every direction. The tiger let out a guttural snarl, struggling against the mysterious force. Its powerful limbs clawed at the ground, trying to regain stability, but the unseen energy was relentless. Slowly, its paws lifted off the ground, its body suspended as if an invisible hand were hoisting it up. The purple force constricted tighter around the tiger's throat, squeezing the life out of it. This wasn't a natural occurrence. This was someone's doing. And Han, frozen in shock, knew exactly whose work it was. Without doubt, this was Jun's power. Moments later, the archer woman and the bespectacled man arrived, their breaths ragged from the exhausting chase. They had rushed there, fearing for Han's safety, but what they found left them speechless. Their eyes widened as they saw the red tiger writhing in agony, its body dangling helplessly under the crushing grip of the mysterious force. As the archer took in the scene, a system screen suddenly appeared before her, glowing softly in the dim light. She hesitated briefly, then focused on the text. Her expression shifted instantly. Shock flashed across her face before she took a deep breath, regaining composure. With newfound calm, she turned to her companions and stepped forward. High above, Jun observed everything with sharp, calculating eyes. There was no need for him to intervene further. He had already done what was necessary. Now, as long as Gaang, the archer, landed the final blow, he would receive 4 times the loot. Below, the red tiger, still trapped and gasping for air, thrashed desperately in a futile attempt to escape. But its fate was sealed. The archer, understanding the significance of the moment, prepared her most crucial shot yet. The tiger's fiery gaze turned to her, desperation clear in its glowing eyes. It pleaded for mercy, seeking even the faintest hope of survival. But the woman before it held no sympathy. Her expression was one of cold resolve. Mercy was not an option. Not for this wretched beast. She pulled back her bowstring, channeling an intense blue aura into her arrow. The pressure from the charged shot was immense, making the very air tremble. With a swift, decisive motion, she released. A powerful gust of wind exploded outward as the arrow soared, cutting through the night like a spear of vengeance. The instant it struck, a system notification flashed before Jun's eyes. You have successfully hunted a level 28 red tiger. You have gained a significant amount of experience points. 2311, 7761 has been deposited into your shut-in wallet. As the tiger's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground, another notification appeared, highlighting the group's growing dynamics. Team trust and loyalty levels have increased. Shortly after, another notification followed. Han's loyalty level has exceeded 30. He now meets the requirements to be registered as a vassal. A satisfied smile spread across Jun's lips. Everything had gone exactly as planned. He nodded to himself and selected the prompt to accept Han's registration. Moments later, the scene shifted to another part of the building where someone was being healed. It was the healer, the woman who had previously collapsed in exhaustion within one of the rooms. Now fully conscious, she focused her energy, her hands glowing faintly as she tended to the wounded. The injuries of the others faded rapidly under her care, not even leaving scars behind. The first person she prioritized was the werebear woman, whose body had suffered severe damage during the brutal encounter with the red tiger. Jun, watching from afar, reflected on the sheer luck they all had, himself included, in having found a healer in a situation like this. Han approached, still catching his breath. Without wasting any time, Jun turned to him and asked what had happened below, particularly why the red tigers had suddenly appeared. Han, his voice still carrying traces of exhaustion and gratitude, explained that the location where Moon's grandmother's house had once stood was likely a territory belonging to the red tigers. They had managed to take one down, but another had soon appeared, proving that the area was far more dangerous than they had assumed. Hearing this, Jun processed the information carefully. It made sense. There was no reason to believe that only goblins would inhabit this region. And now that he thought about it, There hadn't been any goblins in this area at all. That meant the goblins had probably already invaded the nearby buildings. If that was the case, Moon's grandmother would not have been safe if she had remained inside. Ironically, the only reason she had survived was that she had unknowingly been within the Red Tiger's territory. Jun exhaled slowly, shaking his head. The sheer luck involved in this ordeal was extraordinary. Just then, another system notification appeared before him. Healer's performance is being evaluated. 121 has been deducted for the mission. The healer let out a relieved sigh upon realizing her task had been successfully completed. Seeing her reaction, Jun stepped forward and acknowledged her efforts, telling her she had done a great job. But she quickly waved off his praise and instead asked if she could finally return home. Before anyone could respond, a voice interrupted. Wait a moment. It was Fatty, who had finally reappeared after resting from the ordeal. Scratching the back of his head, he looked around awkwardly before addressing the group. I know this might not be the best time, but are you guys seriously planning on gathering in my apartment all the time? Jun turned his attention to Fatty and, for the first time, truly took in the number of people currently occupying the space. Realization dawned on him, and at that moment, everyone wore equally amused and sheepish expressions. With a small chuckle, Jun reassured him. There was no need to worry, he had already made arrangements. Unit 2901 was currently unoccupied. Electricity, water, and every other necessity for daily life would be provided, and they were free to live there. Upon hearing this, the group erupted in joy. Jun also called out to Dabin and informed her that Units 21101 and 21102 were also unoccupied. He promised to ensure electricity was supplied to those units and asked her to notify the other survivors, letting them know they could use the bathrooms and showers in those apartments. Dabin and her brother exchanged glances before nodding, assuring him they would handle it. Jun then added that out of the 2 available units, Dabin and her brother were welcome to claim one for themselves. The unexpected offer left both of them stunned, their jaws practically dropping in disbelief. Jun remained composed and instructed them to inform the other survivors that they could take the remaining unit. After settling that matter, Jun shifted the conversation. He had a favor to ask. Dabin, still somewhat taken aback, encouraged him to go ahead. Without hesitation, Jun stated that he wanted her to become the messenger between himself and the rest of the survivors. Dabin paused, furrowing her brows in confusion. She repeated his request, asking if she had heard him correctly. Did he really mean messenger? Jun, completely serious, confirmed it. He then laid out the details of his plan. She was to inform everyone that whichever team managed to eliminate 100 goblins the fastest would be rewarded with an empty unit of their own. In addition to securing a place to live, the winning team would also receive essential supplies, unlimited electricity, running water, gas, and food. But there was more. Jun clarified that if the winning team agreed to take in 10 additional survivors, those individuals would also gain access to the same benefits. For a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room grew heavy with tension. The weight of his words settled over them, and everyone grasped the implications. As if anticipating their concerns, Jun added one final note. Dabin should inform them that the distribution of benefits might take longer depending on which floor their new residence was located. As he watches their reactions, Jun contemplates his next move. From this point forward, he realizes every decision will be like moving pieces in a strategic game of chess. Only those who prove their worth will receive the resources they need. At that moment, a system notification appears before him. A new quest materializes, an official mission to hunt down goblins. The quest has a strict time limit of 168 hours, a modest reward of experience points, and a harsh penalty for failure, being barred from using any shared facilities. A final message flashes before his eyes. Will you grant this quest? Yes or no? After that, all the residents Jun had helped began hunting goblins. Outside, one of them was desperately running for his life, chased by an enormous horde. His breath was ragged, his legs burned with exhaustion, but he had no choice except to keep moving forward. The goblins shrieked in rage as they pursued him, their eyes glowing with savage hunger. The young man in the red jacket was already drained, regret gnawing at him. He cursed himself for getting into this situation, but kept repeating in his mind that he just needed to endure a little longer. Ahead, he spotted a door leading into the parking lot, his last hope of survival. Behind him, the goblin's sharp claws reached out, nearly catching him. At the last second, the young man threw himself forward, sliding across the ground in a desperate dive. His body barely squeezed through the doorway before the goblins could reach him. Gasping for air, he screamed for the others to attack immediately, his voice breaking with panic as he warned them it was a trap. 3 members of the group, armed with spears, stepped forward with calm determination. They acknowledged the man's efforts, commending him for luring in more goblins than expected. Without hesitation, the spearmen began their assault, their weapons thrust forward in sharp, practiced movements, piercing goblins before they could force their way inside. Some goblins, already wounded, stumbled back, while others pushed forward in wild fury. One by one, they were cut down, bodies flung backward with each powerful strike. Realizing their disadvantage, a higher-ranked goblin let out a commanding screech, a call for retreat. Several goblins turned and fled without looking back. Noticing this, the spearmen shouted to finish them quickly. One of them suddenly grinned, eyes glinting with mischief, and asked if the others wanted to see something cool. Curious but unsure, they nodded. The red-haired man inhaled deeply, tightened his grip on his spear, and hurled it with superhuman force. The throw was nothing but raw strength, yet the sheer speed and impact made it look almost supernatural. The spear sliced through the air, past the twin brothers, and struck a fleeing goblin squarely in the back. Its body convulsed before collapsing lifeless to the ground. Turning back with a triumphant grin, the red-haired man asked if they thought that was amazing. The twins, wide-eyed, immediately agreed, calling it absolutely badass. Stretching his arms, the red-haired man then casually asked how many goblins each had killed. The twin on the left proudly claimed 22, while the twin on the right smirked and announced 23. Hearing this, the red-haired man grinned even wider, declaring that they had completed their mission of defeating 100 goblins. Between just the 3 of them, they had already slain over 100. The twins exchanged surprised glances. They had thought it would take forever to eliminate that many. Just then, Min, the man in the red jacket, stormed toward them, furious. He reminded the red-haired man that he had said there would only be about 10 goblins, yet Min had barely escaped with his life. The red-haired man bristled instantly, veins bulging on his forehead in frustration. He snapped back, demanding to know what Min was whining about this time. Min, still seething, shot back that there was no way anyone could have mistaken that many goblins for just 10, and he had nearly died because of it. Rolling his eyes, the red-haired man brushed off his complaints, saying the results had turned out well. Thanks to their success, they were about to get a brand new place to live, so Min should quit complaining. Irritated, he then told Min to pay attention and even called him bro, suggesting they might actually be siblings. With the veins on his face bulging, he reminded Min that he had come up with this hunting strategy himself, so there was never any chance of failure. He also pointed out that it was his idea to use the spears, which had been crafted by the twins. All Min had to do was run, something he was already confident in doing. With an exasperated sigh, the red-haired man offered Min a way out. If he was that dissatisfied, he could simply leave the team. At this point, his presence wasn't even making much of a difference anymore. Sensing the tension between the 2 brothers, the twins quickly intervened to prevent the argument from escalating. One of the twins calmly asked the red-haired man to relax, reminding him that Min had put in effort as well. The other twin turned to Min with a playful grin, telling him he had done an excellent job acting as bait and noting how fast he had been running. The red-haired man clicked his tongue in irritation, saying Min always found a way to get on his nerves. He then demanded to know how Min dared to talk back to him. One of the twins, still grinning, urged Min to just apologize and move on. Realizing that arguing would get him nowhere, Min sighed and begrudgingly muttered an apology. The red-haired man huffed in response, then turned his back on him. Dismissing the ordeal, he stated it was time to head to the 21st floor to claim their new home. However, upon arriving at the 21st floor, ready to receive their reward, they were met with unexpected news. Dabin, looking somewhat apologetic, informed them that another team had already beaten them to it and claimed the reward first. The entire group froze in disbelief, their excitement turning into shock. In their minds, they had been incredibly fast, there was no way another team had completed the mission before them. The red-haired man's face darkened, his irritation flaring up again. He demanded to know if there was really another team that had managed to slay 100 goblins faster than them. Dabin nodded, confirming it. Still unable to believe it, the red-haired man furrowed his brows and told Dabin to stop joking around. In a protesting tone, he insisted she hand over their house already. Dabin, maintaining a serious expression, insisted it was no joke, she was telling the truth. Then she revealed that the group who had finished the hunt even faster had just arrived. Seeing who they were made the red-haired man even more irritated. The group consisted of Dabin's brother and an elderly couple, both smiling cheerfully as if nothing had happened. Dabin turned to her brother and asked how things went with June. He explained that they had made a deal. In exchange for giving up the new house, his own home and the elderly couple's home would now have electricity, food, and other necessities. On top of that, their daughters would no longer have to take part in missions. Upon hearing this, Dabin immediately pointed out that the elderly couple's daughters were minors, meaning they should have already been exempt from missions. The elderly couple, still smiling, corrected her by saying their daughters were actually adults. Despite their youthful appearance, they were older than they looked. The elderly woman added that their daughters were probably skilled with bows and arrows, though her husband always worried too much about them. Dabin's brother also mentioned that part of the agreement included providing bows and arrows for their daughters. Dabin frowned, questioning the need for them. Were they planning to continue hunting goblins? Her brother nodded, confirming they were, but explained that June had only requested the goblins in the surrounding areas. Since the goblins were relentless and kept appearing no matter how many were killed, it was necessary to keep them under control. Hearing this, the red-haired man grew irritated and told them to stop with the pointless chatter. In a firm voice, he questioned whether they were granting themselves special privileges just because they were the ones in charge. Wasn't that unfair? Dabin's brother partly agreed. To balance things out, he explained that June had ordered the second and third groups to kill 100 goblins and then head to the 30th floor to claim their rewards. Upon hearing that, a genuine smile appeared on Dabin's face. She reassured them that everything had been settled and instructed them to go up to the 30th floor. She added that Seo Jun would be waiting there, while the red-haired man, still bitter, resented not being the first group. As they ascended in the elevator, the red-haired man suddenly asked if the guy's name was really June, noting that he looked younger than all of them. Then, laughing sarcastically, he mocked how ridiculous it was to hear Dabin speak so respectfully about this June. One of the twins joined in, joking that maybe Dabin saw June as some kind of god. The other twin laughed as well, scoffing, "God, my ass. At most, he's just the leader of some cult." Then, as if considering the idea, he questioned whether this Seo Jun was even sane in the first place. Min, who had been listening quietly, murmured that all of them were alive thanks to Jun's abilities. Maybe, he suggested, they had no right to speak about him that way. The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere in the elevator shifted. Everyone else grew irritated. The red-haired man, more annoyed than ever, accused them of trying to get on Jun's good side. His remark filled the elevator with tense silence as everyone turned to stare at Min. Frustrated, the red-haired man cursed at him under his breath. Then, with a menacing glare, he warned Min that they would have a talk later. At that moment, the twins noticed something strange. Jun was approaching, walking at a calm and leisurely pace, one hand tucked casually into his pocket. As he neared them, he gave a small, relaxed smile and simply said, "Hello?" That single greeting, combined with his composure, sent a wave of shock through the group. Suddenly nervous, the red-haired man extended his hand hesitantly, introducing himself as Baek Sanji. Jun shook it firmly but casually, acknowledging him before commenting that he had seen how Sanji and his team hunted. He noted that they had used the barrier well and that their strategy was effective. The words sent a chill down Sanji's spine. His voice shook slightly as he asked how Jun could possibly know that. Jun ignored the question. Instead, he smiled and stated that from now on, he would be providing electricity, water, and gas to units 1301 and 1502. Still confused, Sanji thanked him, but couldn't resist asking again how was this possible? How was Jun making it happen? For the second time, Jun ignored him. Calmly, he reminded them that since they had successfully hunted 100 goblins, they were now qualified for these benefits. Then Jun's expression shifted into a disturbingly eerie smile. With a chilling tone, he added, "By the way, I'm not some cult leader, and I certainly don't have any intention of becoming a god." The weight of those words left the group frozen in place, paralyzed with fear. With that same eerie, devilish smile, Jun raised his hand near his mouth as if about to share a secret. His voice carried a sinister undertone as he announced that he had a request for them. Not long after, the scene shifted. The new group was seen sprinting at full speed, desperately fleeing from something. From the front view, all 4 members were revealed to be escaping in terror. This time, the threat is not from goblins, but from massive, bloodthirsty orcs. Their feet pound the ground as they round a corner, frantically trying to put distance between themselves and the monsters. Turning another street, they shout desperately for someone to hurry and throw something at the orcs. Standing in front of them is Han, holding several spears in his hands. With a subtle smirk, Han tells them they did a good job. As the orcs remain distracted by the fleeing group, Han channels his energy into one of his spears, causing a blue aura to radiate from its blade. A system notification appears, displaying Han's stats. Level 33, holding the title of the 6th Knight, with 70 points in trust and 78 in loyalty. His awakened ability is throwing. Han's throws were already powerful, but now, by consuming mental energy, he can amplify his attack power up to 5 times. As he focuses on his throw, energy gathers along the blade of his spear. The system further indicates that his physical abilities increase by a percentage based on his loyalty, that experience points and money dropped by monsters are tripled, and that knights can grow at an accelerated rate. With immense force, Han hurls the spear, striking one of the leading orcs directly. Another orc, enraged by its companion's fall, grips a massive machete and lunges forward, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Despite facing such a formidable enemy, Han remains calm. From the backline, an arrow infused with energy soars through the air and pierces the orc's head. The archer had been providing cover from the rear all along, which is why Han could remain composed. As the second orc collapses, Han swiftly draws another spear and hurls it toward the third. When it lands, Han exhales and declares that it's all over. A notification then appears for Jun, informing him that he has successfully hunted a level 19 orc and earned wands as a reward for the mission to eliminate 100 orcs. With the mission complete, 3 people who had been hiding from the orcs are rescued. Han approaches them, reassuring them that there is a safe place they can go. As they move toward the main group, the system suddenly issues an alert. Unauthorized individuals are attempting to enter. The system then prompts Seo Jun, asking if he would like to grant them citizenship. Having just deactivated his Ultimate Eyes ability, Jun sees that this time there are 3 new individuals. Checking the system interface, he realizes that by accepting them, the total number of citizens under his care has now reached 200. A new notification confirms citizenship has been granted, unlocking a new ability, tax collection. This ability allows him to collect 10% of all the money his citizens possess, with a cooldown period of 30 days. Jun quickly realizes that this essentially returns a portion of the citizens' money to him. Biting his finger anxiously, he acknowledges that such actions cannot be freely reversed and that he will have to wait a long time before benefiting from it. But time is a luxury he does not have. With his parents still in danger, he knows he must send Han's team to rescue them as soon as possible. Scrolling through the system, Jun considers redistributing only 30% of the collected funds, treating it as an investment. Upon executing the command, the system notifies him that the ability has leveled up to level 10, granting 3 additional skill points. At that moment, Jun feels a sharp tightness in his chest, followed by intense pain. A deep purple domain expansion spreads across the building. Another notification congratulates him, declaring that the expansion has been announced across every corner of the apartment complex. A fund of 1 billion wons has been deposited into his wallet, and the construction function has been activated. Still clutching his chest, Jun looks at the system screen. His mind races as he questions what this new function entails. The system displays a list of available facilities along with their costs, as well as the value of the fund and an annual production revenue of 30 million wons. The construction options include a solar power generator, a store, and a training facility. As he reads through the details, Jun is visibly shocked. The annual revenue is only 30 million wons, yet installing a solar generator alone costs 130 million. That means he would need to maintain the solar power system for nearly 5 years just to break even. Following this realization, the system asks if he would like to proceed with installing the solar generator. For now, Jun declines, stating that his priority lies elsewhere. The money must be allocated toward more immediate necessities, such as increasing the levels of his vassals. At that moment, Jun notices something unusual. The system displays the total amount in the fund, exactly 1 billion wons, the same amount he had received upon leveling up. After investigating further, the system clarifies that this amount is exclusively available for construction purposes. Processing this takes Jun a moment, but when it finally clicks, he smiles, realizing just how significant this is. This money is entirely separate from his personal wallet. Seeing this as a huge advantage, Jun quickly understands there's no reason to hold back from using it. Without hesitation, he accepts the installation of the solar power system. The system informs him that the process will take 24 hours to complete and updates his remaining balance, now 867 million. Looking at the cost, Jun realizes it was surprisingly cheap. This prompts him to ask if an additional solar generator can be installed. The system responds that only 1 generator can be installed per apartment building. With that in mind, Jun shifts his attention to the store option. As he selects it, he is met with an unexpected but pleasant surprise. The feature is far more impressive than he had anticipated. This store is directly linked to the one he already owns, allowing him to sell registered items to his citizens. However, what makes this ability unique is that it is not a physical store. Instead, the system produces items in real time, and as long as funds are available, it handles the transactions itself. Until recently, managing and distributing supplies had been a tedious, time-consuming task, with Dabin handling most of the work. Now, with a system-operated store, citizens will be able to purchase what they need on their own. Reflecting on this, Jun realizes he can personally set the prices, increasing overall liquidation rates even further. Without hesitation, he issues the command to install the store immediately. The system prompts him to select a location. After considering the available options, he decides to place it on the 101st floor. The system then displays the remaining construction time, 48 hours until completion. Finally, the third option, the training facility. The system explains that this facility will allow citizens to improve their strength and endurance through basic training exercises with a 200% efficiency boost. Additionally, those below level 15 will receive an extra 300% efficiency bonus. Reading this, Jun feels a surge of excitement. He already knew that leveling up through training was possible, but with these additional boosts, progress would be significantly faster, making it even easier to reap mission rewards. The system prompts him to choose a location. Jun decides to install it across the entire second floor, converting the whole level into a dedicated training center. The system then updates, displaying a 72-hour countdown for completion. Meanwhile, he remembers the 3 skill points he had acquired, but something new has also been unlocked: the itemization feature. This allows registered products to be purchased in different sizes and quantities. Intrigued, Jun taps on the interface to learn more. Until now, package deals were available, but individual purchases had just become possible. Looking through the list, he sees various liquid-based items and notes that while not everything is there yet, the range of available options has expanded significantly. Different types of food and additional product variations are now included. With a mischievous smile and a new plan forming in his mind, Jun realizes just how useful this could be. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Toji is clad in his knight armor, locked in combat against an orc wielding a large knife. The orc lands a strike, but Toji's armor absorbs the impact, leaving him unharmed. Spotting an opening, Toji seizes the moment and delivers a decisive blow, eliminating the orc with a single strike. After the fight, Toji sighs in relief, muttering that it was a close call and far more exhausting than expected. From behind him, Han calls out to Toji and poses a question: what would happen if he threw the halberd he was holding? Looking down at the weapon in his grip, Toji admits that he has never actually considered that possibility before. Han then asks him to hand over the halberd for a moment, wanting to try something. As soon as Han takes hold of it, a familiar blue aura begins to radiate from his hands. Focusing intensely, he hurls the weapon with all his strength. The halberd cuts through the air at incredible speed, vanishing into the distance with overwhelming force. Toji, wide-eyed in shock, watches in disbelief before finally speaking. He had assumed Han was joking when he mentioned throwing the weapon. Now, however, it was far beyond their reach. Crossing his arms, Han simply replies that he has already thrown it. Han then suggests that Toji deactivate the weapon's summoning and call it back. Only then does Toji understand what Han had been thinking. Channeling his energy, Toji cancels the summoning of the halberd before reactivating it. Instantly, another halberd materializes in his hands. Toji stares at the weapon in awe, his surprise quickly turning into exhilaration. Overcome with excitement, he turns to Han, calling him a genius. Han, however, remains modest and tells him not to exaggerate. Just then, the female archer arrives, looking tense. She warns that they need to leave, as her supply of arrows is running low. But before she can finish, something unexpected catches her eye. Looking down, she notices a fresh quiver filled with arrows materializing before her. Confused, she asks what it is, realizing that it seems as though Jun himself is urging them to continue the mission. Retreat is not an option. The system displays a new ability called OmniFocus, allowing the user to activate another ability while observing an area with ultimate eyes. After collecting the new arrows, the archer resumes hunting creatures alongside the group. Notifications continue to appear. The orc kills, the last one at level 19, and the ones deposited into the shut-in wallet. The system also indicates that some citizens have completed their missions, spending more ones, while others are leveling up. With his arms crossed, Jun studies the system and confirms what he has always believed: attributes can indeed be increased through mission rewards. A glimmer of hope stirs in his thoughts. Gazing out the window, he notes that his parents' house is about 10 kilometers away, roughly 3 hours on foot. After some thought, he decides to take a walk around the building and heads to the elevator. Stepping out onto the rooftop, Jun approaches the highest point of the structure. The sight before him is devastating, the city reduced to ruins, every building destroyed except his own. The overwhelming destruction forces him to mutter that this is truly horrifying. His thoughts race, and he quickly realizes he must act as soon as possible. Opening the system window, he decides to begin with Han's group. The first highlighted is the bespectacled man Jian, titled the Seventh Servant, with a trust level of 59, loyalty of 33, and the awakened ability Raven Pact. Jun concludes that as long as Jian's reconnaissance ability is used effectively, he should be paired with the werebear and the healer. The werebear, Yanju, is level 33 with the awakened ability Warrior Bear, but her loyalty remains low at 12. Meanwhile, the healer Kim De-young stands at level 30 with abilities in healing, blessing, and magic armor. Jun notes that unlike the healer, who is already registered as a vassal, the werebear lacks the trust required to qualify. Beyond her healing, the healer also possesses an A-tier blessing that boosts physical abilities by 70%, and a B-tier magic armor that generates a protective barrier around a chosen target. Jun recognizes that those with awakened abilities from the beginning hold a tremendous advantage. He wonders how to gain the werebear woman's trust, recalling her desperate wish to resurrect her son. Considering that possibility, he opens the system's resurrection tab. Immediately, the system informs him that he lacks the funds to grant the reward and instructs him to acquire more. Jun clenches his fists in frustration, bitterly aware that he still doesn't have enough. An idea sparks in his mind to drastically increase the difficulty of the missions to the highest level possible. He declares that he will set up a mission to hunt a level 40 monster, knowing that such a monster must be incredibly powerful and would yield a far greater reward. With a serious expression, he sets the time limit to 24 hours. Yet once again, the system notifies him that he does not have enough money to provide the resurrection reward. Despite the harsh penalty of death upon failure, Jun is infuriated that the system still deems it insufficient. Then another notification appears, momentarily catching him off guard. The system announces that he has slain a level 18 orc. Another idea takes root in his mind, perhaps a group mission might work. Without hesitation, he reopens the system and attempts to issue a mission to hunt a level 40 or higher monster with the same 24-hour limit and the same death penalty. However, this time the reward is different. The werebear's son will be resurrected, but only for one day. Jun accepts the mission, deciding that, for now, he must ensure the werebear woman fully commits to his cause. Back in his room, Seo Jun hears desperate knocking at his door. A frantic voice from the other side pleads for him to open it. As he cracks the door open, he barely has time to react before the werebear woman barges in without waiting. She had already been informed of the mission's reward and the chance to resurrect her son, which explained her exhausted state. Her eyes brim with tears as she declares, with a trembling voice, that she will do anything at all and is willing to start immediately. Jun tells her that it is indeed possible, but there is a strict time limit, 24 hours to complete the mission and 24 hours for the resurrection itself. Upon hearing this, the werebear woman collapses into uncontrollable sobs, overwhelmed by the mere possibility of something she had long believed impossible. Tears stream down her face as she expresses heartfelt gratitude, telling Jun she is truly happy to have even just one day with her son. With unwavering determination, she promises to do whatever it takes. The system then notifies him that she has surpassed 30 loyalty points and can now be registered as a vassal. Later, Jun lies in his room staring at the ceiling. With nothing but the power of his mind, he turns on the light. Realizing his success, he shifts his focus to the faucet and attempts the same. At first, only a few droplets trickle out. Concentrating harder, he manages to fully open the faucet, water gushing at maximum flow. Relieved, Jun comments that this is pretty cool, though he already feels somewhat accustomed to it. Now, he feels like a mage straight out of Harry Potter, wielding a wand and controlling electricity, water, and gas with precise mastery. The system then displays an update. The store's earnings are being calculated. A total of 320,981 wands has been deposited into the shut-in wallet. Glancing at the system, June quickly calculates that a profit of 320,000 W suggests today's total sales exceeded 1.5 million won. Activating his ultimate eyes ability, he checks on the people within the building, observing what they are doing on different floors. On one floor, a man asks how much they need to save. Another, holding a bow, responds that the bow itself costs 150,000 won and today they only earn 10,000, meaning it would take roughly 15 days. The first man calls him an idiot, pointing out he didn't even factor in food and water costs. Frustrated, the man with the bow turns away, saying that since the other is so smart, he should calculate everything himself. Observing the dynamics, Jun notes how much the atmosphere has shifted ever since he began distributing reward money. He realizes that since the mysterious store appeared on the first floor, the small earnings from hunting goblins have ignited a stronger desire among the people to hunt even more. Now that goblins within the apartment complex have run out, they are being forced to venture outside in search of prey. Looking at the system, he feels satisfaction as level ups progress steadily, and the number of new citizens grows significantly. The system shows that the current population is 789, with XP and money bonuses now at 100%. Fixated on the system screen, Seojin realizes that things are about to expand exponentially from this point forward. Then, another notification appears: another level 18 orc has been slain. Down below, the werebear woman, wielding immense superhuman strength, tears through wave after wave of goblins, crushing them without hesitation. Now glowing with a golden aura, she strikes fear into the goblins before they can even fight back. Driven by the desperate hope of seeing her son again, she charges forward and obliterates the remaining goblins. Once no more enemies remain, she reverts to her human form. Exhaustion overwhelms her as she breathes heavily, struggling to steady herself. From a distance, the healer calls out, asking if she is injured. The werebear reassures her that she is fine, saying that even if she were hurt, it wouldn't be enough to stop her. Concerned, the healer urges her not to push herself too hard, pointing out that she is clearing all the monsters before anyone else even has a chance to fight. The werebear apologizes, insisting she isn't trying to steal kills. The archer interjects, asking why she's even apologizing, since taking down the monsters so quickly makes everything easier for everyone. Relieved, the werebear realizes her companions are not upset with her. Watching from afar with the ultimate eyes, June acknowledges that forming this team was the right decision. The system updates, displaying the werebear woman's status. Her name is Yan, and she has now reached level 40. Her trust and loyalty have risen to 66, and she has acquired new abilities beyond her warbear transformation. These awakened powers, ancestral vital blood and primal frenzy, grant her a 50% boost to melee attack damage. When wounded, vital blood drastically enhances her regeneration. Furthermore, upon witnessing blood, her eyes turn crimson, amplifying her physical abilities by an astonishing 300%. Before Yan can process these changes, a terrifying roar echoes through the air, immediately putting the women on high alert. The growls grow louder and closer, signaling that something is approaching fast. Out of the shadows, a monstrous figure emerges and halts just in front of them. The archer instantly pulls back her bowstring, while Yan instructs the healer to fall back. Standing before them is an orc, its very presence exuding menace. Its crimson eyes gleam ominously, and its scarred body tells the story of countless battles. Gripping a massive club, it speaks in a language none of them can understand. Without hesitation, Yan begins her transformation. In an instant, she assumes her full beastly form, her massive figure taking a battle stance before the orc. Surrounded by a golden aura, she lunges forward as the archer and healer cry out for her to be careful. Her deafening roar shakes the battlefield, but the orc remains unfazed, meeting her gaze with defiance. Raising his club, he prepares for combat. Yan strikes first, but the orc reacts quickly, blocking her blow. She launches another attack, yet he continues to defend skillfully, enduring her relentless assault. Spotting an opening, she changes her angle, attempting to land a decisive strike. Meanwhile, the archer readies her bow with unwavering focus. A brilliant blue aura radiates from the arrow as she tracks the fight. When the orc falters slightly while fending off Yan's barrage, she seizes the chance. With impeccable precision, she releases her shot. Noticing the incoming arrow, Yan retreats to avoid being hit. The orc, displaying remarkable reflexes, swings his club to deflect the projectile, narrowly escaping the attack. But the movement exposes a weakness. Seizing the moment, Yan surges forward, fueled by raw fury, and unleashes her full strength. With the full weight of her massive body behind her charge, she slams into the orc, sending him crashing to the ground. Not giving him a chance to recover, she bares her enormous, razor-sharp fangs. The orc's eyes widen in terror, realizing this could be his end. With a single devastating bite, she finishes him off, ending his life instantly. At that moment, the system notifies Jun that he has successfully hunted a level 28 orc captain. A larger sum of wands is deposited into the shut-in wallet, and a new condition is fulfilled, one that allows for the construction of a forward outpost. This outpost resembles a defense tower and, according to the system, acts as a safe zone outside the main home. When activated, it temporarily exerts the same protective influence as the house itself. Two conditions govern its use. First, a citizen ranked knight or higher must reside there. Second, if an unauthorized individual remains inside for more than a day, the outpost will automatically be destroyed. Reading this, Jun is caught off guard. The realization that he can now construct something entirely new surprises him. A grin spreads across his face as he notes that despite the staggering cost of 1.3 billion wands, his bank account is more than sufficient after defeating the orcs. He decides the outpost is worth the investment. The system reveals more details. Construction will take 7 full days and requires 3 citizens of knight rank or higher to be stationed there. Jun understands his only option is to wait while those 3 members return to occupy the outpost. What troubles him most is the sheer amount of time an entire week lost. He knows he cannot afford to waste it. Fortunately, most of the monsters near the construction site have already been eliminated thanks to his citizens. With this reassurance, Jun decisively presses the button to begin construction. Even though it will take 7 days, he knows it's a smart choice. If built within the main house's territory, it will provide peace of mind. His thoughts drift back to childhood moments of pure happiness spent with his family. Strengthening his domain, he believes, is the only way to protect them now. Looking out the window at the ruined city, unease settles over him. Bringing his grandparents here will not be easy. He closes his eyes and silently wishes for their safety. When he opens them again, his resolve is firm. Tomorrow, Hans's group will begin the rescue mission. The next day, they return to the train station. A bespectacled man watches the unfolding battle in disbelief. At the front lines, the werebear woman tears through enemies without pause. From the sidelines, he watches her dismantle monsters one after another, stunned that she can defeat an orc with nothing but her bare hands. Each kill drives the realization deeper she is no ordinary human. She is a werebear. Overwhelmed, he acknowledges that it makes sense. She was already incredibly powerful even before receiving Jun's blessing. Now, as she crushes orcs with ease, one thought consumes him. How did Jun manage to win her over? After all, not long ago, this same werebear woman was obsessed with hunting goblins. He then considers another possibility, that she may have acquired new abilities despite her already immense strength. At that moment, the system announces a mission with a strict 1-hour limit. They must complete it and return home within the time frame, though there is no penalty for failure. Back at the station, the bespectacled man takes position at the front to scout the area, carefully scanning his surroundings. Not far from him, he spots the rest of the group who had accompanied him on this mission. Han calls out, suggesting that it would be best to head back home. The bespectacled man turns, briefly considers, and ultimately nods in agreement. As he waits, his raven, an extension of his newly acquired ability, returns from its reconnaissance flight. The bird lands gracefully on his arm, and he gazes at it with pride. Gently stroking its sleek feathers, he decides to name it Black and expresses gratitude for its good work. Han steps closer, placing a firm hand on his shoulder, and asks if he can now take the lead in patrolling ahead given his new ability. The bespectacled man turns to Black, instructs it to be cautious, and sends it forward on a new scouting mission. The raven, its dark eyes filled with eerie intelligence, silently observes before taking flight once more. With a powerful beat of its wings, Black soars high above the station, climbing among the towering buildings to gain a wide vantage point. It circles carefully, surveying the perimeter. Through their linked vision, the bespectacled man accesses everything Black sees, distance proving no obstacle to their connection. Once he processes the information, he turns to Han and reports that the area outside appears clear, confirming it is safe to proceed. Han acknowledges the report with a nod and signals the rest of the group. Everyone quickly forms ranks, the strongest members at the outer edges and the healers secured at the center. As they march forward, the bespectacled man suddenly senses something unusual near his back. Instinctively, he whirls around to check for threats. A faint rustling reaches his ears, and after a moment, he identifies the source, a small rat scurrying along the path. Positioned at the rear, he swiftly climbs onto the platform, stepping away from the tracks to avoid obstructing the others. His companions continue forward, but unease lingers. He glances back once more, scanning the tunnel. In the dim light beyond the tracks, he spots a pair of gleaming eyes. The eyes belong to a rat. Without hesitation, the creature leaps forward, mirroring the group's path with uncanny precision. Despite its small size, the rat relentlessly pursues them, glowing eyes locked onto their trail. Carefully and persistently, it follows their every move all the way to the station's exit. Later, back at the apartment, Seojun expresses his desire for everyone's help. Lowering his head slightly, he humbly asks a favor and begins explaining the situation regarding his family. The others exchange glances, silently processing his words. Jun admits that the chances of his family being alive are slim given the state of the world. Han asks if his relatives are within the apartment complex, and Jun replies that it is difficult to say. At that moment, Moon steps forward and firmly declares that they will help rescue Jun's family. The sudden outburst catches everyone's attention, and all eyes turn to him as he insists they should assist. Han, with a faint but genuine smile, nods in agreement, stating that all of them have survived up until now thanks to Jun's efforts. Turning to face him directly, Han declares that they will help on the condition that Jun provides clear instructions. Hearing this, Jun lets out a small, relieved smile and expresses heartfelt gratitude. He explains that since they have eliminated all the orcs occupying the station, their next move should be to follow the subway tracks to the next station. This station is the closest to his home, but they can exit through exit number 2, where he will provide more specific directions. He reassures them he is not asking for a direct mission to his house, admitting that would be selfish. Their immediate objective is to secure the station first. Once again, he bows slightly, thanking them and asking everyone to rest well for the night, as the operation will begin the following day. At that moment, the werebear woman respectfully asks for permission to speak. She then poses a question, wondering why Jun cannot simply use the abilities he has displayed so far to bring his family to him. A flicker of frustration crosses Jun's face as he admits that he has already tried. He attempted teleporting a target as a mission reward. When Moon awakened his teleportation ability, he had been thrilled, believing it might finally allow him to bring his family back instantly. However, the system immediately indicated that such a reward was impossible, resulting in complete failure. Jun speculates that the reason his abilities do not work might be because his family is outside of their effective range. Scratching his head in contemplation, he adds that if this truly is the reason, then even if his parents were to die, there would be absolutely nothing he could do to save them, as they remain beyond his reach. As the group listens, Jun acknowledges that despite his powers, he is not capable of everything. Even with the abilities he has gained, there are still things beyond his control. Turning his gaze toward the werebear woman, he reassures her not to worry, affirming that the promise he made to her before is one he can still fulfill. At that moment, the system displays a notification indicating that her trust in him has increased even further. She smiles warmly and thanks him for his honesty, appreciating that he has been straightforward from the very beginning. Jun, in turn, thanks the entire group for their honesty as well and once more urges them to rest for the day. One by one, they begin dispersing to prepare for the much-needed rest ahead. As Han steps away, he pauses briefly, turning back to remind Jun that he should get some rest as well. Just then, something catches Jun's attention, making him instinctively glance to the side. The system suddenly notifies him that someone is attempting to enter and that this individual meets the necessary requirements, prompting the system to ask whether he wishes to grant them citizenship. Without hesitation, Jun activates his Ultimate Eyes ability and commands the system to approve the citizenship request. The system displays the name of the individual as Yin, a level 31 being with an awakened ability titled Queen of Rats. Upon using his ability to verify the identity of the applicant, Jun's eyes widen in shock, disbelief washing over him as he realizes that the one he had just granted citizenship to was, in fact, a rat. 1 hour earlier, while they were still inside the subway station, the rat had been observing the group closely, curiously wondering who these people were. These individuals were so powerful that they had managed to eliminate the orcs with remarkable ease. As the group ascended the stairs, the rat pondered whether their strength was due to the fact that they all had awakened abilities, but at the same time, it questioned if such a thing was even possible. Hiding in the corner of the wall, the rat considered the best course of action. Perhaps it would be wise to simply follow them for now and attempt to make contact later. The thought lingered in its mind that such an endeavor might be challenging, but with its abilities, it should be much easier. Determined, the rat took off in pursuit of the group. Now outside the station, amidst the city's ruined streets, the rat continued tailing them, convincing itself that it was only taking a quick look around. Upon arriving at their destination, its ears twitched as it picked up the sound of human voices, children's laughter, and other noises that were incredibly unusual in this world. Looking ahead, it saw children playing carefree, as if untouched by the devastation that plagued the rest of the world. The sight left the rat in complete shock. In a post-apocalyptic world, such a scene was simply unnatural. Turning its gaze to the other side, the rat found itself questioning why so many people were gathered inside that particular building. Fixating on the only structure that remained completely intact, it wondered what in the world that place was. With a deep sense of curiosity, it decided to take a closer look. However, as it attempted to leap up the steps and enter, it slammed its head into something invisible. A dull ache surged through its skull, and a large lump immediately began forming on its tiny head. The sudden pain caused the little rat to let out a pitiful cry. It had collided with a system-generated window that displayed a message stating that entry was prohibited. While rubbing its sore head and trying to make sense of what had just happened, another system window appeared before it, asking whether it wished to acquire citizenship. Still slightly irritated from the unexpected collision, the rat accepted the citizenship offer without much thought. Yet, despite agreeing, the system window stubbornly remained in front of it. A flicker of frustration crossed the rat's face as it muttered that such a thing was probably impossible for a mere rat. But in the next instant, the system confirmed that citizenship had indeed been granted. Overwhelmed with excitement, the rat raised its tiny fist triumphantly, as if celebrating a great victory. A part of it still wondered if this had truly worked. Stepping forward, it entered the building, reassuring itself that everything was fine now. However, the moment it crossed the threshold, panic erupted. The sight of a rat inside sent the people into a frenzy. Instantly, several individuals reacted, attempting to stomp on the small creature to eliminate it. Realizing the danger, the rat frantically dodged their feet, twisting and leaping in desperate evasive maneuvers. It barely managed to escape the chaotic scene, but in the process, it lost its balance, tumbled forward, and rolled into another area entirely. The new location was a training facility where the group's members were actively working out. Han and Tojai were lifting dumbbells, training their biceps. Moon and the glasses-wearing man were performing bench presses. The archer and the poison-wielding woman were working out on the other side of the room, while the healer and the werebear woman took turns using the lat pull-down machine. Observing the sheer intensity of their training, the little rat found itself in awe, its tiny mind racing as it marveled at the sight. What kind of place was this? At that very moment, elsewhere, a new figure appeared, a woman clutching her head as she muttered about a splitting pain. She had been inside that same subway station earlier, and now she was suffering from a lingering headache. Perhaps it was a side effect from when the rat had collided headfirst into the system's invisible barrier. Bringing her hand to her mouth, she let out a faint smile, one that gradually twisted into excitement. She spoke softly to herself, claiming that an opportunity had finally presented itself. A low chuckle escaped her lips and soon turned into a near maniacal grin. She had found a way to survive. However, she quickly realized the real challenge lay in how to reach that place. For now, she only needed to make her way to the station where the group had been. As she gnawed her nails, she considered the possibilities. Perhaps the only viable route would be through the subway tracks. But a major obstacle stood in her way, the monster currently occupying the station, blocking the path forward. Instead of despairing, she clenched her fists with determination. That was precisely why she still had a chance. There was nowhere in this world she could not reach. At her command, a swarm of rats emerged, flooding the entire area. At that moment, a system notification appeared, indicating that Jun had hunted a trained level 2 rat and gained a small amount of XP. The woman's ability was called Queen of Rats, a skill that compelled any rat she encountered to swear loyalty to her, allowing her to share their senses. Observing the notification, Jun quickly realized that this woman was controlling the rat's spirit. Without hesitation, he activated his ability Ultimate Eyes. Someone with an awakened trait ability had arrived on their own. No matter the circumstances, he had to accept them. He carefully examined each room, searching for any sign of her, but found nothing. Turning his gaze outside, he scanned the surroundings, yet there was no trace of her there either. Jun then considered summoning her through a mission since she had already been accepted as a citizen. The mission he devised was simple: visit the apartment within 48 hours, with a reward of cola and a choco bar. However, just before confirming the mission, Jun paused, realizing he was forgetting something. A memory resurfaced his conversation with the werebear woman, where she had asked if he simply couldn't bring someone there using his abilities. Jun had tried multiple times before and had never succeeded, but perhaps that was because those people had been outside his sphere of influence at the time. Now, things were different. Everyone who had obtained citizenship was undoubtedly under his influence. No matter how far away they were, the system still registered the bodies of the monsters they hunted, calculating them accordingly. This proved Jun's theory. With this realization, he ordered the system to modify the mission. The new objective remained the same: visit the apartment. However, the time limit was now only 10 seconds, and the penalty for failure was immediate summoning to the location. After confirming the changes, Jun felt a hint of surprise that the system had allowed it to proceed without imposing any restrictions or additional penalties. Deep in thought, he considered that this was a worthwhile attempt. If he could successfully summon a citizen from the outside even once, he could safely bring his own family there in the future. Once the forward base was activated, he would temporarily gain the same authority as his original territory. Only then would Han's group be dispatched, the forward base constructed, citizenship granted to his entire family, and through the mission system, he would finally be able to summon them there. Jun realized that this plan had a real chance of working. However, the real issue was how much it would cost, but ultimately, the cost didn't matter as long as he could save his family. With unwavering determination, he declared that he would begin pressing the button to start the mission. The countdown began 10 seconds. The only thing on Jun's mind at that moment was the hope that it wouldn't cost $1 billion. When the countdown ended, the system notification appeared: mission failed. To Jun's relief, the cost was nowhere near what he had feared. Feeling the weight lift off his chest, he placed a hand over his heart, relieved that it had only cost 30 million won. But now, standing at the entrance of the apartment, was Eugene, the Queen of Rats. She was on her knees, trembling, her face filled with terror as she frantically questioned where she was. Jun immediately deactivated Ultimate Eyes, confirming that the penalty had indeed worked as intended. Slowly, he began walking toward her. The sight of him approaching sent her into full panic mode, her entire body shaking with fear. The monarch of isolation finally spoke, calling her by name. Hearing her name from his lips only deepened her confusion. Without wasting a second, she hastily demanded to know who he was and how he knew her. Jun's response was simple: he was the one who had granted her citizenship. Eugene took a moment to process this information, trying to make sense of the situation. Still in shock, she questioned whether this place was the same location where her little rat had been. Jun, retrieving a can of soda from the system, confirmed that yes, this was the top floor of the apartment she had previously seen through the rat's eyes. As he offered her a chocolate bar and a soda, he apologized for summoning her so suddenly, fully aware that she was overwhelmed and terrified. Then, in a calm and composed manner, Jun introduced himself, stating his name and expressing that it was a pleasure to meet her. Still wary, Eugene hesitated for a moment before extending her hand to accept the chocolate and soda. She took a deep breath, gathering herself before asking if he was the one who had summoned her here and if he was also responsible for that strange search at the subway station earlier. Jun confirmed both. Without warning, her expression shifted completely, excitement flashing across her face. Her sudden change in demeanor left Jun puzzled. Then, as if she had just remembered something urgent, Eugene began to speak. She admitted it was asking for a lot, but there were people under her care, and she wanted to know if he could bring them here as well. She explained that she had tried to do it herself, but it had been extremely difficult to bring everyone over. She had been close to taking a huge gamble to make it happen. Maintaining his composure, Jun asked how many people she needed him to bring. Without hesitation, Eugene answered, 35 people. Realizing the high number, Jun hadn't expected that there would be so many others with her. He sighed and apologized, explaining that this would be difficult to accomplish. Eugene, clearly distressed, immediately questioned why. Without hesitation, he stated plainly that with his current power, he simply couldn't bring that many people there. Hearing this, the girl panicked. She grabbed onto his clothes, her fingers trembling as she desperately pleaded with him. Her mother and younger sister were among those people, and she swore she would do anything to save them. Jun observed her carefully, realizing that she, too, needed help. After a moment of silence, he asked her to give him some time to think. As his mind raced for a solution, he recalled something: Eugene hadn't needed to interact with him directly to receive citizenship. That meant the system had recognized her rat as an extension of herself. If that was the case, perhaps something similar could work again. A system window appeared before Jun, displaying Eugene's current stats. Her trust level was at 37, and she was at level 31. Seeing this, Jun noted that her trust had already increased. Given her situation and everything she had just said, it was only natural for her to trust him even more. Still kneeling in front of him, her eyes full of desperation, she listened as he called her name. She immediately asked if she really could do anything. Without hesitation, Yin confirmed that she would do absolutely anything. Jun took a deep breath before finally speaking. There was a way to make what she wanted possible. But first, she had to trust him completely 100%. He asked if she understood. Then, speaking in a calm and steady voice, he told her that if she placed her absolute trust in him, he would undoubtedly save them. Hearing those words, the girl's eyes lit up with hope. She clasped her hands together, almost as if in prayer, and shouted that she truly trusted him. With unwavering determination, she declared once more that she would do anything if it meant saving her family. At that moment, a system notification appeared. Yin's trust level had reached 50, and her loyalty had surpassed 30. This fulfilled the conditions for her to be registered as a vassal. Jun grinned. This was good, very good, and what came next would be even better. Without hesitation, he pressed the system window, selecting the option to register her as his vassal. At that exact moment, a blue aura surged forth, enveloping Yin's entire body. For a brief instant, the unexpected sensation startled her. Then, another system window appeared. Yin was now officially recognized as the 10th Seed Knight and Tamer. Her awakened ability was listed as Queen of Rats Evolution. Jun read through the details carefully. The Tamer title granted her the ability to enhance the stats of her tamed creatures based on their loyalty. Additionally, their growth speed would accelerate according to her trust level. On top of that, the evolution ability was classified as Tier Plus. It allowed her tamed creatures to continuously grow, and once they reached a certain threshold, they would evolve. As he watched the glowing energy flow through her body, Jun asked a critical question: were there tamed rats near where her family was located? Yin, still feeling the power coursing through her, nodded quickly. Jun immediately issued an order. She was to send those rats to her family right now. Without hesitation, the Rat Queen confirmed she would do it. She sat down cross-legged, closing her eyes in deep concentration. She needed to direct her consciousness to her rats, guiding them to her family's location. Jun seized the moment and activated Ultimate Eyes. As soon as he did, his vision expanded, allowing him to see through the eyes of a rat. The system recognized it as an extension of Yin herself. A system window popped up, identifying the creature tamed mouse, level 2. The small rat scurried forward, stopping in front of a group of people. They watched it carefully, recognizing it almost immediately. Whispers spread among them: was this one of Yin's rats? Then, to their surprise, a system window appeared above the rat. The unexpected sight made the people uneasy. But something even more shocking happened next. One after another, various supplies began to materialize from the system: food, water, necessities, all appearing out of thin air. The people stared in disbelief, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Someone muttered a question: was this Yin's doing? With that, the system updated once more. Yin's trust level skyrocketed, increasing several times over. From a distance, Jun observed it all. This was exactly what he had anticipated. As he continued watching the rats move, a realization struck him: Yin's ability and his absolute eyes were a perfect combination. From this moment on, the tens of thousands of rats crawling through the sewers would serve as his eyes. Jun couldn't help but smile. This was insane. He had just acquired the ultimate scout. The Rat Queen then politely asked for permission to speak, her voice calm but firm. She inquired if the place Jun wanted to know about was the one located near the beach. Jun nodded in confirmation, saying yes, that was indeed the place. A realization dawned on him. Coincidentally, Yin had gone to Nambuandong, which happened to be where his family's house was located. Naturally, this put her in a far better position than Han's team, who were still unfamiliar with the area. On top of that, all she needs to do is send a single rat. Even one rat alone is enough to confirm his family's survival. And now, with her abilities, it will be much easier to send supplies. After Jun explains the plan to her, Eugene smiles with confidence shining in her expression and assures him that he can leave everything to her. At that moment, the system notifies that both her loyalty and trust have increased. Not wanting to waste any more time, Jun immediately asks if she can go right now. Eugene, still smiling playfully as she absent-mindedly plays with one of her rats, confirms without hesitation that she can. Jun then gives her a specific request. He asks if she could follow the subway tracks on her way. Her expression shifts slightly, and she asks if he is seriously suggesting that. Jun confirms without hesitation. His plan is to use that route for a rescue mission later. However, Eugene's expression changes drastically. A look of sheer panic washes over her face as she quickly exclaims that this will not work. Jun is momentarily taken aback by her sudden reaction and questions why his plan would fail. Still visibly shaken, Eugene explains that a monster lives inside Seaman Station. Jun freezes for a moment, completely caught off guard by the unexpected information. In disbelief, he asks if she is serious. Eugene simply nods, her expression grim. Jun raises a hand to his chin, deep in thought. After several seconds of contemplation, an idea forms in his mind. He asks Eugene if she can send just one rat to where the monster is. Though visibly hesitant, no doubt because of her traumatic experiences, she steadies herself, takes a deep breath, and focuses. As the blue aura flows through her body, she confirms that she can do it. The perspective shifts to the eyes of a rat inside the subway. The tiny creature scurries forward, navigating the abandoned station. Suddenly, it stops, completely frozen in place. Something up ahead catches its attention. As its gaze slowly rises, it sees a massive figure lifting the lifeless body of an orc as if it were nothing but a rag doll. The rat's vision continues to rise, revealing the true form of the creature, a gigantic snake. The monstrous serpent effortlessly devours the orc with frightening ease. Despite being small and trying to remain hidden, the rat's subtle movements attract the snake's attention. The giant serpent's head snaps in its direction, instantly recognizing something unusual in the surroundings. It swiftly swallows the orc and, without wasting a second, shifts its focus entirely to the rat. Realizing it has been discovered, the rat trembles in fear, its tiny body shaking as it scurries behind a pillar, desperately trying to stay out of sight. For a brief moment, it feels safe, believing it has managed to hide successfully. But its relief is short-lived. The gigantic snake moves with terrifying speed, heading directly toward the spot where the rat is hiding. The serpent's enormous mouth opens, revealing razor-sharp fangs, poised and ready to strike. As the attack closes in, the rat is paralyzed with fear, a cold chill running through its body. At the very last second, it manages to leap away, barely escaping the deadly strike. Now, its only chance of survival is to run as far and as fast as possible. However, the snake does not relent. It hunts mercilessly, pursuing the rat with unstoppable determination. For a brief moment, the gigantic serpent appears to hesitate, and the rat uses that single opportunity to flee for its life. Back in the apartment, Jun watches in complete silence, his ultimate eye's ability fully activated. After seeing just how massive and powerful the snake is, Jun wonders what level the monster could be. He strongly suspects that it is at least above level 40. Eugene, her voice trembling slightly, asks Jun if he saw that thing. Without waiting for his response, she firmly states that this is exactly why they cannot use Seaman Station. She then offers an alternative plan: they should skip that station entirely and move on to the next one instead. Eugene adds that she has seen the strength of Jun's companions firsthand and is confident that getting to the next station won't be a problem for them. Jun ponders for a moment and realizes that Eugene is absolutely right. He nods in agreement, thanks her, and says that her idea sounds like a good plan. With a grin, he tells her that she can head to Unit 2701, which is the next station. From today onward, that will be her base. However, she will need to do some cleaning up first. Eugene nods in understanding, stands up, and expresses her gratitude. She asks for permission to leave and informs him that she is heading out now. Jun reminds her to be careful. As Eugene walks away, Jun finds himself lost in thought. Had it been before he met her, this would have likely been his exact plan. A small smile plays on his lips as he acknowledges this fact. With that, he opens the system interface and commands the installation of solar power generators. The system confirms that the installation process will take 24 hours to complete. Outside, numerous photovoltaic panels begin automatically placing themselves on rooftops as the system efficiently carries out the task. Gazing out the window, June watches the progress. The system's efficiency is impressive, but even with its current capabilities, it is still not enough to sustain the nearly 800 people under his care. To raise funds for more facilities, they will need more workers. At the very least, they must establish a 3-shift system. The same applies to the new common facilities, which include solar energy, the store system, and the training center. Still standing before the system, Jun says that now is when it truly begins more hunts. The scene shifts to Han's group, who are running in fear from something chasing them. As they sprint forward, Han glances back and realizes their pursuers are closing in. Knowing they can't outrun them forever, he decides they must stop and prepare for battle. The creatures chasing them are massive bats flying at incredible speed. The entire group launches their attacks at once, unleashing powerful projectiles. Arrows infused with brilliant blue mana soar through the air, piercing the bats in multiple places and causing them to screech in agony. After a relentless barrage, the group finally defeats all the bats that had been pursuing them. Once the battlefield falls silent and none of the bats show signs of movement, the archer turns to the group and asks if anyone is injured. They reassure her that everyone is unharmed. The poison-wielding woman then changes the subject, asking the archer about the giant serpent Jun mentioned residing in Kameyan Station. She questions whether they can really take it down on their own. The archer responds confidently, saying that everything should be fine since, if things go wrong, June can summon them back to the apartment at any moment. The poison-wielding woman nods, realizing she's worrying too much. Listening to their conversation, Han grins and reassures her that there's no need to overthink, as June is monitoring everything from afar. He then orders the group to move forward. After walking for some time, they finally arrive at the station where the giant serpent lurks. The sight before them fills them with horror and dread. Scattered across the ground are the lifeless bodies of goblins and orcs, torn apart in a gruesome display. A derailed train car lies on its side, adding to the grotesque scene. The poison-wielding girl gags, barely holding back her nausea. Han orders the group to proceed while she takes a moment to recover. As they advance cautiously, Han suddenly senses something off and eerie, unsettling feeling accompanied by the distinct sound of a snake hissing. His instincts scream at him, and he immediately shouts for everyone to stop and stay alert. The group tenses up, ready for whatever comes next. Being at the front, Han is the first to see it, and his body freezes in terror. Emerging before them is the giant serpent. Its scales shimmer with a deep purple hue, and its golden eyes gleam with an insatiable thirst for blood. Faced with such an overwhelming presence, the entire group trembles in fear, adrenaline surging through their veins. Toji is the first to break the silence, shouting desperately, asking how they are supposed to fight a monster like this. Panic sets in as everyone frantically tries to think of a way to survive. Despite his fear, Han instinctively pulls the archer into his arms as she stands frozen. With a firm voice, he yells for everyone to drop to the ground immediately. Without hesitation, the group obeys, crouching low as a series of devastatingly fast strikes slice through the air above them. The attacks are so rapid that they can only hear the sharp sound of the wind being cut, followed by the impact of the blows smashing into the metro walls. At that moment, a system notification appears, revealing a new party quest. Objective: eliminate the giant serpent. Time limit: 10 minutes. Reward: a massive amount of XP. There is no penalty for failure, but everyone knows the truth. Failing this battle would cost them their lives. After the devastating attack, while still shielding the archer with his body, Han realizes deep down with absolute certainty that this might truly be the end for them. As the others begin to recover from the shock, confusion sets in, and they start questioning what just happened. They wonder if the impact could have been an earthquake, or if it truly came from the serpent itself. At that precise moment, a system notification appears before Han's eyes, causing them to widen in shock and disbelief. A party quest has been granted the objective: finish off the giant serpent. Staring at the notification, Han questions aloud why the system used the term finish off, rather than simply instructing them to fight or defeat it. But when he turns his attention back to the creature, he notices something has changed. Observing from a distance, with the archer still kneeling beside him, Han wonders what in the world is happening and why the serpent is behaving so strangely. The serpent's scales are soaked in blood, and parts of its flesh seem to be melting, as if dissolving from the inside. Han glances toward the werebear woman, and they exchange a silent, meaningful nod and unspoken agreement to act. Frowning, Han admits he has no idea what's going on. As equipment materializes across his back, he draws a spear and, summoning all his strength, hurls it with tremendous force. The spear strikes the serpent squarely in the center of its massive head, already weakened and writhing, and the beast lets out a final, echoing cry of pain. It is then revealed that giant serpents have a habit of consuming their prey while it is still alive, a detail far from insignificant. A living creature swallowed whole poses a serious threat if it manages to act in its final moments. This is why giant serpents typically use venom to paralyze their prey or suffocate it before swallowing. However, this rule only applies to prey of a certain size. Something as small as a mouse, compared to the serpent's enormous body, poses no concern. We then see a flashback. A mouse deliberately and with striking precision leaps directly into the serpent's mouth, allowing itself to be swallowed in less than a second. This small, calculated move would bring about consequences no one could have imagined. Jun had been clever enough to come up with such a plan. Now, he lets out a quiet laugh while giving the command to open the warehouse. Watching through his ultimate eyes ability, Jun notices two skills available: warehouse and shop. With the mouse already inside the serpent's body, he issues the command to summon gas, causing the serpent's belly to bloat and swell. He then summons burning papers, already ignited. The combination of gas and fire results in a massive internal implosion. The serpent explodes from the inside out, unable to withstand the pain and pressure building within. After the blast, the Queen of Rats experiences a sharp wave of discomfort, as though she is directly connected to the pain the little mouse endured. Jun walks over to her, noticing her unease, and asks if she's all right. She responds that she is. It just startled her. Jun acknowledges her efforts, telling her she did a good job. She exhales in relief, finally relaxing a little. With ultimate eyes still active, Jun turns his gaze back toward the metro and reflects on the fact that he wasn't the one who delivered the final blow to the serpent. Instead, he wants the creature to be slain by his vassals Han and the werebear woman, who have earned the title of knights. By doing so, he knows he will receive 6 times the experience points and profit. We return to the scene from earlier, just after Han threw the spear at the serpent's head. The werebear woman wastes no time, charging forward as her transformation nears completion. With her powerful claws, she delivers a series of fierce slashes against the serpent, which still struggles to fight back despite its injuries. Finally, the werebear gathers her strength, leaps high into the air, and strikes down with tremendous force, landing a blow directly to the serpent's head. The impact creates a large crater. Once she lands back on the ground, now almost fully transformed, she turns to confirm that the giant serpent has truly been defeated. Right then, the system notifies them that the king's snake has been vanquished, granting a substantial amount of experience. Since it was a level 40 monster, a large quantity of coins is also deposited into Jun's wallet. With the boss of Kamayan Station defeated, Han and the werebear woman can now construct an outpost at that very location. System messages continue to flood in, showing that multiple skills have leveled up. Among them, the Domestic Domain Declaration skill has reached level 15, granting Jun 3 additional skill points. As always, after each evolution, Jun experiences that familiar sharp pain, a tightness in his chest, signaling the price of his advancement. Outside, his domain continues to grow, stretching farther and farther without pause. The system then alerts him that a being has been discovered that meets the citizenship requirements, asking whether he would like to grant it. Still clutching his chest in pain, Jun gives the command to grant citizenship to the candidate. The system reports that the total number of citizens has now reached 1,000. As the citizen count hits that milestone, every citizen unlocks a new passive ability called base salary. This base salary skill grants each citizen an additional 100% XP and profit bonus. Reading the message, Jun's eyes widen in astonishment. Hardly able to believe what he's seeing, he opens the status window of one of the citizens and confirms it with his own eyes. A 100% bonus to both experience gain and profit share is now in effect. Jun becomes thoughtful, allowing himself a moment to process everything. He realizes that this is an incredibly powerful feature. Even if he sets their profit participation at 0%, the citizens still receive the additional 100% bonus in both experience and profits. Before he can dwell on the thought, the Queen of Rats calls out to him, gently pulling him from his reflections. He turns around and asks what she needs. She apologizes for interrupting but proceeds to make a request. She asks if it would be possible for him to bring her group to that place as well. Jun takes a moment to consider her words, remaining quiet for a few seconds as he thinks. Then, a soft smile forms on his face, and he assures her that, of course, he will make that happen. The Queen of Rats lights up with excitement at his response. She lifts her hands near her mouth in pure emotion, nearly blushing while her eyes shine with joy she can't hide. Jun then asks if she's able to control another rat again. Now full of energy and determination, she confidently answers that she can absolutely do it without any problems. Jun says he will inform the group to follow the rat while she guides them from here. Back at the metro station, the giant serpent's lifeless body still lies across the ground, unmoving. From within that scene, a tiny mouse emerges, now acting as the guide for the group, leading them toward their new destination. The mouse scurries ahead while the rest of the group follows closely, walking past the corpse of the giant snake and making sure not to stray too far behind their small guide. Han is once again left in shock by the sight unfolding before him. The werebear woman urges him to compose himself and asks whether it was his group that defeated all of the orcs lying lifeless across the floor. He immediately denies it and turns the question back to her, but she also says she didn't do it either. When she arrived, the orcs were already in that state. They conclude that this must be an orc territory and that whoever defeated them must be far more powerful than they are. As they keep walking, the group can see only orc corpses and splashes of blood staining the ground. Following the mouse, Han points out that now that the giant serpent has been dealt with, the major threat is gone. However, he warns that they must not lower their guard yet. The archer agrees, noting that there could still be hidden groups of monsters lurking nearby. At that moment, the little mouse turns back to the group, squeaks, and gestures with its tiny paws as if to say, "Come on, hurry up." Seeing this, Toji comments that the mouse is actually pretty clever, and Moon asks whether it's part of Jun's skill set. The group continues forward while Jun watches from a distance, observing everything from afar. Judging that there are no major threats in the area, Jun shifts his gaze toward a system notification informing him that he currently has 3 available skill points. Looking at the message with anticipation, he begins to wonder where he should invest them. He reasons that since his territory has recently expanded, his highest priority should be the Ultimate Eyes skill, especially because it synergizes with the Queen of Rats' abilities. He gives the command to upgrade Ultimate Eyes once again. As always, he feels the painful consequences of evolving a skill, but this time, instead of the usual sharp pain in his chest, he experiences something far worse, an unbearable, splitting headache. Unlike the previous version of this skill, the new level now allows him to see the levels of monsters displayed above their heads. In addition to levels, he can now see other detailed data such as height, behavior, intelligence, and even specific traits that make each monster unique. Realizing how much easier this ability will make things, he acknowledges that it's exactly what he needed. Before assigning quests to others, he must first identify monsters of the correct level, ensuring suitable challenges and minimizing the cost of resurrection. Already aware of its usefulness, he decides to use his remaining points. The next skill he chooses is dignity maintenance, since managing and meeting more people now requires stronger trust and loyalty. He gives the command to level up that skill as well. However, just as he's in the middle of his planning, something interrupts Seo Jun, throwing him off balance and into panic. A deafening sound crashes through the area, cutting short his moment of reflection. He quickly realizes the noises are similar to gunshots, sharp, loud, and unmistakably threatening. With his ultimate eye skill still active, Jun immediately determines that the gunshots didn't come from the apartment complex, but from the metro station. Redirecting his gaze, he sees several goblins wielding revolvers. The goblins wear twisted, malicious smiles, clearly aware of the power they hold with such weapons. The only question racing through Jun's mind is why goblins have firearms and, more importantly, how they managed to get them. It wasn't just one goblin. Several of them were firing wildly, spreading chaos and terror throughout the metro. Han and his group had faced countless powerful enemies before, but never a threat that escalated so suddenly. The abruptness of the situation put everyone on high alert. Realizing the goblins were opening fire, Han shouted for the group to take cover and hide behind anything they could find. Gunfire echoed through the station as they managed to find temporary cover. From behind it, Han and the archer cautiously peeked out. Clearly shaken, the archer asked how the goblins had gotten firearms. Han replied grimly that fighting them head-on wasn't an option, but then a small smile crossed his face. He remembered Moon was on their team. Without hesitation, Moon used his teleportation ability to catch the goblins off guard, not giving them a second to react. His expression was fierce, eyes filled with determination and anger. Without remorse, he drove his spear through the back of one goblin, silencing it with a final scream. The sound alerted the rest, who turned their weapons toward him. But Moon was far from weak. Using his close-range combat skills, he decapitated every goblin that came near, cutting them down one by one in rapid succession. Watching from a distance, the goblins still holding revolvers realized this was their best chance to shoot before he closed in, but before they could pull the trigger, arrows struck their hands, forcing them to drop their guns in pain. The shots came from the archer, who had been waiting for the perfect moment to act. She wasn't the only one. Toji, clad in his heavy knight's armor, and the werebear woman charged into the fray, attacking the remaining goblins relentlessly. Neither gave the monsters a chance to breathe or fight back. From a distance, the man with glasses and the poison-wielding woman watched in disbelief, clearly impressed by their comrades' strength and coordination. Toji and the werebear continued to push forward with unyielding ferocity, while the archer and Moon provided cover from afar. After the battle, Jun shifted his focus to the revolvers and ammunition scattered around. Using his ultimate eyes, he inspected them carefully and gave the system a command to register both items. Moments later, a confirmation appeared: both the revolver and its ammunition had been successfully registered. Realizing what he just did, Jun stands silent for a moment, stunned that he has just added a firearm to the system's inventory. He quickly recognizes that he cannot display this item in the store for public purchase. However, offering firearms in the shop would bring clear advantages. People would become more active in hunting monsters, and even those below level 10 might start hunting orcs regularly. That would lead to citizens gaining more experience and generating greater overall profits. Yet, Jun is also aware of one major problem: he cannot trust everyone. At this stage, he's been welcoming people indiscriminately, accepting anyone who arrives and providing them with supplies without screening them first. He believes he can control everyone regardless of what happens. While the rapid population growth has brought benefits, things change drastically once firearms are introduced. There's no guarantee that someone among the crowd won't become a problem. Beyond the issues of resource shortages during the apocalypse, emotions like envy, resentment, and jealousy could easily escalate into something dangerous when firearms are involved. Regardless of motive, accidents can happen, and in the worst case, someone could die. Jun concludes that while firearms are useful, they must only be given to verified individuals. As he opens the system menu, he decides that only those with high loyalty levels will gain access. With that decision, Jun already knows who the first recipient will be. Back at the metro station, the group stands surrounded by lifeless goblins. Suddenly, a gun materializes in midair and drops in front of Moon, startling him with its sudden appearance. Cautiously, he approaches the weapon, stepping slowly and deliberately. A faint smile forms on his face as he picks it up, his finger resting gently on the trigger. Without needing to see him, Moon silently thanks Jun, already knowing it was his doing. The group resumes their journey through the metro tunnels, following the little mouse that leads them toward the Rat Queen's group. After walking for a while through the dim passageways, they arrive at a sealed area blocked by a heavy door that separates the inside from external threats. As the leader, Han steps forward without hesitation and opens the door himself. As it creaks open, they immediately see several people inside. The first to notice them tremble in fear, uncertain whether these newcomers are human or monsters. Later, the day turns out to be perfect for a walk. Jun takes notice and decides to get some fresh air. Strolling along the sidewalks, he reflects on how pleasant it is that the walking trail outside the apartment complex now lies within his territory. It's been a long time since he's gone for a proper walk, and he quietly thanks Yijin for accompanying him. While enjoying the calm moment, the system suddenly notifies him that an unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. Jun smiles, remarking that it seems they've arrived. Curious, Yijin asks who it might be. The system then reveals that an individual meeting the requirements for citizenship is approaching the shelter and asks Jun if he'd like to grant entry. Without hesitation, he accepts. Moments later, Yijin hears someone calling her name and looks up to see her mother and sister, Yojin, running toward her with joy. Overwhelmed, they embrace tightly, tears streaming as their mother scolds her gently for disappearing without a word. Yijun apologizes sincerely. Her sister, eyes sparkling, exclaims how good she smells and teasingly asks if she's taken a bath. Yejin smiles, replying that yes, they even have hot water here, and now her family can enjoy it too. From a short distance away, Jun watches the heartwarming reunion, pleased to hear them talk about the comfort of hot meals and soft beds. Then, he calls out to the Rat Queen, who quickly turns around and asks if something has happened. June informs her that Unit 2701 has now been assigned to her and she is completely free to use it however she wishes. However, he warns that it might feel a bit cramped for 30 people. Upon hearing this, the girl turns back toward her mother and sister again, but they were not alone. All 30 individuals who had been trapped in the metro were rescued and brought safely to the shelter. Yejin lowers her head for a moment, visibly deep in thought as she tries to come up with a solution to accommodate everyone. Interrupting her train of thought, Jun steps in and says that he'll provide 3 extra rooms for her because she is more than worth it and truly deserves it. Hearing this makes her feel flustered, and she offers a heartfelt thank you. June adds that she can also use Units 2402, 2301, and 1902, all within the same building. Hearing that causes her eyes to fill with tears, and in the background, her mother and sister smile with happiness and relief. Yejin expresses her gratitude and promises she will always do her best. After this emotional moment, the system displays a notification showing that the loyalty and trust levels of many citizens have significantly increased in an instant. Seeing this on the interface, Jun feels a spark of excitement, pleased with the outcome. However, something soon catches his attention. He remembers a system feature that was unlocked when he leveled up but had never taken the time to check. The feature is called Guardian Beast Management, and it has a usage limit of 10 times. Just from the name alone, Jun gets a vague idea of what this skill might involve. But when he finally checks the cost of activating it, he is completely stunned. The cost is 1 billion. The number leaves his jaw hanging in disbelief. Still trying to process this, someone suddenly calls his name and asks if he has a moment to talk in private. They head toward a nearby room, and June opens the door, motioning for the person to come in. The visitor is none other than Yu Hyun, the girl known for using poisons. She appears hesitant, clearly uncomfortable about what she's about to say. June gently asks her what she would like to talk about. With an anxious expression and a hint of fear in her voice, she says there's something she needs to confess. Noticing her fear, June smiles softly and tells her to take a deep breath and speak comfortably, assuring her there's no pressure. Seeing his calm and kind demeanor, Hyun gathers the courage to finally speak her mind. She bows slightly, thanks him, and with visible difficulty, says she's truly sorry, but she wants to leave the team. Hearing that shocks Jun to the core. He had never experienced anything like this before. In disbelief, he asks if she really just said what he thinks she said. With an expression full of guilt, the poison girl repeats her apology and insists that she needs to leave the party. Jun hears her words but remains silent for a moment, struggling to process the sudden revelation. The girl then begins to explain, saying that her ability is one of the reasons she feels so useless within the team. She confesses that she often thinks her presence doesn't make any real difference, that whether she's there or not, things would likely remain the same. June gently tells her to stay calm and to speak freely, reassuring her that she can always be honest with him about anything. Clenching her teeth tightly as if bracing herself, she finally admits that she's afraid. The trembling in her voice leaves June momentarily speechless. She repeats that she really is scared, terrified. The goblins were horrifying, the orcs were just as frightening, and the giant snake they faced had been utterly terrifying. She even recalls the moment when they were chased by the red tiger. There were so many times she could have died that just thinking about it brings tears to her eyes, and she begins to cry. Once again, she apologizes to June, saying she knows he saved her many times while she could only watch helplessly, remaining silent. Wiping her tears with trembling hands, she continues, saying that she's nothing but a useless person, someone who has failed to live up to June's expectations. June listens quietly, reflecting that deep down, he had already begun to notice this before. He remembers the time when they went to rescue Moon's grandmother. She had been clearly afraid even then. He recalls how fearful she was when they were hunting orcs, and especially during the confrontation with the giant snake. He remembers vividly that during the chase involving the red tiger, she had nearly lost her life. Jun knows that, in truth, she hadn't contributed much to the group's overall efforts. But even so, he understands that none of this is something she should be blamed for. After all, her ability, Poison Mist, is extremely risky to use. If handled incorrectly, it could harm her own teammates, making it difficult for her to use effectively in battle. Despite being unable to use her ability to its full potential, she had still risked her life countless times alongside everyone else. When results turn out poorly, disappointment is natural, but it doesn't diminish her bravery. Watching Hyun cry and sob in front of him, Jun decides to speak up, telling her that this is actually perfect because he has something he needs help with. Hearing that, the girl wipes her tears and looks at him, asking what he means. Jun then asks if she knows Dabin, who currently lives on the 21st floor of the shared facility. He explains that Dabin has been struggling to handle everything alone, burdened with an overwhelming number of responsibilities. Jun further mentions that he plans to create and manage shared facilities on every floor, not just the 21st, and that he's looking for someone trustworthy to help manage them. Stepping closer, he asks if he can entrust this task to her, assuring her that she would be a huge help if she accepts. When no immediate answer comes, Jun scratches his cheek awkwardly and continues, saying that if someone is willing to move and help, even in small ways, he could never see them as useless. Seeing that Hyun is still downcast, Jun reflects on how powerful her ability actually is. Because it's a control-type poison ability, He feels certain that someday her true value will shine brightly. He tells her that if stepping outside the apartment complex is too overwhelming right now, she can work indoors for a while. And when the day comes that her power is truly needed again, Jun leans forward slightly and tells her that when that moment arrives, he will absolutely count on her. This sudden show of trust and reassurance makes her stop crying. Then, she gives a small, timid smile. At that very moment, the system sends a notification showing that her loyalty has increased to 100. It also notes that she has now been officially registered as a retainer, and the retainer limit has been expanded as well. As Hein wipes her face once more, she apologizes, her voice trembling. But this time, she smiles genuinely, saying that she showed him a weak side of herself but promises to do her best to help from now on. Hearing this lifts Jun's spirits as he realizes that she has been working hard all along and that he can continue to count on her. Sometime later, still inside the room, Jun's attention is drawn to a lingering system notification, the option to summon a guardian beast at the exorbitant cost of 1 billion won. Looking at this possible new ability, Jun thinks that maybe, just maybe, it's worth giving it a shot, no matter how ridiculously expensive it seems. Throwing caution to the wind, he presses the confirmation button and requests the system to summon the guardian beast. The system promptly notifies him that 1 billion won has been deducted. Then, at that very moment, a brilliant light bursts forth, startling Jun. The light emerges directly from the ground, making the whole situation feel even stranger and leaving him frozen in place. It quickly becomes clear that this light is coming from a magical circle glowing with a powerful yellow hue. The magic is so intense that Jun has to close his eyes for a moment to avoid being blinded. Then, from the center of the magical circle, something unexpected appears, a large egg. Jun stares in amazement, wondering what kind of guardian beast could possibly hatch from it. Even after the magical circle stops radiating light, the mysterious egg continues to emit a strong and vivid glow. Unlike the usual situation where a magic egg would take an eternity to hatch, this time the egg immediately begins to crack open. All the while, it continues to shine so brightly that Jun has to shield his eyes with his hand to protect his vision. Very quickly, the egg finishes breaking apart, and what emerges from within leaves Jun absolutely stunned. The creature that appears is covered in black feathers with large expressive eyes, a sharp beak, and sleek plumage. It is clearly a bird. A small black bird with strikingly large eyes and a stylish crest on top of its head has just emerged from that magical circle. Without hesitation, Jun activates his Ultimate Eye's ability to inspect the status and details of his new guardian beast. The system immediately displays information. The creature's name is Semjoko, and it is a level 1 crow. The system further explains that this crow is a divine beast with 3 legs, born with the power of the sun itself. It also states that Semjoko is currently just a hatchling, a baby who still needs protection, and that for it to grow properly, it must be bathed in high-quality sunlight regularly. Jun waves cheerfully at his new pet and, smiling warmly, says a genuine heartfelt hello. The little creature's large shiny eyes begin to sparkle with excitement, and it starts making small chirping sounds as if trying to communicate back with Jun. Jun then places his hand thoughtfully under his chin, pondering for a moment how he should name his new companion. Looking at the adorable black-feathered creature in front of him, Jun comments that it is truly a jet black crow, and then suggests that perhaps its name could be Cammy. Upon hearing the name, the crow's eyes light up even brighter, practically gleaming with happiness. The tiny bird immediately celebrates, chirping excitedly as if shouting out its new name in pure joy. Jun leans closer and asks the bird if it really likes the name. The 3-legged crow, Cammy, responds with even more enthusiastic chirping sounds, almost as if it were trying to say yes, which makes Jun feel a wave of relief and happiness. However, after some time passes, Jun notices that Cammy just will not stop chirping incessantly. He starts to assume that the little creature must be hungry. A little while later, Jun offers some snacks to Cammy, and the bird seems to enjoy them very much, happily munching away. After devouring the entire packet of snacks, Cammy lets out a loud burp, indicating that he has completely filled his belly. And just like that, after the meal, as everyone knows well, drowsiness quickly overcomes the little mascot. Watching the scene, Jun realizes how easily Cammy can fall asleep after eating, and he muses to himself that someday this tiny being will surely grow into a true guardian beast. Crouching down beside him, Jun says aloud that he wishes he could also fall asleep as easily as Cammy does after eating. Just then, something suddenly appears in front of Jun. A system notification. It shows that Cammy's level has increased and that the efficiency of the solar generator has also increased by 100%. Another screen pops up explaining that the solar generator is a facility that produces electricity using solar energy, generating between 80,000 to 100,000 won per day, and that any excess energy is credited back to the shut-in wallet. Reading this, Jun has a sudden spark of inspiration. If things go the way he thinks, he recalls that the 10 new buildings he recently acquired still do not have any solar generators installed. He had already used most of the financing for other projects, and at the time he thought it would be a waste to invest 130 million won for just a 30 million won annual return. But now he chuckles quietly to himself, realizing that with this new change, the situation is completely different. As more time passes, the system continues to notify him that Cammy's level keeps increasing, and along with it, the efficiency of the solar generator continues to rise. Reading the latest notification, Jun realizes that the generator's efficiency has tripled almost instantly, going from a 30 million won annual return to 90 million won per year. With a broad smile spreading across his face, Jun understands that there is no reason to hesitate any longer. Without wasting a second, he gives the command to the system to install solar generators in all 10 of the new buildings. The system promptly displays that the installation will be completed within 24 hours. Sometime later in room 3001, someone rings the doorbell of that room. It is Jun. From inside, the occupant asks who it is, and Jun calmly replies that it is him. The door swings open quickly and Fatty appears, asking if something is wrong. Jun replies with a serious expression that he needs to ask a favor. Still looking surprised, Fatty asks what kind of favor Jun could possibly need. With a stern, resolute face, Jun explains that he needs Fatty to safeguard his money. They exchange a few words that the narration does not reveal to us, and shortly after that, Fatty is left standing there completely in shock by what he has just heard. Before all of that, the conclusion that Jun came to while thinking carefully about the tax collection ability was as follows. If he entrusts a sum of money to a trustworthy citizen and simply lets it sit idle, it will generate profit for him over time. There is an initial 10% tax fee when he donates the money for the first time, but after that the money starts to produce a 10% profit every month. So Jun began to consider carefully whom he could trust enough to handle that money. He went through the status screens of various citizens and then stopped when he reached Choi, also known as Fatty, and noticed the 89 points in trust and 98 points in loyalty. It became absolutely clear to Jun that it had to be Fatty. His level of trust and loyalty were on an entirely different scale, significantly higher than that of any other citizen. Immediately, the system notified Jun that he had successfully donated 1 billion won to Fatty, with a 10% fee deducted from the total amount. Right after the donation, the system also showed that Fatty's loyalty and trust had increased even further. Still visibly nervous but wanting to confirm, Fatty asked if he really was only supposed to hold on to the money, or if he could maybe use just a little bit of it. That had actually been Jun's original plan all along, but he had not expected Fatty's loyalty to reach 100. So in the end, he replied that yes, Fatty has permission to use a small portion of the money. Still in shock over what he had just heard, Fatty bowed deeply in gratitude, offering a sincere thank you. Jun in turn told him to stop bowing and said that he trusted him completely. With that matter taken care of, it was now time to move on to the next thing he needed to handle. Jun went to talk with Dabin, and she asked if she was allowed to choose whoever she wanted. He replied that yes, it was fine. She could choose freely. Then he introduced her to Hirin, the so-called poison girl, and said she could include her in the team. He added that now that Dabin would be the team leader, he would be paying her double the regular weekly salary. At that moment, Dabin's loyalty increased a bit more. Excited by the sudden raise, Dabin pulled Hirin close to her and gratefully said she would do her best, overflowing with energy. She then dashed off with the poison girl, calling out to her and saying they were about to go on their first delivery. Hirin, trying to keep up, asked Dabin to slow down a little. Watching the whole scene unfold, Jun felt glad, knowing that the two of them would likely get along very well. And then he realized it was time for a difficult conversation. Over at apartment 2109, Jun arrived and told everyone that he knew they had all worked hard today, and he asked how they were feeling. Everyone came out to greet Jun, and Hans spoke up to say that they were all doing completely fine, then asked what had brought Jun to visit them. Jun explained that thanks to the monster at Kamian Station, the surrounding area was now considered a monster-free zone, especially the subway tracks. Everyone listened as Jun said that from Kamian to the next station, there were almost no monsters, and that this was their opportunity before another monster appears and claims the area. He told them they would have to act first. There was one thing Jun realized, especially after witnessing Hirin begging with tears in her eyes. Looking at these people now, he saw that they were risking their lives to fulfill the tasks he gave them, and thanks to Yejin, the queen of rats, they had been able to identify the giant snake at the station ahead of time. If they had not, the situation would have been unimaginably dangerous. In a world where death at any moment is a constant possibility, Jun understood that wanting to keep his family safe, wanting to protect them, could be seen as selfish. But even so, he gave the order. Han's group would go to Jagali Station tomorrow, because he could not give up. The next morning, Kami was stretching after waking up, and Jun was having his breakfast. The system displayed that the efficiency of the solar generator had increased, and that Kami's level had also gone up. As he ate, Jun felt excited to see that Kami had already reached level 5. The system then displayed that Kami was now releasing part of the sun's power, inheriting a portion of the divine beast's abilities, and that Jun had awakened basic elemental fire magic. The idea of having magical powers caught Jun a bit off guard, leaving him slightly surprised. Raising one of his fingers, he quietly wondered to himself how he was supposed to use this fire magic. Then a small flame suddenly appears at the tip of his finger, and he immediately realizes that it actually works. While the flame continues flowing gently from his fingertip, he notices that the sensation feels oddly familiar, and it does not take long for him to remember. It is quite similar to the feeling he experiences when he uses the dignity maintenance ability. And if that is really the case, Jun decides to go for a walk outside to test things more freely. As he walks around, he notices that there is no one nearby, and the area is completely quiet. He closes his eyes slowly and begins to use his imagination. He starts to picture a massive flame, one so powerful that it could engulf and burn the entire area around him. Soon, a flame begins to form and grow in the palm of his hand. The flame starts expanding, and he can feel the power coursing through his body, spreading from his hand to the rest of him. Then, with a determined movement, he throws the fireball forward. However, this action leaves him disappointed to the point that all of Jun's earlier enthusiasm seems to vanish in an instant. He stares at the tiny, underwhelming fireball floating in the air, and still feeling let down, he questions to himself whether this small result is really his current limit. It becomes clear to him that this is not a particularly powerful ability, at least not at this stage. But even so, he acknowledges that some things can already be done with it. He summons his gas, and then it hits him. If he combines this fire ability with the gas produced by the dignity maintenance skill, it could become a truly threatening force. For now, that is the current level of what he can do. But the potential is absolutely limitless. With this, he can now fuel everything he needs, still have electricity left over, and eventually this surplus can be converted into money, which will then be deposited directly into his shut-in wallet. At that moment, someone arrives singing some kind of tune and catches the attention of our secluded monarch. It is Yejin, the Queen of Rats, and she is expressing her gratitude for the rest period he allowed her. She says that thanks to him, she was able to rest well. Jun replies that he simply gave her the treatment her ability deserved. And besides that, thanks to her help, the range of his own abilities had expanded significantly. Of course, he should support her. Smiling, he says that he will be counting on her again today. He informs her that Han's group is currently waiting at Kamayan Station and that she should go guide them as soon as possible. Yejin responds that she has already sent rats along the subway tracks, since the rats are capable of reaching Goryeo Station without any trouble. Hearing that, Jun's eyes widen as he asks her if something happened beyond Goryeo Station. She confirms that yes, something did happen, specifically at Busan Station. She says she thinks it would be better if he saw it for himself. She sits down on the ground and begins to concentrate deeply, activating her ability to control one of her rats over there. Through the rat's vision, they can see that the station is completely destroyed, with debris and rubble possibly blocking access. And on top of that, the area appears to be flooded with water. Seeing this through his ultimate eyes, Jun quickly realizes that there is no way to get through that place in its current condition. Yejin comments that now that he has seen how the tracks are, that is precisely why she sent rats ahead. But then she saw something far more alarming, a scene of chaos and total destruction. Using his own abilities, Jun sees the same thing. Not a single building remains standing over there. Everything is destroyed. He asks himself, stunned, what on earth happened in that place? One of the rats moves closer to a hole in the ground, which turns out to be some kind of crater. Jun wonders what that thing could possibly be. Then the rat adjusts its position, and only at that moment does it become clear that the crater is actually a footprint, likely left behind by some kind of giant. Only then does Jun understand that the problem in that area is far more serious than he had imagined. That explains why there are no intact buildings, and why even the roads are completely destroyed. Then suddenly Jun feels a tremor at that exact moment, something that resembles an earthquake. Both he and Yejin are startled and immediately on alert as everything begins to shake violently, just like during a real earthquake. The Queen of Rats drops to the ground, crouching in fear and screaming from terror. Jun quickly moves closer, trying to reach her in order to calm her down. But at that moment, he begins to feel deep discomfort, realizing that if this continues, with the tremors growing stronger, all the buildings will eventually collapse. The earthquake continues to grow stronger, shaking the buildings more violently with each passing moment. Still visibly shaken, Jun turns to Yejin and asks if she is all right. Yejin reassures him that she is, but then with a worried expression, she asks what is really happening. Jun starts to explain that it is a tremor, but before he can finish, he is interrupted by a loud booming voice shouting his name. Both Jun and Yejin, still caught in a state of panic, hear that they need to go check what is going on. After a moment, Yejin glances at her companion, and he gestures for her to follow him outside. Meanwhile, Fatty, visibly shaken and fearful, mutters in disbelief, questioning what all this chaos could be about. He adds that Jun needs to head to his house first. Without a second thought, both of them dash towards Fatty's house despite the obvious danger all around. As they run, Fatty explains that from his place, they can get a clear view of the station area and assess the situation better. As they move swiftly through the quaking streets, Jun cannot help but recall the loud crash from earlier, wondering why Fatty is dragging him to his place with such urgency. After some time, they finally reach the destination. Upon opening the door, Jun is met with the sight of Fatty and his wife, both overwhelmed with fear and anxiety. Fatty quickly points towards the balcony, urging Jun to take a look. As Jun steps out onto the balcony and takes in the view, he becomes utterly shocked and paralyzed, his mind racing as he wonders why it always has to be some kind of madness. Outside, a gigantic, fearsome Cyclops looms over the city with sharp fangs and imposing horns, mercilessly destroying everything in its path. As the monstrous creature continues to demolish buildings with sheer brute force, Jun, still in a state of disbelief, summons everyone back to regroup. The group, now gathered, looks at one another in confusion, uncertain about the reason behind Jun's sudden call. When they reach Fatty's house, Han and Moon speculate about whether the earthquake from earlier might be linked to what is happening now. But suddenly, when they glance ahead, they are all left frozen in terror as they spot the terrifying Cyclops approaching. While they helplessly watch the giant creature crush and topple massive buildings, the group can only question in disbelief what that monstrous being in front of them could possibly be. The Cyclops, consumed by unbridled rage, continues to smash and pulverize everything in its vicinity with its powerful fists. Then Han shouts out, desperately wondering what on earth is going on, while Fatty points out that the Cyclops is moving closer to their location, urging Jun to take a look. Feeling overwhelmed, Jun, in a state of panic, acknowledges that they have to do something, but he has no idea where to even begin. From the balcony, Jun glances down at his hands, unsure whether his abilities would be enough to withstand the Cyclops' attack. Nervous and trembling, Jun clenches his teeth, trying to keep his composure despite the dread creeping in. Suddenly, Jun hears someone calling his name, and he freezes. Turning around, he sees the werebear woman, her expression resolute and unwavering. With fierce determination, she requests a chance to take on the Cyclops. Hearing her words, Jun is initially taken aback and a bit fearful, unsure of what to think. However, the werebear woman remains focused, her fiery resolve to battle the gigantic beast evident in her eyes. Jun, still anxious, manages to muster a faint smile after hearing her confident plea. Then he turns to her and asks if she is truly willing to confront the Cyclops. With unwavering courage, the werebear woman firmly declares that she will make it happen right away. Just then, the system interface pops up, displaying that a mission has been granted. The objective is to hunt the Cyclops within a 24-hour time limit. If the mission succeeds, the reward will be 1 day of resurrection for the sun. However, if they fail, the penalty will be a full day of excruciating pain. Jun immediately calls for the group to assemble, stating that he will give a quick rundown of the plan. Standing before them, Jun asks everyone to pay close attention. To begin, he divides the group into 3 teams. The first team consists of Han, the werebear woman, the healer, and Toji. The second team includes Moon, the archer woman, and Jian, the guy with glasses. The third team consists of Jun himself and Yejin. Jun states that he will take charge of their current area, while the others must quickly move to their designated positions, emphasizing that he is counting on their effort and bravery. Following this, the group members race through the streets, each heading to their respective locations with a determined focus. Somewhere else, Jun hears his name being called again. When he turns around, he sees Hirin, who, after surveying the area, confirms that Jun was right. The individuals with military experience are positioned at the main gate, while the other residents are gathered in the underground parking lot. Smiling in relief, Jun thanks her for the efficient work and suggests that she move to the underground parking lot as well to continue assisting the others. However, Hirin, with her gaze fixed firmly on Jun, states that she wants to contribute more, despite her body, especially her trembling hands, clearly revealing her fear and nervousness. Hearing this unexpected declaration, Jun is momentarily taken aback, and with a hint of concern, asks her if she is really sure that she will be okay. Hirin, lowering her head while tears well up in her eyes, admits that she is indeed scared. Yet almost immediately she lifts her head with newfound resolve and declares with a spirited voice that she will strive to be brave. Feeling a sense of relief and admiration, Jun allows a faint smile to appear on his face. He then turns around and calls for Yejin and Hirin to accompany him to the main gate. Upon arriving at the designated location, Jun promptly begins a quick survey to assess how many residents have previously completed military service. After gathering the necessary information, he discovers that out of more than 1,200 residents, only 101 people have that experience, which he concludes is ridiculously low given the circumstances. Suddenly, one of the residents, a man wearing a red jacket, raises his hand and hesitantly asks what they are supposed to do. Before addressing the question, Jun inquires about the twins and the red-haired man, wanting to know their whereabouts. As soon as he hears this question, the man in the red jacket scratches his head nervously, his entire demeanor shifting as unease visibly takes over his body. In that instant, Jun, with a sharp intuition, realizes something that catches him completely off guard. They ran away. He quickly notices that not only did the twins and the red-haired man escape, but they were also accompanied by hundreds of other people who fled to the underground parking lot. Anger immediately surges through Jun's veins, and he clenches his teeth, feeling utterly furious at their cowardice. Without hesitation, he calls them cowards, his voice filled with a mix of disappointment and frustration. With every pair of eyes now focused intently on him, Jun raises his voice to address everyone present. He declares that those who have chosen to stay behind and fight did not risk their lives out of foolishness. They made this choice because they know that if they do not stand their ground and fight, everyone will die. He emphasizes that each one of them is not only protecting themselves, but more importantly, defending their precious families. Jun continues, recalling something he once heard: "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. It is a choice, a conscious decision to face danger despite being afraid." He then concludes by stating that in a world overtaken by fear, survival depends on the brave, and these people standing here today are precisely those brave individuals. Finally, he thanks everyone for their presence and willingness to stand their ground. After finishing his speech, Jun opens the system window and proceeds to purchase 101 weapons and ammunition. As soon as the transaction is completed, the weapons and ammo begin to materialize right in front of everyone, leaving the crowd stunned and wide-eyed with disbelief. At that moment, the system promptly notifies that XP and participation in the liquefaction process have increased by 100%, indicating that their efforts and willingness to fight have been recognized. Jun instructs the residents to pick up the weapons and ammunition that have appeared before them. One by one, they cautiously reach out and take the weapons, their expressions reflecting a mix of shock and awe as they hold the newly acquired firearms in their hands. Then, with a firm and resolute tone, Jun assures them that those who have chosen to face their fears will be duly rewarded. Turning around sharply, he activates his Absolute Eyes ability, his gaze now burning with unwavering determination. In a calm yet commanding voice, he declares that the chaos is only just beginning. Meanwhile, the Cyclops, with his fangs bared and overflowing with uncontainable fury, charged forward into the attack without a moment's hesitation, driven entirely by instinct and rage. At the same time, Han, positioned carefully outside the Cyclops' field of vision, was holding a solid iron bar, waiting silently and patiently for the perfect moment to strike. With a fierce and determined expression etched across his face, Han gripped the iron bar tightly and raised it with both hands, initiating his carefully calculated attack. In one swift and precise motion, he hurled the iron bar directly toward the Cyclops with all the strength he could muster. The projectile hit its mark, violently piercing through the creature's leg and immediately causing blood to gush out in a gruesome display. Caught off guard by the unexpected assault, the Cyclops turned around sharply, his monstrous body twisting as he directed his gaze toward the source of the attack. His fiery red eyes locked onto Han, the one who had dared to wound him. And for a moment, time seemed to stand still as Han remained frozen, paralyzed with fear in the face of the towering monster. Han clenched his teeth and furrowed his brow, panic flooding his senses as he struggled to process the overwhelming danger standing directly before him. Despite the deep wound in his leg and the blood dripping down, the Cyclops began marching forward with a steady and terrifying resolve, determined to make Han suffer the most excruciating pain of all, death. But at that very instant, unexpectedly, the werebear woman came rushing in, already fully transformed into her fierce beast form. She was driven by her mission, resolute in her goal to stop the Cyclops at any cost and earn the reward that awaited her. With her razor-sharp claws extended, she lunged at the Cyclops and slashed through his thick flesh, unleashing a brutal impact that sent her hurtling backward, crashing to the ground with crushing force. However, the attack was not nearly enough to bring the Cyclops down. He remained upright, completely consumed by rage, his fury only intensifying with every passing second. With a cruel and merciless grin spreading across his monstrous face, the Cyclops lifted the same leg Han had wounded. Summoning all his wrath, he delivered a savage and hate-filled kick straight at the werebear woman. She was sent flying through the air with terrifying force, soaring from an unimaginable height, the wind violently whipping around her as she fell. Her cries of resistance sliced through the air until finally her body crashed with tremendous violence against the ground, as though the very heavens themselves had rejected her. The Cyclops' brutal attack left the werebear woman lying motionless on the floor, her body shattered and completely drained of strength, now utterly defenseless. Even from a distance, the Cyclops kept his piercing eyes fixed on her broken figure, determined to annihilate everything and everyone that dared to stand in his way. He began preparing for the final blow. He swiftly raised his arm, ready to strike and end her once and for all. But then a loud shout echoed through the air, grabbing his attention and halting his motion. The shout, amplified by a white megaphone, rang out clearly, calling him an idiot and stopping him mid-attack. It was Toji who held the megaphone, and he continued to shout, insulting the Cyclops by calling him a large-faced monster, pushing the creature's rage to new heights. In response, the Cyclops turned his massive head. His burning eyes widened, filled with both confusion and fury as he tried to comprehend what was going on around him. But suddenly, his attention was drawn downward to his own leg. The cold metal of the iron bar was still embedded deep in his flesh, and his blood continued to pour from the wound, soaking the ground around him. At the same time, Toji, overwhelmed by terror, lowered the megaphone and ceased his insults, fear gripping him tightly as he whispered to himself, trying to understand what kind of monster he was truly looking at. The Cyclops narrowed his dark eyes and locked them onto Toji. His gaze moved slowly, methodically, studying every inch of the weapons Toji carried, carefully evaluating their offensive capabilities. He looked like a wounded beast, still bleeding, still in pain, but mentally calculating the perfect moment to strike back with devastating precision. Suddenly, Toji found himself standing still, completely frozen, and tried to plead for a moment of time. But it was already too late. Without a second of hesitation, the Cyclops lunged toward him, driven by a single overwhelming purpose, to obliterate everything in his path. Toji screamed in desperation, his voice trembling uncontrollably. His eyes, wide with fear, gleamed with pure terror, and his entire body shuddered under the crushing pressure of the moment. Without thinking twice, he turned and sprinted with all the speed and desperation his legs could muster, running as though his life depended on it, because it did. Elsewhere, Jun was watching the entire scene unfold using his ultimate eyes ability. Observing Toji's desperate situation, he stated that Toji was approaching, and that the Cyclops was coming with him. Immediately, he turned to the group around him and instructed them to prepare without delay. Once more, Jun activated Ultimate Eyes, clenched his teeth tightly, and warned that the moment was near. Toji was almost at their location, and behind him was the largest creature any of them had ever seen. Toji was completely frantic, running out of control and screaming at the top of his lungs that he was arriving. After a few tense seconds, he stumbled past the edge of the barrier where everyone was already waiting for him, alert and filled with tension. Outside the protective barrier, the Cyclops loomed, his eyes watching everything. And then, without warning, Black, the crow belonging to the man with glasses, appeared in the sky and began flying straight toward the Cyclops. The bird flapped erratically in the Cyclops' line of sight, pecking and disrupting his vision non-stop, refusing to let up for even a moment. Eventually, overwhelmed and disoriented, the Cyclops shut his eyes tightly in frustration. Without wasting a second, the archer woman was already in position, her body firm, unwavering, and fully prepared for the perfect moment to strike. Then, with unwavering focus, she aimed her bow with precise calculation, her eyes locked on the monstrous figure ahead, while Black, the intelligent crow, gracefully landed on the arm of his master, perching with familiarity and calm. Without a single trace of hesitation, the exact moment had finally arrived. The archer woman pulled back the bowstring with strength and confidence and released her arrow in one swift and fluid motion. The arrow shot forth with incredible speed and force. The Cyclops, in a desperate attempt to defend himself, raised his massive hand to shield his face, but it was in vain. The arrow not only pierced straight through his outstretched hand, but also struck directly, and with perfect accuracy, into the very center of his head. Immediately after, Moon appeared, soaring high above the Cyclops with steady flight. Without wasting any time, he reached into his clothes and retrieved 4 rats, each one alive and squirming. Then, with firm resolve and no hesitation, he hurled all 4 rats directly toward the Cyclops' mouth, which was wide open as the creature roared in agony from the arrow embedded in his face. With all the power in his lungs, Moon screamed out Jun's name, his voice ringing through the battlefield, demanding immediate action. Up until that moment, everything had been unfolding exactly as planned. Now, with his ability already activated, Jun initiated the release of the gas that had been hidden inside the Cyclops' body. At that exact instant, the creature's eyes flew open, and despite the intense pain radiating from the arrow lodged within them, he seemed to forcefully ignore it. The Cyclops slowly lowered his massive head and looked down at his abdomen with a focused and steady gaze, as if noticing something unfamiliar. He took in a long breath, bracing himself for whatever was about to come next. Soon after, Jun raised his arm firmly and pointed it straight at the Cyclops. His face remained calm, composed, entirely devoid of fear. In his mind, there was an unshakable conviction. When the opportunity to end that terrible battle finally came, there would be no room for doubt, only the resolve to bring everything to a close decisively and completely. He activated a magical attribute, conjuring flames that danced around his hand and crackled with energy. After a tense heartbeat of silence, a massive explosion erupted from within the Cyclops' body, sending thick, dark smoke billowing into the sky and spreading outward like a storm cloud. Within the suffocating haze, the Cyclops appeared to be unconscious, his body stunned and overwhelmed by the force of the explosion. His gigantic form remained completely still, unmoving, while the entire atmosphere became heavy with tension and anticipation. The townspeople stood frozen, stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief, until one among them noticed that the towering giant was beginning to lean more and more over the barrier. Meanwhile, Jun stood his ground and insisted with a strong and commanding voice that everyone remain in position. He encouraged them to hold on to hope even as the danger loomed right before them. Quickly analyzing the situation, he realized that almost everything was proceeding according to the plan. The next phase, however, would depend entirely on the citizens. They would need to concentrate all their strength and aim their firearms with absolute precision at the Cyclops' head, which was now visibly drooping and hanging heavy over the barrier. With one hand thoughtfully resting on his chin, Jun continued reviewing the details of his strategy in his mind. Deep down, he wished that if possible, the final blow could be delivered by one of his loyal subordinates. His train of thought, however, was abruptly interrupted when Fatty approached, visibly nervous and trembling all over. Unable to speak a single word, Fatty simply pointed frantically behind Jun, urging him with urgency to look. Trying to calm him down, Jun replied that the Cyclops was going to fall onto the barrier no matter what. But when Jun turned fully around and saw for himself, his entire expression changed in an instant. To his shock and horror, the explosion had not been powerful enough to bring the Cyclops down. The massive creature was still standing firm and steady, his terrifying eyes locked directly onto Jun. Paralyzed by fear, Jun struggled to comprehend the horrifying reality unfolding before him. His wide eyes were filled with pure panic, unable to believe what he was seeing. Beyond the safety of the protective barrier, the Cyclops remained upright and unshaken, exuding an aura of dominance as if daring anyone to try and stop him. Without a moment's pause, the Cyclops lifted his arm with merciless strength and brutal determination. His fists clenched tightly as if they bore the weight of a final decision that could not be reversed. And then, in one explosive movement, he brought his massive arm crashing down with devastating force. The very air around him trembled from the impact. The collision reverberated like thunder against the protective wall, shaking everything around it and sending a shock wave through the surroundings that echoed with raw power. After the violent impact against the shield, the system immediately issued an alert, indicating that an unauthorized entity was attempting to enter the protected zone. For a brief and tense moment, Jun and all the people around him were overwhelmed with fear and uncertainty. However, as the seconds passed and they realized they were still alive, Jun understood that he had in fact managed to block the devastating attack from the towering Cyclops. At that very moment, Fatty cried out, urging everyone to begin opening fire. Though still visibly shaken, the group quickly prepared themselves, raising their weapons and firing at the colossal enemy looming before them. Most of the gunfire struck the Cyclops directly in the eye, causing him to howl in unbearable pain. Meanwhile, Jun began to sense that although he had successfully blocked this latest attack, they would not be able to withstand repeated blows of the same magnitude. He knew all too well that even a single unblocked strike could prove to be fatal. Realizing this, he also decided it was time to act. He activated his invisible hand ability, combining it with gigantification attributes, understanding that he too had to intervene using one of the powerful skills he had unlocked by spending ability points. In an attempt to counterattack, the Cyclops raised one of his enormous fists once again, clearly preparing to deliver another crushing blow. The citizens, noticing the movement and realizing that yet another attack was coming, were filled with fear once more. The monstrous creature gathered all his brute strength and threw another punch, but once again, the devastating strike was stopped by the protective barrier. Only this time, the blow came with even more force, and it was not just a single hit. The system responded promptly, issuing another notification that an unauthorized entity was attempting to breach the barrier. Upon seeing that the Cyclops had failed yet again, the people cheered and felt a surge of relief. They had successfully resisted once more and now decided to continue opening fire on the giant creature. Jun observed the situation carefully and realized that although they had not yet brought the Cyclops down, they were inflicting damage. The rats with bombs and the citizens' repeated attacks were slowly but steadily accumulating injuries on the monster's body. He concluded that if they continued this strategy, they could eventually take the Cyclops down, but they still needed something capable of delivering a critical strike. Then, a spear was launched with that very intention. It pierced the Cyclops' massive body, driving deep into his flesh, causing him to let out a furious and agonizing roar of pain. It had been Han who hurled the spear, and Jun felt a wave of excitement and hope. He had been expecting this moment. Alongside Han stood the werebear woman and the healer, though she already appeared to be exhausted and worn from exertion. Enraged and roaring with fury, the Cyclops turned his full attention to Han's group. Jun, trusting in Han's abilities, declared to himself that he was now counting on him. Without wasting time, he opened the system interface and gave the command for it to summon multiple spears. The weapons materialized instantly beside Han, whose eyes now reflected a deep and unshakable conviction. Without hesitation, he began launching the spears toward the giant enemy. The spears flew through the air, striking the Cyclops from various angles. The giant did what he could to defend himself, raising his arms and trying to block the incoming projectiles. But the assault did not stop. More and more attacks rained down upon him. In addition to the spears coming from the front, others began descending from above, and he was unable to defend from all sides at once. These overhead strikes came from the archer woman, who had resumed her attacks, assisting Han by shooting from a higher vantage point. The assault continued in coordination, Han attacking from the front and the archer woman supporting from above. At that exact moment, the system sent a notification to Jun stating that Cammy's level had increased. For a brief second, Jun thought this might not be the best time for the system to be bringing up status updates. Yet, the system continued, revealing that Cammy had partially unlocked the power of the sun, inheriting a portion of the guardian beast's strength. Furthermore, Cammy's basic fire magic had evolved into intermediate level fire magic. The system also reported that Cammy had detected an intruder trying to enter the territory and was requesting energy release. Reading this, Jun paused, reflecting deeply on the energy release request. He was almost certain that the intruder being referenced was the Cyclops. Now, he wondered what Cammy would be able to do with the energy. Despite his uncertainty, Jun gave the command to authorize the energy release. And just like that, 300 million won were consumed. Cammy then began drawing in power from the solar generators. All Jun could think about at that moment was how extremely expensive that decision had just been. The energy kept flowing steadily from the generators, and Jun noticed that it was being funneled toward his room where Cammy had been stationed. After a moment, the transfer of energy finally stopped, and when Jun turned to look behind him, he saw something he had not expected. It was Cammy, his three-legged crow. But the creature no longer looked the same. This time, Cammy appeared transformed, with a sharper beak, larger wings, and a presence that radiated power and majesty. He was no longer the small, cute bird he used to be. Now he was larger, had 3 glowing eyes, and emitted an aura of a true guardian. Then Cammy began to concentrate a powerful fire attack in his beak. The Cyclops, focused entirely on his current opponents, had not yet noticed the bird's presence until he finally sensed something emitting light directly behind his back. With no further delay, Cammy unleashed his fiery attack, and the sheer power of it left all the citizens, including Jun, completely stunned and amazed by the incredible magnitude and strength of the blast. The powerful blast unleashed by Cammy strikes the Cyclops directly in the back, and with immense force, it pierces through the creature's thick body. Immediately after the impact, the enormous Cyclops begins to collapse, crashing heavily onto the ground. He lets out a guttural scream of agony as blood starts pouring from his mouth, a sign of just how fatal the attack had been. While Han stands still, watching everything unfold without any visible reaction, someone else takes the initiative and moves forward without hesitation. The werebear woman leaps toward the fallen Cyclops, aiming to deliver the final blow and end the creature once and for all. From the Cyclops' limited point of view, all he can see is an enormous, furious bear charging at him with full speed and fury. In just a matter of seconds, the werebear woman successfully finishes the Cyclops, ensuring that the threat is completely eliminated. The system then sends out a notification. A level 51 Cyclops has been hunted down. As a result, a massive amount of experience points and a large sum of one have been awarded. Additionally, the system displays that several skill levels have also increased as a consequence of the battle. Seeing this, Jun is immediately reminded of what always happens to him whenever his skill levels increase like this. As expected, he begins to feel the familiar and agonizing pain that always accompanies the evolution of his abilities. The effective range of his skills expands even further, now reaching much farther than it did before, giving him more influence and control. The system then flashes another message on the screen, congratulating Jun for successfully declaring the entire apartment complex as a unified refuge and confirming that a large deposit of one has been transferred to his account. Unable to bear the overwhelming pain, Jun falls to his knees on the ground, clutching his body as the surge of new power courses through him. At that moment, Cammy lands right beside him, having returned to his normal, small form. The three-legged crow begins to emit a series of proud, chirping sounds, clearly boasting about his role in defeating such a ferocious enemy. Jun, still kneeling and catching his breath, mentions that it cost him 300 million won for that outcome, prompting Cammy to fall silent, now visibly embarrassed that the price for his attack had been so high. Despite the expense, Jun feels genuinely happy and grateful that Cammy's strike was so decisive. It had been a critical and essential blow in taking the enemy down. With a soft smile, Jun gently strokes the top of Cammy's head and acknowledges that he did a great job. Although the summoning of the guardian beast seems to be unavailable within the refuge, Jun reflects on the outcome. He had spent 300 million won, but in return, he profited 30 billion. This makes him start to wonder if it might be time to consider summoning all 10 guardian beasts, because if their performance is anything like Cammy's, there is really no reason to hold back. Then the system displays a new update. The current cost to summon a guardian beast has increased to 10 billion won. Seeing that, Jun immediately questions why the cost had skyrocketed so dramatically. But before he has time to fully process the situation, he hears the sound of someone's voice. It sounds faint and emotional, like someone crying. What he sees next brings back a delicate and emotionally complex memory for him. Both he and Cammy turn to look toward the source of the sound. It is Yanju, the werebear woman. And at that very moment, Jun realizes something unexpected. Just for a brief instant, the faint alert sound from the system window transforms into something else entirely, the very sound that Yanju had long been wishing to hear. A little while before all of that unfolded, inside a certain abandoned building, someone was quietly using his special ability to fill a small bottle with water. The people around him were deeply grateful, genuinely thankful, to finally have clean water to drink. The man with the ability stood there silently, thinking to himself, troubled by the fact that they were now completely out of food. He had carefully formed a line, allowing the people to come forward and receive the precious water he was able to generate. But there was no denying it. Their food supply was nearly gone, and that, he understood clearly, was the absolute limit of what they could achieve with just these few resources they had managed to gather. The man felt a deep growing sense of unease because, at the end of the day, it seemed they would have no choice but to leave that place, a place that had seemed until now relatively safe. Then, at that very exact moment, he and everyone else inside the building felt the entire structure tremble. Like anyone would in that situation, he immediately asked those around him whether that had been an earthquake. Right then, another man came rushing in, shouting frantically and begging everyone to come see something that was happening up above. When the man mentioned the word monster, the one with the water ability was stunned, completely frozen for a second. Without wasting any more time, he began running, dashing up the staircase to reach the top floor and see what was going on with his own eyes. Once he arrived at the rooftop, what he saw left him breathless. The enormous Cyclops was still standing tall, radiating overwhelming fury and power, while the white-haired man trembled beside him, anxiously asking what they were supposed to do now. The one with purple hair, Jun-Huk, was already thinking ahead, telling the other to go and hide everyone else in the basement to keep them safe. Jun-Huk, overwhelmed and desperate, ran his hands through his hair in frustration, desperately trying to think of a plan. But the truth was undeniable. Facing off against the Cyclops was utterly impossible. He tried to offer a bit of comfort to the other men, explaining that there was nothing they could do against something like that. In the background, without them realizing, the powerful light of Cammy's upcoming attack had begun to form. The men could only speak in hushed, fearful tones, saying that all they could do now was pray that the monster would not find its way to them. And in the background, once again, the Cyclops was being obliterated. That moment caught them completely off guard. They had no idea what had just happened, what kind of power had been unleashed. But when Huck saw it, when his eyes truly grasped the scene in front of him, he knew right then and there that this power, it too came from an awakened, but someone on a level far beyond his own. Huck then called out to the silver-haired man, addressing him as Hyan, and told him to gather the people. Hyan, utterly shocked, asked him if he had lost his mind. Was he really suggesting they go toward that? But Huck was certain. Even though he did not know who the Awakened One was, he had no doubt about what needed to be done. If they truly wanted to survive in this wretched, merciless world, they had to stand beside the person who possessed the kind of power capable of bringing down a creature like that Cyclops. As they began walking toward Jun's location, the people silently hoped, prayed that whoever they were going to meet would be someone good-hearted, because they had no other options left. Their fate was entirely in the hands of chance now. They eventually arrived at the apartment complex and immediately suspected that this must be the place. After all, the buildings were still intact, completely untouched in a world otherwise devastated. Hyan, walking ahead of the group, remarked with disbelief, wondering how such buildings could remain standing in a world that had fallen apart. But then he suddenly smacked right into some kind of invisible barrier. Right after that, a message appeared in front of them from the system, declaring that entry was prohibited. Another message followed immediately, asking them whether they would like to obtain citizenship. They confirmed the prompt, and the system quickly responded, showing that they had been successfully granted citizenship. However, along with their new status came an initial quest. They were instructed to proceed to Jun's apartment on the 30th floor. Once they arrived there, Jun was already waiting to receive them. Strangely, he was already calling them by their names despite the fact that they had never met before. Jun introduced himself as well, calmly stating his own name. At that moment, Huck felt something deep within, an instinctual certainty that this man standing before them was the one responsible for forcing the towering Cyclops to its knees. And now that he was face to face with him, his instincts were screaming louder than ever. Without hesitation, Huck reached out, took Jun's hand in his own, and introduced himself, earnestly asking Jun to take care of them, because in his heart he knew this was a moment he must never let slip away. Elsewhere, in a quiet and peaceful place, Yanju the werebear was gently serving a warm meal. This time, a bright and genuine happiness could be seen in her eyes as she cheerfully called out the name of Siu. Siu was her little boy, her beloved child who was happily eating, and she lovingly asked him if the food tasted good. With a big smile, he replied that it was absolutely delicious. The small boy then turned to his mother with innocent curiosity and asked whose birthday it was, because they were having seaweed soup, a dish traditionally served on birthdays. She responded with a warm and affectionate embrace, hugging him tightly while he told her how much he loved that particular food. At that very moment, someone opened the door. It was Jun. Upon seeing him, the little boy excitedly called him Wizard Uncle. Yanju asked Jun whether everything went smoothly with the new residents, and he confirmed that it did. He had already provided them with food and a place to stay. Then Jun apologized for something, and Yanju, curious, asked why he was suddenly saying sorry. He explained that the newcomers would not be able to leave the house and that he had not expected that restriction to be in place. However, Yanju did not seem the least bit concerned about that detail. She calmly replied that just being there together like that with her little boy was more than enough for her, holding her son even more tightly in her arms. She said with sincerity that she was truly content now. Right after that, the system displayed a message stating that her loyalty had increased significantly, officially registering her as a retainer. But even if the system had said nothing, Jun could already tell through her expression, her voice, and her gentle actions that her heart was full. He could feel Yanju's emotions clearly without any need for confirmation. More time passed in peace. Mother and son continued enjoying their time together, now watching television side by side, smiling and sharing laughter. And during that simple, tranquil moment, Jun found himself reflecting deeply on his own family, on how long it had been since he had last seen them. He wondered how they were doing, if they were eating well, or if they were possibly sick. He closed his eyes and imagined the worst, thinking that something terrible might have happened to them in this chaotic world. Right then, Cammy appeared, making a bit of noise. The small creature began playing and having fun alongside the werebear and her son. Watching them all together like that, Jun felt a quiet realization settle in. There was no need to rush. It was just one day, one peaceful, ordinary day, and he understood how hard Yeonju had worked for this day to finally come. At the same time, he also thought about how Yejin's rats were at that very moment heading toward the main house. When the rat reached the house, he would be able to deliver whatever his family needed. So today, looking at mother and child, smiling and content, Jun made a choice. He would focus only on taking care of them, because this was the moment when Yeonju's one and only dream was finally shining brightly. Then Jun suggested that they sleep in the master bedroom. However, with her child still wrapped around her body in a loving embrace, Yeonju gently declined, saying that they could settle down in another room instead. Even so, Jun insisted that they stay in the master bedroom, emphasizing that it was the coziest and most comfortable place for them to rest. With a warm and reassuring smile on his face, he added that it was an order. Without hesitation, Yeonju lovingly stroked her son's hair, and together they expressed their gratitude to Jun for his kindness and thoughtfulness. Soon after, they headed toward the room, wished him a good night, and the little boy waved sweetly at Jun before going in. Jun, watching them go with a deep sense of fulfillment in his heart, allowed a faint, content smile to appear on his face. The lights in the house slowly dimmed, and a gentle lullaby began to softly echo through the home, drifting from the bedroom as the child, still awake, listened in silence. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jun lay on the sofa, quietly listening to the sweet lullaby that continued for a long while, tenderly sung by Yeonju's voice. It had been a very long time since he had heard a melody like that. Yet somehow, just by hearing it, his body began to relax and his eyes gently closed, just like a child falling asleep in their mother's lap. A new day dawned quietly and peacefully. Jun began the morning enjoying a breakfast lovingly prepared by Yeonju and her little boy. Afterward, they all settled comfortably in the living room to watch the boy's favorite cartoons. The child could barely contain his excitement, laughing at every scene as if he were seeing it all for the very first time. Soon, Siu began chasing after Cammy, who had been peacefully basking in the sunlight until being abruptly interrupted, which clearly did not please the creature. Later, after exploring every new toy they had, Yeonju, her son, and Jun laid down on the floor together for a brief nap. Between colorful scribbles and laughter, they drew pictures, and every second of the day was filled with joy and cherished with genuine happiness. But time waits for no one. With Cammy perched on his shoulder, Jun quietly wept, consumed by the silent grief of having only been able to offer a single day of life to Yeonju's beloved son. Soon after, Yeonju knelt down on the floor, saying her final goodbyes while holding her son tightly, pouring all her love and strength into that embrace. Still too young to fully understand the intensity of that moment, the boy asked innocently if she was crying. With tears already streaming down her face, she struggled to keep her voice steady and calmly whispered that she was not crying. But with his tiny hand resting gently against her cheek, he could feel the tears slipping down her face. So softly, Siu began wiping away her tears, doing his best to comfort her and asking her ever so kindly not to cry. Yeonju held him tightly again, and in a trembling voice, she finally admitted that she was afraid. Afraid of the world, because a world without him was far too terrifying. Then, filled with the innocence of a child, the boy simply called her mom and assured her with unwavering confidence that he was right there beside her. Those words, so pure, so genuine, caused Yanju to break down even more, tears overflowing from the sheer weight of her sorrow and desperation. Even as Siu continued trying to reassure her, Yanju remained in tears. Yet still, he took a step back, slowly pulling away from her arms. Looking her directly in the eyes, he firmly promised that he would always be by her side. Gripped by despair, she called his name with a choked voice. But without hesitating, he continued to walk toward the setting sun. While behind him, she shakily called out that she still had so much left to do for him. Then suddenly, he stopped. He turned around slowly, and with a gentle smile full of warmth and joy, he said that he loved her, just as his body began to dissolve into the light. At that exact moment, upon hearing those words, she froze. Still kneeling on the ground, her body began to tremble, and the overwhelming pain made it almost impossible for her to respond. But as all mothers do, even in the midst of unimaginable pain, she smiled through the tears and managed to whisper back a quiet, "I love you." And with those final words, Siu said goodbye with a peaceful smile on his face. In the blink of an eye, his body vanished completely, and Yanju's hand, overtaken by the unbearable pain of saying farewell, collapsed limply to the floor, while Jun watched her silently, deeply concerned and heartbroken by her side. Soon after, she tried to stand, but the pain she felt was so overwhelming, so crushing that her body simply would not allow her the strength to rise. Moved by the scene unfolding before him, Jun could only think that hope is like a delicate flower that chooses to bloom right in the middle of despair. With his eyes closed tightly, he came to a painful conclusion. Those who cling to hope must be prepared to face the darkest depths of despair, no matter how cruel. Then he extended his hand to her, and gently urged Yanju not to lose herself in grief, reassuring her that this moment was not the end. At that, Yanju lifted her head, turned toward Jun, and in a hesitant, trembling voice, she asked if that was really true, if this was not truly the end. With unwavering conviction, Jun answered that if there was even the slightest chance, he would bring her son back again and again, as many times as it took. His words ignited a new spark of hope, and Yanju received them with a renewed sense of determination and strength. At that exact moment, the system displayed a notification. Yanju's trust level had reached 100%, and she had obtained primordial vitality. The scene then shifted to the red-haired man who was screaming with uncontrollable rage and fury. The twins, who had been silently listening to everything that was being said, became visibly frustrated when they realized that the standard spear, the orc spear, and all the money the red-haired man had painstakingly saved had vanished completely without a trace, leaving him utterly disoriented and at a loss for what to do. The red-haired man, clearly agitated, asked about his brother's belongings. His brother then explained that when he had woken up, every single one of his possessions had disappeared without warning or explanation. Following this, the other twin chimed in and explained that many other people had experienced the same mysterious loss of their items. He pointed out that there was a specific pattern among these incidents. All of those who lost their belongings had not been present when the summoning occurred for those who had previously completed military service. Then one of the twins turned and stated that they should have returned to that place earlier. Suddenly, and completely without warning, he was violently grabbed by the collar of his shirt and pulled with force. The red-haired man, consumed by anger, demanded to know if his twin was trying to shift all blame onto him. The twin quickly clarified that his words had been misunderstood. Despite this, the red-haired man remained enraged, his voice rising as he shouted that they had all agreed from the start that following Jun's orders was a mistake. The brother, already anxious and losing patience, admitted that Jun's plan had indeed been foolish from the beginning. Hearing this, the red-haired man finally released his grip on his brother's shirt. Only then did he realize he might have been expelled because of his own actions. Now tense and nervous, he recalled there had been only one similar case before. He remembered a man who had tried to get involved with an underage girl. That man had been caught and immediately expelled, only to be found dead in the street shortly after. As he reflected on the situation, he came to an unsettling conclusion. Even now, with the giant's appearance and all the chaos, survivors still gathered in abandoned apartments. There were likely enough people willing to make him the next one expelled. He was consumed by hatred for the situation he had ended up in. The image of the man in the red jacket reappeared vividly, calling him a bastard. He imagined how satisfied that man must have felt upon getting his hands on a weapon. The red-haired man scratched his head, restless and agitated, trying to understand how everything had spiraled so far out of control. Elsewhere, Jun observed everything, the tension surrounding the red-haired man, and remarked to himself that this was only the beginning of the punishment he had meticulously prepared. A system window suddenly appeared behind the red-haired man, displaying a new mission that caught him completely off guard. Startled, he turned around to see the notification. The system revealed a mission: hunt 20 goblins within 24 hours. Success would reward a small amount of experience. Failure would result in 1 minute of extreme, unbearable pain. Returning to Yanju's most recent achievement, the dreaded primordial vitality, a rare and highly coveted ability that Jun now also possessed. It was known for amplifying regeneration to absurd levels, always proportional to the severity of injuries sustained. Jun could barely process what he had witnessed. He had never imagined that reaching 100 trust points would awaken precisely that ability in Yanju. Still deep in thought, Jun realized that for now, this ability wouldn't have much practical use. His gaze locked on the system window as he continued his line of reasoning. After all, he wouldn't be doing the fighting. Even if he left the building, the chances of sustaining real injuries were practically non-existent. Even so, the fact that such a powerful skill had been granted for reaching 100 trust points was undeniably noteworthy. His thoughts then drifted toward Moon, who was dangerously close to reaching that same 100-point threshold. The idea of what might happen next began to take shape. If Moon awakened an ability upon hitting 100 trust points, and if Jun also acquired that same skill, one allowing instant teleportation to any visible location, the possibilities would expand dramatically. Taking his speculations further, Jun envisioned a future where this teleportation ability could be combined with the Absolute One's Eye, along with support from an activated advanced base. Right then, the system displayed a notification about the advanced base, a safe zone deployable outside of Haven. When activated, it temporarily replicated the authority and protection of the city, provided it included a citizen of knight rank or higher. However, if enemies occupied it for more than a day, the base would be automatically destroyed. Returning to his thoughts, Jun concluded that as long as he had enough mental strength, he would be able to travel to the advanced base. With that clarity, Jun made a firm decision. From that moment forward, his main priority would be strengthening his mental fortitude. All upcoming missions would focus on boosting this specific attribute. At that moment, someone called his name, explaining they needed his permission to leave as they were feeling more stable. It was Yanju, who stated she would personally handle the return of Jun's family. Hearing this, Jun realized the mission should have started the previous day, but he acknowledged the delay had been entirely his fault. Yanju expressed gratitude for his valuable time and understanding. She assured him she would find a way to repay the kindness he had shown her. Without displaying any particular expression, Jun couldn't help but think she had read his thoughts precisely. He made a lighthearted comment, asking if he really seemed like the impatient type. He confessed that although he was thankful, he also felt slightly embarrassed by her words. Yanju responded gently, saying he didn't seem like someone who lacked patience. She admitted that had she been in his place, she probably would have acted the same way. With a soft smile, she confessed that in the end, everyone values their own family most, and she fully understood how precious that single day was that Jun had offered her and her son. Once again, she thanked him sincerely. Jun smiled modestly and expressed appreciation for her understanding. He asked her to head to Unit 2901, where a group was already waiting, assuring her he would join them shortly. Yanju gave a respectful bow and quietly walked toward the designated location. Sometime later, it was explained why Jun had not sent the group directly to Kamayan Station. Due to the Cyclops attack, a large portion of the tracks near the station had collapsed. The station itself had suffered massive damage and had been rendered almost entirely unusable. Faced with this situation, Jun declared that new routes would need to be opened. It had already been 24 hours since Yejin had begun sending her rats to search for a viable path. Apparently, she had finally managed to find a new access route. Jun activated his absolute one's-eye skill, seeking full control and awareness of the situation. At that moment, something unexpected caught his attention. The system displayed a notification about a level 17 giant rat. Immediately, a wave of nervousness surged through Jun's body as he grasped what this meant. Yejin had evolved. Still stunned, Jun wondered if this was the result of the new ability Yejin had unlocked after being officially registered as his retainer. Additionally, Jun noticed something following the rat. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't identify exactly what it was. Suddenly, his vision picked up something even more alarming: a swarm of zombies of varying levels, level 9, level 11, and level 13, emerging right behind. A jolt of dread ran through Jun's entire body as he watched this disturbing scene unfold through his powerful ability. Faced with that situation, the rat dashed forward at high speed, desperately trying to escape the relentless pursuit of the zombies. However, in a completely unexpected turn, the rat suddenly stopped. It turned to face the incoming enemies and, without showing even the slightest hint of fear, growled aggressively at them, baring its teeth with a ferocity that contradicted its size. The zombies quickly surrounded the rat from every angle, closing off any potential escape route. Yet even in overwhelming danger, the rat stood its ground, refusing to retreat a single step. From a distance, Jun watched the scene unfold. Realizing the rat would likely die a meaningless death if it stayed, he considered triggering a gas explosion to take the zombies down with it. Nevertheless, the rat remained unwavering, assuming an even more aggressive posture. In a sudden burst of explosive speed, it charged forward. Despite being completely surrounded, the rat managed to dodge every single zombie attack, weaving skillfully between them with surprising agility. Still observing from afar, Jun was thoroughly impressed. After evading the zombies, the rat leapt forward and continued its mission. Remarkably, it emerged without a single scratch and resumed its rapid sprint toward the designated exit. With only a short distance remaining, the rat took one final leap and burst through the opening. However, something was already waiting on the other side, silently observing its approach. Its eyes locked on the rat, its sharp fangs exposed. The creature let out a low, menacing growl, fully prepared to pounce. Instantly, the rat froze, completely paralyzed by overwhelming fear in the face of the predator's threatening presence. From afar, Jun was caught completely off guard, unable to hide the shock on his face as he witnessed the unexpected confrontation. In an instant, the level 23 land shark lunged forward with terrifying force. With its enormous mouth wide open, it bit down in a single clean motion, swallowing the rat whole. The scene shifted to Jun, who stood in silent despair, deeply disturbed by what had just happened. He questioned what kind of creature that was, but more than anything, his eyes widened as he recognized the location: no station, only a few kilometers away from his own home. This realization struck him hard, making it clear that creatures as deadly as that one were likely roaming near the very place where his loved ones lived, only deepening the anxiety clawing at his chest. Struggling to keep his composure, he quickly acknowledged that he had to hurry. Time was no longer a luxury he could afford to waste.